Great, Janine. Are we feeling we're ready to begin here?
I think we're ready to begin, sir.
Okay. Well, great. I'll have my fellow colleagues join me in video here, and we can finally begin. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, August 18th, and it is 9:35, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing our board members and staff. With me today is my fellow Vice Chair, Doreen Diadamo, and Board Member Tam Dodak, along with Board Member Sean McGuire and Board Member Laurel Firestone. Also, our board executive staff are here with us, Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Chief Deputy Directors Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Lawfer, and the Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Margie Argel. Also want to let you know that this meeting is obviously being webcast and recorded. So when you speak, please speak clearly into the telephone or the microphone on your computer. Also, as a result of the COVID emergency, we are conducting today's board meeting via video teleconference in order to comply with public gathering limitations and physical distance requirements, as authorized by the governor's executive orders. So there's no physical meeting room here. For people only wanting to listen or watch the meeting, the board's customary webcast is available. And I think today we're also using YouTube live stream, which we did previously and kind of shifted off, and now we're back again. But either way, if you're just here to view the board meeting, you can do so from there. If you're intending to speak on any of the items today before the board, you will need to ensure that you either go to the board's website, and there you'll find a link and a process for getting the password from the clerk. But otherwise, if you need help, you can just email the clerk now at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will email you the link and the sign in for the virtual speaker card. For those in the Zoom meeting, you will be on mute and your camera is turned off until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you're done speaking and board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera will be turned off. I also want to take a quick moment before we get into what is a presentation of our Superior Accomplishment Awards to introduce today our new communications director, Nefertiri Cooley. Nefertiri comes from us from the University of Pacific and has a strong background in branding and marketing in the academic space, and really welcome her. And we're excited to have her with us at the board. And so wanted to take a quick moment to introduce her. And Nefertiri, if there's any comments or anything that you'd like to make, by all means. Just express incredible thanks, and just really fortunate to have you with us at a really critical time, as you know. So just thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to being part of the team and to being on my first board meeting. So I appreciate the introduction.
Good to have you with us. Thank you. With that, we have today actually our first virtual Superior Accomplishment Award presentation. These, for those who haven't tuned into the board meetings, perhaps when we presented these, we present these awards for outstanding accomplishments by our staff, and really love to ensure that we take these moments to thank them for the incredible work that they do and really highlight some of the special projects that they've worked on and have particularly contributed to some of the successes here at the board. So with that, I believe Karen Mogus will present our first award to Laura Fisher.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Good morning, Karen.
Excellent. Yeah, good morning. I'm Karen Mogus. I'm Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality at the State Water Board, and I am extremely pleased to be here this morning to award a Superior Accomplishment Award to Laura Fisher. She's a senior environmental scientist leading the underground storage tank leak prevention program in Division of Water Quality. Laura and her team implement and update regulations for the design, construction, and monitoring standards for underground storage systems statewide. The underground storage tank program is implemented through local agencies called Certified Unified Program Agencies, or CUPAs, and with which Laura and her team collaborate closely, as well as provide training and guidance to. Laura is highly regarded in this community, receiving numerous awards and recognition for her dedication and her leadership. And thanks to Laura's dedication, mentorship of her team, and leadership among state and local agencies, California's leak prevention program leads all other states in protecting public health and the environment from releases of hazardous substances as well as petroleum products from underground storage tanks statewide. In fact, California's rate of new releases from underground storage tanks is less than 1/6 of that of the nation. So please join me in congratulating Laura for her career-long achievements in service to the state of California. And this is the point at which we typically get a huge round of applause in the boardroom. And I get to shake her hand and hand her a plaque and get her a picture with the board members. All of that is not able to be done virtually, so maybe in a future board meeting we can get her picture. I don't know if Laura is on the Zoom platform. I hope that she is, so we can at least see her and give her a virtual round of applause. So thank you so much, Laura.
Yeah,
Thank
Laura,
you.
Thank you. If there's some words you'd like to say, please do.
I just wanted to say it's been a great, I've been with the board for 20 years now, and it seems like it's just been a short period of time, and I just appreciate all of the support that I've received from not only my colleagues and my management, but the board members and the executive office overall. So although I just want to reiterate that I've received a lot of support along the way that has, I think, greatly propelled our program forward. So thank you. And thank you for this award. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you to you, Laura. Really, really appreciate the incredible contributions and work. And yes, unfortunately, we're not all here in person, because this would be that moment when we're up on the dais, and it's always a bit of an awkward photo, candidly, because you can't get at sort of the same level as you. But this, we'll have to make do with some other moment in person for sure. And just thank you so much. And maybe even, I'll screenshot this right now, and this will be.
I was gonna say that there's a print screen feature.
I'm gonna just look. Oh, I just screenshot it. So there we go. This was our photo. We'll stitch it together somehow.
If I might add, though, I've had the opportunity to engage with Laura and her staff many times over the course of my time on the board. And some of those times were not the best of circumstances, because the underground storage tank programs has undergone many ups and downs, as you might have heard. And I have always been extremely impressed with Laura, with her demeanor, with her professionalism, her technical knowledge, her leadership of the staff of the program. And I've always heard very complimentary feedback from all the stakeholders who had the chance to work with Laura. So I'll add my thanks, my appreciation, and my congratulations to you, Laura, as well. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Laura. And thank you, Karen, for acknowledging Laura and for bringing this award here to the board. Next, we have a second award. This one will be introduced by Kathy Owen, and she'll be presenting an award to the DIT virtual desktop team, which, as we have transitioned to all of us from working from home, teleworking, the virtual desktop team really pulled off a rabbit in a hat, if you will. There were a lot of critical systems. I'm starting to do the introduction, but I know there are a lot of critical systems that were really needed to be accessed, and quickly coming up with a tool. I really appreciate Kathy bringing this award forward, and I'll let her actually speak to it a bit more. So.
Thank you very much, Joaquin. I assume you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hello, members of the board and the executive team. I'm honored to be here today to present a Superior Accomplishment Award to the virtual desktop team from the Division of Information Technology. This team includes Jose Rodarte, Tony Duval, Kwa Hung, Corey Dickman, Kevin Heineman, Greg Nash, and Jerry Hawin. Due to the spread of the coronavirus, the staff of the water boards were required to shelter in place and work from home with very little notice. DIT was tasked with deploying a new technology solution to transition our approximately 2,300 staff to a remote workforce. This would enable the boards to reduce exposure and slow the transmission of COVID-19, as well as preserve the health of our workforce so that the water boards could continue to serve the citizens of California. A DIT team was assembled to develop and deploy a new virtual desktop solution. This solution had to be brought online rapidly so that water board staff who do not have state-issued laptops and VPN could effectively work from home. The virtual desktop system provides staff with access to files on their network drives, the ability to submit timesheets electronically, access internet resources, internal databases, and applications from their personal computers. The DIT team worked extremely long hours for several weeks to develop the virtual desktop system. They took this project on during the beginning stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, when there was a large amount of uncertainty and confusion in California and the world, as there still is today. The team was able to put their personal lives on hold and work through the stress and focus on a solution. The team expended personal effort far beyond what is normally expected. Work activities included research, planning, configuration, testing, documentation, implementation, and addressing security concerns by implementing multi-factor authentication. Under normal circumstances, this large and complicated of a system would have taken several months to test and deploy for production use. The DIT team successfully completed the work within just a couple weeks. This level of achievement and outstanding personal commitment is definitely far above the normal requirements of their positions. The success of this project cannot be understated, as it enabled a significant number of water board staff who would not have otherwise been able to telework to do so efficiently. The quality of the DIT team's work is further demonstrated by the continued use of the virtual desktop system by hundreds of water board staff daily. The virtual desktop system will be an IT service utilized into the foreseeable future by water board staff to continue to complete their important work of ensuring the health and safety of Californians. Please join me in thanking our team. Thank you very much. Yay!
Virtual hand claps all around. Thank you so much, Kathy. And thank you to Corey and Greg and Kevin here. I see you. If you guys want to say any words, by all means, but just don't feel like you need to either, but just real incredible thanks from all of us. It has been, I mean, it has not been an easy few months, as we all well know, and it continues to be a challenging space. But the boards have been able to continue their essential functions because of your dedication and the incredible work that you've done. So just big thanks. I can't thank you enough for that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we appreciate it quite a bit. It was a pleasure to work with the group and be able to pull this out and make this complicated project work. It was actually fun too.
Good. I'm sure there's going to be more fun to be had in the space and time ahead. So.
And we look forward to all those fun challenges that you guys have for us, Joaquin. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Really, really appreciate that. Thank you guys. You know, claps again. Here, I'm going to do my screenshot. So there we go. Thank you. Appreciate it. And well, thank you. When that wraps up our Superior Accomplishment Awards. Again, just really, I said thank you a million times already, but really are incredibly fortunate for really incredible teams that go beyond the call of service in multiple ways on a daily basis, I know, and being able to take this time to acknowledge and thank our folks in the programs is really important for us, and hope everyone enjoyed being able to hear about the projects that everyone is being acknowledged for. So thank you. And with that, we now will transition to public forum. So public forum, for those of you who are new to the board's process or otherwise, is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak to the board on an item not on our agenda. And I believe we have at least one public comment card. Let me pull up my speaker cards. And so if we can pull up our first speaker, Janine.
Yes, we have Mr. Robert Gaddis.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gaddis, you'll be asked to share your video and unmute, and you can provide your comment. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the State Water Resources Control Board, I'd like to outline some facts you know well, but most observers may not know. In May 2010, this board adopted a policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, otherwise known as once through cooling or OTC policy. The OTC policy became effective on October 1, 2010. Those dates were 10 years ago. We're here now considering an amendment to keep open an old, obsolete power plant that is not needed, AES Redondo. It's an ancient plant that smothers its more than 21,000 close neighbors with deadly pollution. You're going to hear many people declaring that the rolling blackouts many Californians have been experiencing somehow justifies extending AES Redondo. But renewing an old, inefficient power plant wouldn't solve the real problem of an aging power transmission grid that now cannot carry enough power to families and other customers. We frankly generate much more power than the transmission grid can accommodate today. Most of the 250,000 customers who didn't have power this weekend were without it because the California Independent System Operator, CAISO, the grid operator, told SCE and other electricity providers to shut off power to decrease load. I'll repeat, the blackouts resulted because CAISO told the electricity providers to shut off power to decrease load on the grid. Lee Stokes at the University of California, Santa Barbara thinks CAISO may have been too conservative. To quote her, she said, "The amount of extra power that we had on the grid was really big and very manageable. So I think that it seems that the grid operator jumped the gun in terms of being a little paranoid." Michael Wara at Stanford said CAISO was being paranoid for a reason. A grid failure would be catastrophic and power outages would spread to other states closely connected in the Western grid. Our problem is not a lack of energy supply, it's an old inefficient grid. Don't be fooled. Our problem is a failing transmission grid, not the lack of generating capacity. Extending AES Redondo is your decision. Ask the hard questions. How much excess generating capacity was available during the blackouts? The numbers show quite a bit. Watch closely as the governor directed investigations begin to see if we were hoodwinked into blackouts again, like we were in June 2000 by Enron and AES. Instead of paying tens of millions of dollars for polluting surplus generating capacity that the grid can't even handle, those funds should be used to upgrade the grid infrastructure so we can avoid these rolling blackouts and avoid a catastrophic grid failure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaddis. Appreciate your comments. And I believe we also have Mayor Bill Brand, who will be going next.
Okay, well, good morning,
Mayor. Good to
board
see you
members.
again.
Good morning, board members. Good to see you all again. I assume I can be heard just fine. Great. Yeah, so your decision just got a lot more complicated with these rolling blackouts over the weekend, but it's not clear that supply is what the problem was. So I think you need to ask some very important questions before your decision on September 1st. And here's a brief list that might help you in asking your staff to get answers to these questions before you make your decision. Real quickly, I'll read through them, but hopefully you can save them. What were the predicted maximum demanded supply? What were the actual supply and demands when the rolling blackouts started? Were the latest stage alerts and outages due to lack of capacity? That's really important. You don't want to extend power plants thinking that somehow you're fixing this problem if it was not a lack of capacity, and that's not clear. What is the history of reserve margins in the initiation of stage alerts and blackouts? You'll hear that many experts say that CAISO has significantly tripled their reserve margins that initiates rolling blackouts. Why did they do that? And what operating reserves were being carried before CAISO initiated rolling blackouts August 14th through the 16th? And again, these retirement dates have been known for 10 years. And you hear Governor Newsom saying, where are the failures? We've known for 10 years that these plants were going to retire. So I want to turn your attention to, there was a recent article in the New York Times over the weekend by an Ivan Penn, who's been following electricity demand supply in California, Florida, New York. He now works for the New York Times. There was a recent article, and he quotes the title of the article: "Rolling blackouts in California have power experts stumped. Demand this weekend fell short of the state's peak years. The peak years were in 2006, 2017. We were not at a peak year. The rolling blackouts left some of the state's energy experts bewildered. They said that the utilities had plenty of power available and blackouts weren't necessary. Quote, they set it up like this as a historic event," said Bill Powers, a San Diego engineer who provides expert testimony on utility matters before the state's regulators. Quote, "This should not have triggered blackouts," unquote. Makes for a compelling story if you have blackouts because of a lack of power plants. But we know there was no capacity problem, he said. Something odd happened. Likewise, another expert goes on to say it's just misleading to say it was because it was a hot day, David Marcus said. I think they were being overly cautious. So you have your list of questions. There's a lot of finger pointing going on. CAISO just yesterday in their public hearing was pointing fingers at the CPUC, but it really does fall to failure to plan or increasing reserve margins required before you initiate these stage alerts, certainly before you initiate the blackouts. So it's not a simple answer to just say, well, we need more capacity, therefore we're going to extend all these power plants. So get answers to these questions before you make your decision. And always remember that these dates were set 10 years ago. 10 years ago. So where's the planning failure here? And also know that while, you can always think, failure to plan on your part does not constitute an emergency on my part. However, you can do your part by extending the 3 power plants where there is no opposition to extending them for a full 3 years. And those are 3 big power plants in this area to be extended unexpectedly for another 3 years without extending AES Redondo Beach. So yeah, a lot of questions out there. I don't have answers to them, but as the New York Times article said, a lot of experts are bewildered. So anyway, look forward to seeing you September 1st. Again, I do these public forums because ex parte communications were banned by your legal department. So at least I can have a one-way conversation with you. So I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for listening to me, board members, and good luck with your decision. I think it's time to retire AES Redondo. It is 60 years old. This should not be the answer to our future energy supply. So thank you very much, and we'll see you September 1st.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your participation today and coming before the board. And yes, in 2 weeks, it'll be an actual item before the board for discussion and vote. So we'll have plenty of opportunity.
Hope we can get all those questions answered by then.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. We next have Mary Campbell from the city of Hermosa Beach.
All right, can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I want to thank Robert Gaddis and Mayor Bill Brand for the main points here. As you all know, I'm the mayor of Hermosa Beach, and we are just over the border of this site. And I'll echo and just underscore. Please don't go for easy answers and solutions. This endless kicking the can down the road that kind of happens much too often in these complicated scenarios. We really need to press for accountability and press for the hard data that will allow you to discern whether or not it is unavoidable to keep the Redondo AES power plant site open. There literally could not be a worse location in the entire coast of California. We are the most densely populated coastline in the entire state. It's just an impossible situation. This power plant has not only been the most enormous kind of eyesore and blight, but it really is precious land that Redondo Beach needs and our region needs to move into our future. And so please don't settle for kind of the easiest road here. Press for all of the data and the accountability for the planning. And if there is a way to stick to this deadline, as Mayor Brand has said probably many times at this point, there was a 10-year timeline on this. And the time is just really up. We have to move. We have to put the pressure on such that we can move forward. And if there are 3 other AES power plants that have no opposition to handle that reserve grid scenario, and I'm not the expert on the grid, but I understand the issues and the complications of the last couple days, then get to that fine-tuned, nuanced place, please. And the tens of thousands of people who live in this region can finally begin. It's going to be a long enough, kind of long enough tail to get that all the way out of the region. So we've got to start. We really have to start. So I really appreciate you listening and asking the hard questions and really pressing for the nuances here and getting this thing out of our way. Thank you so much for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Much appreciated. We have one more person for public comment. I'd like to call up Nazar Pankiv.
And Chair Esquivel, we had Nazar briefly in the participant list, and we seem to have either lost or somehow Nazar has been renamed. So Nazar, hold on, it looks like he's coming back in now. So bear with me one moment and we will get him renamed and have him join our meeting. Bear with me one moment.
Thank you.
So Nazar, you should be able to unmute your microphone at this point in time. You've been invited to share it, and we are still in the board's public forum. I know you were coming in there as we were starting. So this is the opportunity to address the board on any of the items that are not on the agenda. And it looked like from your form that you at least had 1 or 2 issues you wanted to raise beyond the racial equity discussion.
Mr. Pankiv, did we?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, I see him. There he is. Hello. Good morning, Nazar. Oh, I believe you're still on mute, Nazar. Okay, there you are.
How about now?
There we go.
How about now? Hi, I'm right now located in northern part of California, in Mount Shasta, and here, as usually, me and our team, we participating to clean creeks, not only to creek, but also to make a support. The water from up to the North California can easily come down to the south and to reach all citizens in California. So we recommend it because the maintenance are requiring, and no one locally is not addressing this issue. So I already started in the mountain, and here in the city of Mount Shasta, few creeks are in a very bad maintenance, and this is the address to develop divisions that can maintain those creeks. This is my comment to the State Water Board and Resources today.
Okay, thank you, Nazar. I appreciate it, and thank you for joining us from Shasta area. Thank you.
Yeah, city of Mount Shasta. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you.
And Nazar, I wanted to confirm.
I wanted to confirm that number 5.
Yes, I wanted to confirm that you will stick around for item number 5. Great, thank you very much.
Great, we'll see you then on item number 5 as well. Thank you, Nazar. And that concludes public forum. And so thank you everyone for those that contributed to public forum here. And that allows us to move to our next item, which is meeting minutes adoption from the last board meeting. I entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt the board meeting minutes from July 21st and 22nd. And I understand there's no minutes from August 5th yet available. So just that July 21st, 22nd board meeting.
And I will second that.
Thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Dodick?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Vote carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to a tranche of our informational items, which is the majority of today's meeting anyway. So we'll go on to informational item number 2 here, which is an update on the board's actions and responses to COVID-19. I believe Max Gomberg will be presenting on this item. Good morning, Mr. Gomberg.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Max Gomberg. I'm going to present on some of the work that the board has been doing around response to COVID, particularly in the drinking water and wastewater space. So we'll go right ahead to the next slide. As you all recall, we issued a survey to drinking water systems in the state to understand better how they were responding to COVID and what impacts those systems have been facing, including financial impacts and impacts to supplies and equipment. And so we started slow with that response. We only had a few dozen responses in the first month or so after releasing the survey. Subsequently, our Division of Drinking Water staff reached out specifically to drinking water systems where in areas of the state where we had low responses. We sent out another email blast asking and requesting systems to respond. And we did get a response. You can see we're up above 200 responses to the survey now, including from a lot of smaller systems, which is why it's 30% of the state's population covered by those responses. And so, you know, I think at this point, there is a question that the board may want to take up as to should we focus effort and time on generating additional responses to this survey, and what, if any, staff resources should be devoted to that. So I will just flag that for you all to consider. Moving on to the next slide. You can see on this slide the map of the responses, and you can see that in relation to what we had before, we do have much better geographic coverage in terms of which systems have responded around the state up through August. Next slide. Now, we are asking questions of systems to get a sense of the magnitude of the revenue impacts due to COVID. And the revenue impacts generally come in sort of two buckets. One is simply reduced usage, primarily from non-residential customers, that is commercial customers, institutions, or industrial customers that have either had to shut down operations or severely curtail those operations. And so they're simply using less water, and therefore that's less revenue to the water system. And then the other bucket is on the residential side, where because of the economic devastation and people being out of work, in some places, people are not able to pay their bills. And so what you see in these two charts, on the left is large water systems, on the right is small water systems. Large water systems serve over 3,000 service connections, so that's generally places that have at least 10, 15,000 people and up. Small water systems serve smaller communities, and you can see on the bottom, the y-axis there, we group them into those with fewer than 100 service connections and those with more than 100 service connections. And you can see the key, it's the yellow and orange, sorry, it's the red and orange that we're particularly concerned about, where there have been losses over 20% due to COVID in terms of the revenue coming in. And what you can see is, for the most part, a lot of the systems responding so far are not seeing significant impacts, it's below 10%. But there are a few where we are seeing already they're reporting significant revenue impacts. And that's definitely a cause for concern. On the large systems, you can see the size it doesn't matter. Up to about 50,000 service connections, there are a few where we're seeing impacts. On the smaller systems, as you might expect or anticipate, it's the smallest systems in the state, those with fewer than 100 service connections, where you can see that significant red and some orange and some green. That we've got some systems that are clearly struggling or in terms of the financial impacts due to COVID. And so I think this is certainly cause for concern going forward as the pandemic and the economic impacts continue. Next slide. So another way to look at this is not just compared to what the revenue would have been pre-COVID, but to what is the cash on hand. What types of reserves do these systems have in order to weather a downturn in revenues? And again, what you can see is for the majority of the systems that have responded, it is what the revenue impacts have been so far is not that large. It's less than 10%. However, again, there are a few systems where they are already reporting that they are seeing significant impacts relative to the amount of reserves they have. And that's true for a few of the larger systems that have reported. And then again, it's particularly true for the small water systems. That's those two bars on the right. And here, interestingly, it's the smaller water systems that are a little bit bigger. That is, they have more than 100 service connections where we're seeing the biggest impacts. I suspect that has to do with the fact that those systems carry more reserves than the tiniest systems that may not have reserves at all. Again, there is cause for concern here in this data for the number of systems that are showing significant impacts relative to their reserve margins. Next slide. At the beginning of last month, we also initiated a survey of wastewater agencies in the state to understand their impacts from COVID. And indeed, the next information item, you'll hear specifically about how wastewater agencies are tracking COVID in their influence. But what I wanted to just report on, one is we had a particularly, what I would say, good survey response out of our wastewater agencies. We're already up 273 responses out of roughly 900 agencies. And again, you can see in the bars down at the bottom, there is some cause for concern in terms of revenue losses and trying to understand what are the differences in terms of, is it non-payment, is it reduced customers, is it both? That's that graph on the right. Also, we do see some differences in terms of special districts, which may be wastewater only or drinking water and wastewater versus those that are not special districts, usually part of municipalities or counties, or they may be standalones like military facilities or prisons. But again, I think there is more concern with the special districts in terms of the revenue impacts. So I just wanted to share that snapshot on wastewater. Next slide. Now, in response to the governor's executive order in April, the board adopted some guidelines for water systems, and we also, as part of that work, set up reporting function so that people who were experiencing issues with shutoffs or threatened shutoffs or lack of service reconnection could report to us. We have a website set up. We've set up a 1-800 number so that people who don't speak English as their first language can communicate with us. And what I'll say, since the last time I reported to the board, which was about 6 weeks ago, there's definitely been an uptick in use of these reporting forms. We're averaging about one a day. over the last month or so. And some of the issues raised are certainly concerning in those reports. So you see them bulleted there. We've had several reports of people saying, hey, I know that I'm not getting shut off, but the water system, every billing cycle is assessing a fee on top of my outstanding balance because I'm unable to pay my bill. And that's really concerning. We've had one report in particular that fee is being assessed every month and have contacted the water system and they have no plans of ceasing to issue that fee. So I think that's particularly concerning. We've had a number of reports. These are the most complex cases for households where the water was shut off prior to March 4, which is the date in the executive order that says any water service that was shut off after March 4, the date of the governor's emergency declaration, has to be restored by law. But for those that occurred prior to March 4, it's a more complex set of circumstances. And so while we can't try to solve every one of those, we're trying to understand the situation when those complaints come in and at least see what the water system has in mind in terms of a way to get water to people who at least are sort of legally residents of properties. We had a little bit of misinformation in a couple of cases about the duration of the moratorium. The moratorium is in place until the governor decides to rescind it. There is no expiration date. We had a couple of water systems that thought that it was expiring at the same time that the statewide eviction moratorium was expiring, and they were preparing to start shutoffs again. We have since corrected their understanding, so hopefully we won't have too many more of those. And the last issue, that bottom bullet, in some ways I think is the most concerning of what has come in again over the past 6 weeks or so, which is that a number of customers are reporting that on their delinquent or late bill notices, there is still language on those notices that says you will be shut off for failure to pay if you don't pay within X days. Now, the water systems we've contacted about this say, well, this is our standard notice. We're letting people know that there's a moratorium in place and that they're not actually going to be shut off. But again, we're getting more and more reports about this. I think people are feeling particularly anxious when they get a notice from their water system that says shut off in big bold letters. So I did flag, you see the very bottom bullet there, that this may be something that we or that you as the board want to consider for amended guidelines pursuant to the executive order on giving direction, if you will, to water systems to try to change the language on some of those notices for the duration of the moratorium, for the duration of the COVID emergency. Next slide. And the last topic I wanted to touch on today has to do with operator certification that our divisions of drinking water and financial assistance run. So we have canceled operator certification exams for the fall. We're working on getting computer-based operator certification testing up and running beginning in January with an ability for people to self-schedule those exams. However, there is a very limited amount of emergency exams where they're needed that we will be offering between now and January at the Cali PA headquarters building in Sacramento. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Max. It gives me actually great heartache around the cancellation of the operator certification here in the fall. I know that particularly in these difficult times, it is incredibly important to the workforce to be able to allow new people to come in, to test, to apply for jobs, to get into the water workforce, and even those awaiting to receive promotion. as well. This is a barrier to them. And so that doesn't come very welcomed, actually, as a note. January 2021 is a bit away. I'll be looking to see if we can continue to emphasize how we move that timeline up, knowing how critical operator certifications are to the entire sector and the workforce. And so just would want to flag on that last item. When it comes to the relative lack of response from drinking water systems, really in comparison, even when you look at our wastewater systems, we do need to think what are we missing perhaps in not having a more comprehensive data set and understanding of what's happening in communities, what's the sort of debt that's accruing to households in this really tough economic moment. I think there's a number of questions out there that I think we're just not interested in, but I think others, academic institutions, nonprofits, everyone that we work with in this space, I think equally, and water agencies themselves, I would hope, wanting to better understand what is its impact. But more importantly for me, important data point, to better flesh out, I think, but we know that there's great challenge out there. I think we see within what is just being reported back now that there are impacts and there are going to be challenges. And so it really does actually lead us more quickly to how are we going to continue to find sources of funding and work with our federal partners and others to continue to figure out this space that we have, a very challenging space, certainly. And so, open to discussion about how and if and what that might look like. There are mandatory informational orders that could go out, and just open to discussion. But do know that that is also of great concern of my own. I know other board members as well. We already have programs that are oversubscribed, the state revolving funds, the Safe and Affordable Fund. These are all conversations to this board that are not new. And so it really does start to put additional pressure on, well, what are we, what is what are our options? What can we do within our own authorities? And how can we continue to work with our federal partners as they have discussions around stimulus and otherwise to think of the debt that is accruing and accruing, we know, in communities of color disproportionately when it comes already to the outstanding debts in the water and wastewater utility sector. So lot to discuss. And again, on the operator certification side, it does, we need to try to figure something out there. And I know staff have been, and it hasn't been without a great effort already, that we have a timeline here for online certification, finally good, rolling basis from then on, and that will have incredible benefits, I feel, to the workforce discussion and sector, because it'll allow for a lot more fluidity as opposed to the, I think, 3 times a year, 4 times a year testing maybe that we had. I forget if it was quarterly or every other quarter. But that'll stop, and I'll let my other board members speak. But thank you, Max. Really, really great update and challenging space, particularly as COVID response is concerned here still for us.
And for the board members, I just wanted to point out, we do actually have 2 speakers on this informational item as well.
Yes, thank you. We have 2 cards here, but any further discussion here with us board members before we go to public comment?
I actually have a question, and thank you, Chair Esquivel. This is very concerning. I think it's a suspicion that we had, and this is telling us that we need to be concerned. And I appreciate the discussion of, looking for avenues that could provide some assistance. But initially here, just getting the information is just so useful. So thank you very much. And I'm really glad that you stuck with getting more surveys. I think getting more would, help to complete the picture, improve the picture. But we already have cause to be concerned. So Max, if you could go back to this slide, I think it's the second slide. I think I was focusing mostly on loss of revenue, inability to pay, but you mentioned something also about decline in, water sales. And so could you go back to that chart and maybe talk a little bit more about that aspect?
Sure, I'll ask the clerk to pull that up. I think, it varies according to the system. And we have asked systems to tell us, is your decline in revenues due, in your estimation, more to inability to pay of your residential customers or to reduction in usage by your non-residential customers or a combination of both.
Could I interrupt you for a second? I said second slide. I meant to say it should have been the third slide. Oh,
I think it might be the fourth slide.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, with the chart. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
And so, again, it really depends on the composition of customers in a water supplier service area, particularly if you think about some of the smaller suppliers, maybe suppliers in the valley, in the desert areas or the foothills. If they've got a couple or just a handful of particularly large customers, maybe a canning operation or a type of commercial user that really uses a lot of water, and their operations are significantly curtailed, that could really account for a lot of the decline in revenue. Whereas for larger, more urbanized areas, I think what we're seeing, and this is reflected in some of the comments on the survey, particularly where it's communities of color in low-income areas where people are out of work. And so there you're seeing much higher delinquency rates. And for small systems, that's really driving it. So it is dependent on the composition of customers and sort of the economic conditions in each supplier's service area.
I have a follow-up question on that. So, and I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I think I'll wait for discussion until after the public comments. But I just now wanted to just ask a clarifying question. So the survey questions themselves, do they, even those that have provided responses, are they adequate to give us that picture of water, of household water debt that's accruing? It seems like the focus, obviously related and very much, linked, but there's a difference in revenue loss and then in understanding household debt. And so just wondering if the data we do have from the survey helps tease that out a little bit more.
No, it doesn't. There are no questions in the survey specific to, are you tracking the level of debt? So we will have to rely really on potential further questions or looking when systems report in the spring of next year on their electronic annual report, which you'll be hearing about a little later this morning, in terms of understanding what the level of debt looks like. However, I will note that the Public Utilities Commission, which regulates approximately 16% of the drinking water systems in the state, has been collecting that information. So there is some information, again, for customers of those systems to help us understand what the debt levels look like.
Thanks.
Thank you, board members. Any further comment or question prior to going to our speakers here? Okay. Well, then we'll start with Tracy Quinn with the Natural Resources Defense Council. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to pull up my notes here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'd like to start by thanking staff for your presentation on the results of your voluntary survey. I'm very disappointed to see that less than 10% of water systems responded. We are now several months into the COVID-19 crisis, and we have no data to confirm the effectiveness of the governor's moratorium on water shutoffs. and whether water suppliers are complying. How many Californians have access to water to wash their hands and stay safer at home because of the governor's action? And how many are still without water service? We simply don't know. We also don't know the scale of the compounding unpaid water bills and late fees for customers who still have water service but can't pay their bills. How many Californians have lost their job because of COVID and haven't been able to pay their water and sewer bills? With record unemployment, we are likely to see a wave of water shutoffs when the governor's moratorium ends and several months of utilities bills come due at once. And as Mr. Gomberg noted in his presentation, that we're already seeing water suppliers who don't understand the moratorium gearing up for these water shutoffs. We need to be tracking this information. And as Mr. Gomberg also noted, the CPUC has started to look at some of this data. Maybe a better example would be North Carolina, where they required monthly reporting of shutoff and late payment data during the pandemic. In a state with a quarter of the population of California, they found at least 321,000 water and wastewater customer accounts were past due at the end of June, a 25% increase over last year, with about 2/3 of that number overdue for long enough that they've become eligible for shutoff. North Carolina also collected data on unpaid bills, and water suppliers reported a total of $57.7 million in arrears, with the real amount estimated to be between 66 and 85 million, accounting for incomplete reporting. We know we need funding in California to help utilities provide debt forgiveness for unpaid water and sewer bills. When money becomes available, we need to be able to identify the amount customers and utilities need to help with these unpaid bills. I'm asking you to do your duty to protect public health and use your authority under Health and Safety Code 116530 to require the regular reporting of access and affordability data, such as the number of customers not connected due to non-payment, reconnected as a result of the governor's executive order, and the total arrearages. Thank you for your time this morning. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Quinn. I appreciate the comments. Any comments from fellow board members right now? We can go to Ms. Orrs and then we'll definitely, I'm sure, have discussion here then. So thank you, Ms. Quinn. Next, we have Debbie Orrs. Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning, everybody. So I want to first start thanking Max for his presentation and reporting the survey responses. It's definitely very concerning that even with only 10% of water systems reporting, that we're seeing so many systems seeing a significant loss of revenue. This is, unfortunate, but not surprising to us, considering we've been working with a lot of systems who are really struggling with a number of customers who are unable to pay their bills. And these systems really do need assistance to ensure that people are able to continue getting safe and affordable drinking water. We are also really concerned with this low response rate. Saying that 30% of the state population is covered by this can be a little misleading when it's actually the smallest systems that are the ones who are probably going to be seeing the biggest revenue losses, and they may be the ones who are least likely to be responding to these survey responses. They may not have the capacity to be responding, but we really do need to get this data to ensure that we have a full, as Tracy mentioned, a full picture of what are the impacts associated with COVID and people being unable to pay their bills. So we need mandatory reporting on all systems related to the questions asked in the survey, so we can get a better data on the scope of the problem and help us make better case for the case for new resources to help both small and large systems throughout the COVID crisis. I also want to state I'm really concerned by the number of systems who are insisting upon assessing fees upon customers who are unable to pay their water bills, and insisting on assessing those fees even after being told or spoken to by staff that this is not allowed. And also that many are putting out misinformation about how someone is at risk for being shut off. We've had a few residents reach out to us with these shut off notices there needs to be more done, and there needs to be enforcement upon systems that are insisting upon releasing misinformation and also assessing fees. Because once the shut-off moratorium ends, especially those with months and months of fees, they're going to get shut off because they're not going to be able to afford all the back payment and the fees upon them. And we will be seeing a new crisis within California with a huge level of shut-off. So happy to answer any questions, but thank you for allowing me this time to speak.
You as well. Really appreciate your comments in addition to today's discussion. Fellow board members, any further thoughts, thinking?
Yeah.
And Chair,
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
Chair Esquivel, I just wanted to point out that it appears that we have one individual who would like to speak on this item. Nazar had put his hand up again.
Okay, yes.
I have one question before we go into the next speaker. Just following up on those the last two comments. I don't have the executive order in front of me or the current statute limitations that are in statute on fees and penalties. But I'm wondering, are there prohibitions in the executive order on charging fees and penalties for late fees? And I guess I'm aware of limitations on larger systems from assessing this under previous legislation that's currently in effect. But I'm wondering about how fees and penalties are limited during this time.
Yeah, I can answer that briefly. The executive order says nothing about fees and penalties. So there is no specific direction in the executive order regarding that. Now, the executive order did direct the board to issue guidelines. We did that, and those guidelines are posted. They are not mandatory. And there is language in there specifically encouraging and urging water systems to waive fees wherever possible, limit fees. They all have the discretion to do that. And then you mentioned the existing statute, which is SB 998, which does apply to all water systems with 200 service connections and above, so not the smallest systems in the state. And there are some limitations in that statute on things such as reconnection fees. And again, language about giving customers who are delinquent options for alternate payment and holding fees in certain cases, medical conditions and otherwise. But again, there's no blanket statutory executive order sort of mandatory prohibitions on assessment of fees.
Great, thank you for that.
Mr. Pinkett. You should be invited here momentarily to share your camera and provide comment.
So Nazar, we just unmuted or gave you the opportunity to unmute, and it looks like we might have sketchy internet connection up in Mount Shasta City because it seems like we've lost Nazar again.
Okay. If he comes back on, we'll give him an opportunity if we're still here on the item. And so, board members, further discussion then?
Yeah, I will say that this has been eye-opening, seeing the presentation today, getting the update, and as to the level of impact that water systems are currently experiencing. And so, Max, one of your questions is, should we continue this survey? And I think the answer is unequivocally yes. And the question is just how best to do that. I think we're in the throes right now of some uncertainty as to, federal stimulus and continuance of unemployment benefits and things that have probably been, helping many customers.
I
Really
can't.
Sean.
I'm sorry, did I disconnect?
Yeah, you
Sorry.
blanked out on us. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
You're here with us.
Anyway, what I was saying was.
Oh no.
Sorry, Sean.
You know what? I'm going to go off and move to a better internet spot. So,
okay.
Board Member Firestone, perhaps you should go. Sorry about that.
I can come back.
Yeah.
Great. I'll add, and I think appreciate the comments that have already been said, and kind of the leadership, both from the chair and vice chair on this issue. I mean, I guess I feel like we are in a crisis and an emergency, and similar to the drought, where we we're very much in a crisis that we do have a responsibility to act in. We are in a public health crisis that we need to take seriously what actions we can take to protect access, both on the individual level of ensuring individuals can access safe drinking water or drinking water at all, water service at all, and the viability of the drinking water providers that provide that water service to a community as a whole. So I think this is something we need to take real serious action around in order to make sure that we can get our hands around what the particular challenges and sort of wall of debt and revenue loss that is occurring already in this state, and that we know is already impacting both individuals and in terms of debt accrual and as well as water systems. So I also just want to I know we have a racial justice information item on this, but I do want to say, there's a number of studies out there that show that Black households are far more likely to have their water service disconnected, and this was even before COVID, and that race is the strongest predictor of access to tap water at all. And so I think this is very much a racial justice issue, in addition to a public health crisis that is quickly evolving in our state related to water debt and revenue loss. So I believe the first step is collecting data that can help us get a handle on the crisis, and allows us as an agency and also as a state. I mean, I think this, we've seen what's happened with rolling energy shutoffs. Part of that is getting a handle ahead of time on what's needed to prepare for these crises that we know are going to happen. Similar to drought, this is already happening, and I think we need to get a handle on how this sort of challenge is developing, and that will allow us to really develop an effective response at a state level, both in terms of policies and programs, and looking at what fundamentally we need more resources to address. This is not something that I would say water agencies are very much on the front lines of this. In many cases, they are have been ahead of the game in terms of instituting moratoriums, developing programs, absolutely. But it's also not something that can be addressed purely on a water provider level. This is something that is a statewide crisis, and I think we need to get a handle on what the state level is, so that we can craft both a response at the state level and also inform, what hopefully is a national response around this. I would say I feel like we have some limited baseline data prior to COVID, but frankly, we're going to talk about the EAR. The data points and reporting mechanisms in the EAR are really not adequate to help inform this crisis and emergency. I think we need to be, the survey that we sent out, we are not getting adequate responses. And frankly, I don't know that I feel like that survey was developed early on in the crisis when we were hoping this would be an acute but short-term emergency. This is a long-term, crisis at this point that we're facing. And we need to really be deliberate about what are the questions that we're asking, and how are we ensuring that we're getting the data that we need. And so, I absolutely, we have the authority, the deputy director has the authority to require information to be provided. A lot of states are doing this already. As was said, the CPUC already requires those water providers that are investor-owned utilities or large investor-owned utilities. I think that there's an opportunity to work with providers and other stakeholders to figure out, how we ask the questions that will get the data points that we need and get adequate reporting. I mean, I think it's going to take partnership from water providers to be able to help us do this effectively and collect this kind of data. And I think really pinpointing what's the exact, intentional limited data that we really need to collect, and how are we going to get that data back into a way that helps us inform this as a state. I'll just say on the, personally, I have seen, both systems where everyone that they are providing water to is low income and on the brink. And so these systems, small systems that are serving these communities are extremely vulnerable. And I think we see some of those, where there's already 30% of revenues that are being impacted. That very much goes to the viability of a system to provide water to the entire community and continue to operate. But I've also seen individuals, even before COVID, where if they get behind on water bills or have some kind of economic crisis, not only do they have the risk of having their water shut off entirely, but usually it also can result, that continued debt can result in liens on their property. It can result in foreclosures and loss of their house. And this is, I guess, a very real and acute problem that we're seeing on a whole different level than we did prior to, early March. So, I guess I would hope and give my opinion that I absolutely think we need to work that, my hope is that we can use our authority to require reporting. I think we need to be very much intentional about collaborating with stakeholders and agencies to make sure what we're requesting is actually the most effective, and that we're going to get responses that are, effective in helping to inform this as a state. But I also think we're at the point this voluntary survey isn't adequate to the job that we now find ourselves in. And I think that we have a responsibility, both as an agency and a state, to act more on this. I have some other thoughts on the items around just communications regarding to systems around shutoff. I mean, I think it's absolutely unacceptable to threaten shutoff when there's a moratorium on shutoffs, and I completely understand that that is a default, notice that goes out that systems haven't changed yet. But I think that, again, needs to be part of how we're partnering with water providers to make sure that, the executive order really is implemented. I also think similarly in terms, so education around, even notices threatening shutoff are not okay. And also around the timeline that this is still very much in effect. And then on the fees and penalties, to me, my understanding is that's something that really is for the legislature to take up. I think collecting adequate data on what this debt load is can help to inform policymakers at the state level as to what type of action might be needed. Thank you.
If I might follow up on that, thank you for all the comments to date. I definitely concur and definitely believe we need to have more data. The more information we have, the more prepared we would be as a board, as administration, as the state of California to address this issue. So my question for Max is, given the low response to the survey so far, does staff have you had any discussions about what additional mechanism, tools, avenues you might pursue? What sort of collaboration outreach have you done with with Aqua and others to build that partnership that Board Member Firestone discussed? I mean, I appreciate the fact that we could exercise our authority and get the information. But I would agree with the previous comments that board members have made, that to the extent where we can do it in partnership, in collaboration of those who really know what's happening on the ground and really know the information that is necessary to collect, that would be most useful for planning purposes. That is my first choice in terms of how we proceed to collect more data. And I'm sure staff, has already thought of that as well. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts from staff in terms of what next steps might be in order to develop a more robust set of information, particularly how we might do it in collaboration with water agencies, and how we might do it with the lens of reaching out to the small water agencies and helping them, developing their capacity to engage in this effort. I am sure that they are understaffed, under-resourced, scrambling to do a lot of things. And a survey is probably the last, pretty low on their priority list right now. So I think we have a responsibility before we reach for the regulatory hammer and start requiring things to ask what we can do to help, especially those smaller agencies, because we are trying to ask them to help us to eventually help them. And, there's got to be a way for us to do that, without making it mandatory and not providing assistance, at least not yet, anyway. So Max, any thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Board Member Duduk. So just to fill you in on a little bit of the background, we did hold a couple calls, not only with Aqua, but some of the other statewide associations, CMUA, CWA, which represents the investor-owned utilities, and then also Cal Mutuals, which represents the mutual water companies, which are many of the smaller systems in the state. And I will say that coming out of that, they did offer commitments to, get information out to their members. I know that the mutuals in particular really made a push to try to convince or encourage their members to respond, and we did see an improved response rate, which is why we're up where we are now from again just a few dozen responses initially. I will say, however, that if we want to get up to a significant response rate, let's say over 1,000 responses, it's going to take sort of a level of outreach and coordination and effort that we haven't put in to date. It's going to take not only more effort from our field staff in the drinking water division, but also cooperation and collaboration with the counties that in some cases run the programs for the small systems in the state, as well as other community organizations that are really there on the ground working with communities in more rural areas, small systems, to try to encourage people. And I think, again, what we've seen in the comments that have come in thus far is, particularly when our field staff went out and started calling agencies up and said, hey, are you aware of this survey? Would you respond to this survey? Some of them said, no, we weren't aware, we'll respond. And some of them said, we're at survey fatigue, or essentially we don't believe you. We don't think that if we provide this information to the state, we're actually going to be in a better position to get financial assistance. And so I think there's some wariness out there about how the data may or may not be useful in terms of the overall response. And we have, as Chair Escobar mentioned, our own funding sources, whether it's the revolving loan funds or the SAFER fund, but we are not the state, and so funding is part of a larger set of discussions at the state level, as well as, of course, at the federal level. So it's a little bit of a challenge in terms of making the case, I think, to systems that there really is value in providing this data to us so that we can take a look statewide and try to understand the magnitude and try to use that in these discussions about assistance and programs even beyond what is within the scope of the board's authorities. So that's some I think context as you think about this. We have thought about the regulatory option, of course. As Board Member Firestone mentioned, we have the authority. We could issue an information order out from the Division of Drinking Water to all of the community systems in the state. But again, even if we did that, there's still then the question of follow-up. Just because someone gets a mandatory order doesn't mean we're going to get a 100% response rate. And so, there's a question of resource allocation there and the amount of follow-up as well. So I don't have easy answers, I guess, on this, but certainly, we have had conversations with the water supplier associations and community, which has gotten us this far, but I'm not sure how much further we could get absent a mandatory order unless we are, again, going to devote significant staff resources and time at the local level through our district offices in collaboration with counties and community groups to really get the numbers up.
And I just want to clarify a little bit in terms of what I am recommending. I mean, first of all, 30% of those that did respond to this survey they responded because our district engineers reached out directly to those systems, and it was particularly for the small systems to make sure that we were getting some response and getting a picture of those areas. So I think our staff have been, doing a significant lift in terms of trying to access this kind of data. And there has been, as Max mentioned, a good amount of outreach. I totally agree. Outreach is really hard when we've got, 3,000 community water systems or so. So it's a big lift. I think what I'm proposing is not so much a I mean, it's within the regulatory context, certainly, and it's a regulatory authority, but it's not, monthly reporting or something like that. It's really similar to what we've done with PFAS or other emerging challenges, is issuing a information order that is requesting, we're 6 months in, we need this information. We need to tailor that information order to be doable, to not be burdensome, but also to get the information that we need as a state, ask the questions in the right way. I'm not sure that that's, the same questions that were in the survey. I think it will take some work with stakeholders and water providers to craft that most effectively. But that's really what I'm suggesting and recommending. And the deputy director has authority to do that, but I think it's really important that this board discuss and would love to hear board members' thoughts on that.
Other board members like to provide any thought? Board member McGuire, it looks like your internet connection may be a little more stable.
Hopefully, I hope it is. And I just want to thank Board Member Firestone and Board Member Dodok for your comments. And I agree generally with what you're asking for. I do think it's important to have good information and good data so that we can make informed decisions about what to do next and how to handle this emerging issue, because we really don't know what the future has in store. And what I was going to say earlier is essentially what Board Member Firestone was getting at here, which is that it's important that we find good mechanisms to solicit the information. And I hope it can be a collaborative and voluntary process, but I think we should look at all of our different options if necessary, because of the lower response rate that we've seen so far. We have two different issues, which are the ongoing financial impacts as they continue to evolve and affect water systems, and then the water shutoff prohibition and how those are impacting individuals and homes. And so I think the survey really didn't get to that second question. And so it is important to think through, how we can best get that information. I really appreciated Tracy Quinn's comments with regard to what's going on with the PUC and also, I believe, in North Carolina. And so I think it's worth looking into seeing what other agencies are doing to collect the data so that we can, best provide it to whether it's lawmakers, whether it's to the water systems themselves, so we can understand what options are on the table. I think water systems, most of them are public agencies. They're not for-profit companies. They're just trying to make their ends meet. They have a budgeting process, much like we do at the Water Board, where we're fee-based, they're rate-based. So when they see revenue declines of 10, 20, 30+% and a really fuzzy picture going forward as to the ability of customers, to pay, not knowing how unemployment benefits are going to continue or not continue and at what level and all those different things that are up in the air right now. They're going to have to consider their revenue and look at rates. And it's a slippery slope because raising rates then affects, to a greater extent, affordability concerns. And so all these things just can really snowball a bit. And so I think it's important to get out in front of it as much as it's, already heading downhill. We need to get out in front of this and try to slow it down, try to provide the information, because I think at the board, that's our best tool, is making the information available, letting communities know, what their options are, updating the guidelines, to the extent we can update the guidelines and provide better clarity to water systems to help with their messaging. I understand they might have boilerplate templates that they provide for shutoffs, but maybe they can put something right in front of it that says, by the way, this is, we don't really mean what we say here, and this is in fact what's going on. I know that, a couple of months ago, I drove into San Francisco and I crossed the Bay Bridge. And when I did that, they don't collect tolls anymore because of COVID-19. So you don't pay your tolls. Instead, you drive through and you end up a couple of weeks later getting a notice of violation from the Transit Authority, and it's big red, notice of violation for toll evasion. But then in the letter, it says, well, no, actually, it's not a toll evasion. This is how we're sending it out to everyone. And I think it's a lot of the same, the same sort of situation that we're having here, where we have hardwired systems and it's difficult, but which means that we should help where we can to correct the messaging and to work with water systems to the extent we can to address some of these challenges. So again, agreed with the comments. I'm very articulately provided by the other board members, and look forward to continuing this discussion. Thanks.
So I'll just jump in here. I know I already spoke, but I too appreciate the comments that my colleagues made. On this one, I just think that being more thoughtful about it and seeing what options we have, I'm definitely not opposed to an information order, but I think that it would be helpful for Max to and others to reach out to some of the agencies to say, this is where the board seems to be headed. And before going there, is there anything further that can be done to increase the response? And then, of course, if we do an information order, work with some of the stakeholders to narrowly craft the information order, think through the questions, and work with the communities to help us to get information out in advance of that information order. We don't want it to be seen as an undue burden, especially for those. I mean, if your revenue is 30% down, you're basically in crisis mode already. And so, how can we work with the agencies so that this can be viewed as a tool that could potentially provide relief?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and appreciate the really great comments from all the board members here. I'll give a little color as well. When we developed the voluntary survey, I spent a lot of personal time with the agencies, with the associations, asking, saying, this is a voluntary survey. We're intentionally making this a voluntary survey because we want to create the space to be collaborative, to ask these questions, to engage in a process here that helps us unearth, at least at this point, some data. That's even why there was Max alluded to this sort of cautiousness about giving us numbers, telling us what their shortfalls and revenues were, and that sort of scrutiny that, that what do you want that data for? What is that actually doing? And so made the buckets of, so they could, instead of giving us an exact number, give us an estimate of what their losses may be. But again, we did do quite a bit of engagement. We wanted to make sure this was collaborative. We still have that space and opportunity, but I think after a couple months now of what is obviously underperformance and getting those data points that are so critical to our programs, we need to have and appropriately discuss going other routes. My concern is that it's a capacity issue, and that's part of the challenge there too, I imagine. But I think that we need to continue to use all of our tools here and appropriately, again, we want to engage first and foremost on a voluntary basis. We want to collaboratively work and not necessarily use a mandatory informational order to achieve what is, I think, really collective goals that we have as a state to better understand what's happening in our communities, the debt burden that's going on, the continuing and unfolding impacts of COVID-19. Again, I really appreciate that that we're at that point where we're really needing to maybe use authorities, but we still need to do so with some discussion and options. So what I would suggest then is what we get back from staff is sort of some options here and some additional engagement as well. There's obviously this board meeting, there's this discussion we've just had. And so the intent is clear on what we're needing here and the outcomes we're trying to derive and the importance of it, given the ongoing response in COVID-19 and the other challenges we see in the water sector. So that being said, if everyone is agreement, we can have Max and Darren, Mr. Polhamus, if you could, does that sound amenable? Maybe get back to us with a few options here and sort of a path to engagement, and maybe next then board meeting or COVID update, we can have a discussion here again on what is the sort of preferred path or the recommended path ahead.
And I'll just say I can definitely work with Darren and his staff, and we'll get you some options to think about that. And the last thing I would flag, I think, definitely hear loud and clear, this issue about the debt burden is really critical. And I just do want to flag that sort of leads to this bigger term or bigger discussion about, the potential for debt forgiveness. Where does that fit in terms of a just economic recovery? Where does that money come from? So certainly, the water systems have brought that up before, and so we'll have to think through that carefully as we go down that path. But we'll get you some options and for a future discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bulhamus, do you want to finish with any thought? Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Bulhamus. Sorry. There we are.
Yes, sorry, my computer died perfectly at the right moment, but it did come back quickly. I think what I heard you say, Chair Escobar, that we should do some options, and we'll put together some options for you. I think the one note I wanted to make is that just from our experience with our EAR reporting, which is an annual reporting, which takes a lot of work, I just want to warn you that we will come back with this will be a lot. Some of the options we'll present will be a very large resource commitment. And of course, you'll need to weigh that balancing with the importance of our other work and other things. That's something the board will have to consider, and we'll try to be explicit about what that is. And there will also be some need to develop further, possibly some kind of receiving system on a fast note. So none of this will be easy, but we will try to put together some options for you to consider shortly.
Thank you. Much appreciated. And thanks everyone for their contributions, as it was a bit of a lengthy discussion, but an important one. That being said, let's go ahead and move on to item number 3. And that is our update on work regarding COVID-19 detection in the sewer shed. And really just appreciate what I would call extra credit work that this project really has been, and the great just passion and work that staff have done on this issue. And so would turn it over to Ms. Wagner here. Hello, Claire. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I'm Claire Wagner. I oversee our Sustainable Water Plans and Policy section in the Division of Water Quality. And it looks like the presentation's coming up. Great. So research scientists, utilities, and many others around the world are investigating the potential to use sewer shed surveillance to inform COVID-19 epidemiology. And what that means is they're looking into monitoring for the virus that causes the disease, coronavirus 19 or COVID-19, in untreated wastewater or biosolids, along with clinical data to inform the incidence, distribution, and control of the disease, to really improve our ability to respond to the current pandemic and also plan for future outbreaks. Next slide, please. For today's information item, I'm going to provide a little bit of background information that we'll build on through the presentation. And I'm joined today by an exceptional panel of guest speakers who are leading the national and international efforts in this field. So we'll start with Dr. Ali Bohm from Stanford University, and she's leading a research team to develop the Sewer Coronavirus Alert Network, where they're working to link the detections of the virus in wastewater and biosolids to prevalence of the infection in the population. Then Dr. Brian Pexon from Trestle Technologies and Dr. Adam Oliveri from EOA will talk about their research that's being done in collaboration with the Water Research Foundation and the State Water Board to develop and optimize an analytical method to be able to reliably monitor for selected pathogens, including coronavirus in untreated wastewater. Then Karen Mogis, the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality, will share a little bit more information about the survey you just heard about of utilities that we did to have a better understanding of who's currently monitoring, doing this voluntary monitoring. And then she'll also highlight 2 pilot monitoring projects in California. Then our last presenter will be Dr. Peter Gravatt, who is the CEO of the Water Research Foundation, and he's going to talk about their efforts to address critical research needs to improve the efficacy of sewer shed surveillance to inform COVID-19 epidemiology and decision making. Then we also have Greg Gerhardt, the Deputy Director of our Office of Information Management and Analysis, standing by for all of our data questions, and Jing Chow and Randy Barnard from the Division of Drinking Water. So I'm planning on transitioning from speaker to speaker without really pausing for discussion in between, because a lot of the content really does build on it. So as always, you're welcome to interrupt us at any point for questions. Next slide, please. So I'll start with some background information. Next slide. Severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, or SARS-CoV-2, is the virus that causes the disease known as COVID-19. And when it really hit here in March, we received a lot of questions about the safety of our water supplies and our water treatment systems, as well as concerns with a variety of exposure scenarios, including the safety of our wastewater treatment plant operators. Now, while this virus has caused the global pandemic, our experience with other pathogens and past outbreaks and pandemics really led to the development and implementation of our modern sanitation systems and drinking water treatment plants. And those are there to protect public health from pathogens, including SARS-CoV-2. Now, there is uncertainty about if and how much infective virus is making it from people or being shed into wastewater in the sanitation system. And this is in part because studies are still emerging, but most studies to date have reported challenges with being able to culture viable virus in sewage. Now, although there may be uncertainty with the presence of viable virus coming into the treatment facilities, our water and wastewater treatment facilities are designed to remove pathogens using various treatment processes. Now, in some ways, SARS-CoV-2 is different from the majority of enteric pathogens that we target in treatment, but this is because it's an enveloped virus with this lipid membrane. So what that means is that if the virus is present in untreated wastewater, it's typically going to associate with the particulate matter and be removed through the solids removal processes. And additionally, SARS-CoV-2 is particularly susceptible to the chemical treatment processes such as chlorination and UV disinfection. Next slide, please. You'll see some initial results later, but studies are reporting that they are detecting the genetic fingerprint of SARS-CoV-2 at the head of the treatment plant or the influent, and in some cases, viable virus there as well. And a few studies have detected the virus's genetic material in primary treated effluent, but most studies are not detecting viable virus or the virus's genetic fingerprint in other treated wastewater, recycled water, and drinking water, including potable recycled water. So based on the current data and our understanding of the virus's anatomy and our treatment standards, we believe that our existing drinking water and wastewater treatment systems effectively remove pathogens, including SARS-CoV-2. So our website does include fact sheets with additional information. And next slide, please. Now, you may have seen this concept of sewer shed surveillance or wastewater-based epidemiology in many forms in the national and international headlines. And it's this idea that wastewater is a reflection of our population and that we can monitor for SARS-CoV-2 in untreated wastewater and at various locations throughout the wastewater collection system or sewer shed to inform the incidence, spread, and control of the disease in populations or subpopulations over time. Now, while sewer shed surveillance is not a new concept, it's been used before for other pathogens such as the polio virus, and then also to investigate things like the opioid epidemic. But there are still a number of things that need to happen before we could reliably use sewer shed surveillance to make decisions about public health for COVID-19. So I really want to highlight the potential of this tool to improve our ability to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, but you're also going to hear a healthy dose of reality throughout this presentation regarding the state of the science. And as with any emerging contaminant or pathogen, one of the first steps is being able to detect and accurately quantify it. Next step, please. Next slide, please. So for sewer shed surveillance, this means that we need an analytical method that works in a complex matrix or complex matrices like untreated wastewater and biosolids. And these are some of the most challenging matrices to analyze. So one aspect of monitoring is determining whether the virus is present, and if it is, if it's viable or infective. So this is done through cell culture techniques, and it's one of the most important aspects for us to be able to characterize situations where the virus is viable and could potentially be transmitted through various risk exposure scenarios. But when we talk about sewer shed surveillance, more commonly people are analyzing the untreated wastewater and biosolids for the genetic fingerprint of the virus. So they're looking for the viral RNA, which is sort of a genetic counterpart to DNA. And this type of monitoring uses real-time quantitative PCR to detect and quantify the virus's genetic material. And it has some advantages because scientists have developed these methods so that samples can be analyzed and reported in some cases within 24 hours of sampling. Now, the RNA itself is not infective, and this method hasn't yet been developed to be able to assess if viable virus is present in or was present in the sample. So you have to go back and use the cell culture methods to answer those questions. So what that means is if you're detecting the RNA, it doesn't necessarily inform, viability or presence of viable virus or not. But this method can provide that quantitative assessment of the SARS-CoV-2 genetic material, which can then be used in a variety of ways. Next slide, please. So sewage is an efficient pooled sample of prevalence of community infection. You're getting regular inputs into the system, and this can potentially provide a more accurate assessment of community infection because it's going to capture asymptomatic, pre-symptomatic, symptomatic, or those with subclinical symptoms, and they're all still shedding into the collection system. Now, sewer shed monitoring data would not replace, but rather complement clinical data, and it could be used to achieve a number of objectives, such as identifying hotspots. It could also be used to track the prevalence of the infection in various populations, and depending on how the sampling was done. For example, the monitoring, this type of monitoring could be really useful in rural communities or communities with limited access to clinical testing or where such testing is cost prohibitive. And sewer shed monitoring could also be used to provide an early detection of the disease. In some cases, the virus was detected in the sewer shed days or weeks before they saw the corresponding spike in clinical data. And the monitoring data could also be used to identify trends or track changes in infection, track the impact of medical or social interventions, and then also make decisions as to whether to implement or relax those interventions. But in order for this type of information to be used to inform or make decisions about public health, the work needs to be done in coordination with state and local public health departments. And while some of the things I just mentioned are being done now in the state and elsewhere throughout the world, the accuracy and utility of this monitoring is still under development and will be refined as new research emerges. So there are still a number of data gaps that need to be filled before we can reliably achieve some of these objectives. Next slide, please. These include research needs on the wastewater or sewer shed side of things, including best practices for sample collection, storage, and analysis, to looking at the stability of the genetic material in the sewer system. And then also understanding the sewer shed specific characteristics and other potential influences on your sample and analysis. There's also clinical research that's needed, particularly more understanding around the fecal shedding rates and how this is going to change over time based on a person's demographics or their state of infection. And both types of research are going to be needed to develop and refine a model to use the SARS-CoV-2 monitoring data from the sewer shed to help predict or inform infection in a population and also make those public health decisions. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to hand it over to our first panel speaker, Dr. Ali Bohm. She is a professor of civil and environmental engineering at Stanford University, and she studies many aspects of water, including pathogens in the environment, coastal water quality, but today she's going to be talking about her project with the University of Michigan on SARS-CoV-2 and wastewater. Next slide, please. Take it away, Dr. Bohm.
Thank you, Claire. And it's an honor today to have the opportunity to speak in front of the board. So thank you. So today I'm going to talk about our project called SCAN, Sewer Coronavirus Alert Network. And this is a collaboration with University of Michigan and Krista Wigington. Next slide. So before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the hardworking team of scientists, students, and postdocs working on this project that are listed here. And I won't read all their names, but I would like to say that they are doing all the hard work here and that this would not be possible without their contributions. So this project has 4 foci. We've been focused on sampling, working on measurement methods, working on modeling, and also establishing and working with our partners. Oh, next slide. So I'm gonna give a really brief methods overview. We heard from Claire that there's a lot of research that has to go into using this method because this is a new virus. We need to work out methods for how to quantify the virus, the viral RNA. So we looked at 2 places to sample and test for the viral RNA for this project over the last few months. Place number 1 is labeled 1 on this schematic, and that's the influent going into the POTW or the wastewater treatment plant. And 2 is the primary settled solids that come out of the primary clarifier. We knew from previous work that Krista had done at University of Michigan that envelope viruses like SARS-CoV-2 have an affinity for solids, so they like to stick to them. So we thought it would be important to look in the solids. So we developed 2 methods. Both are available publicly on protocols.io for capturing the viral RNA from the influent, as well as extracting it from the primary solids. In addition to these pre-analytical steps of actually concentrating viruses, we also worked on methods to detect the virus using digital droplet RT-PCR. And we also included recovery and inhibition controls and a measure of the wastewater strength using PMMOV, which is a pepper virus that's excreted in human feces. It's found in hot sauce and other things that people like to eat. So we are working on a manuscript now to summarize all this, but the bottom line is that we have methods that we're very comfortable with and we believe work well for recovering the virus from both influent as well as primary settled solids. Next slide. So once we had these methods that we're pretty confident in, we did a method evaluation study. So we have paired influent and primary settled solid samples from 2 wastewater treatment plants, and we applied our methods to these paired samples from these 2 plants. The samples were collected over 5 and 7 days. Because we wanted to see what do we see in the field when we actually apply our methods to some samples from plants. And these are plants in the Bay Area. And what we found in a nutshell is that we had more consistent detection of SARS-CoV-2 in the primary settled solids compared to the influent. And we also found that replicate samples of solids taken at the same time yielded similar results. So there wasn't a lot of heterogeneity or differences among samples. And we found that on a per mass basis that the SARS-CoV-2 targets are present in solids at 400 to 3,000 times higher concentrations than influent. So it does appear that on a per mass basis, this virus has an affinity for solids. And this is true of many viruses, so it's not unique to this virus. And we're working on getting this information peer reviewed. Next slide. So now let's talk a little bit about the sampling that we've done. So when the pandemic started, while the university and other places were shutting down, we were trying to scale up and do more work, which was very challenging. But we were able to begin collection of influent and primary settled solids at 50 POTWs across the United States. So I'm not showing 50 dots here. Instead, there's a circle with general areas where we have samples, that longitudinal samples where we've been collecting from. They are archived in the laboratory here at Stanford, and we continue to receive them from plants. I want to acknowledge in particular SWRCB in Southern California, who has partnered with us and has been working very closely with the plants in SoCal to get these samples. And as you might imagine, getting these samples is not as easy as snapping your fingers. It takes a dedicated group of people at the plant committed to getting these samples on a daily or multiple time per week basis on top of their other job. So ideally, the influent is collected before any pre-treatment. Some plants apply chlorination or iron chloride before the head work. So trying to get influent before that is important, we think. And then primary settled solids do not contain additives like polymers, which could occur in some plants. 25 of these plants are in California, in the Bay Area, in SoCal, and also some in NorCal. And we have been collaborating with a local county on some sub-sewer shed sampling from manholes. Okay, we currently have about 1,500 samples archived in our freezers. Next slide. So I want to show some exciting data from San Jose treatment plant. They've provided permission to share these data with everyone here. So in the top panel of this 3-panel graph, you see the new confirmed clinical cases in Santa Clara County. These are from the Santa Clara Public Health Department. And you can see on the bottom axis the date. So you see that initial peak of the pandemic when we thought things were bad, and then things got better, we opened up again, and the caseload went up quite a bit. In the 2 panels below the confirmed new clinical cases, we have the SARS-CoV-2 RNA targets, so N1 and N2 in units of copy per gram of primary settled solids, and this is dry weight. And what you can see, and this is a fraction of the data, we have daily data from this treatment plant, and we've, since this presentation was due over a week ago, I had to put in the data we had available then. Since then, we have more data, which follows basically the same trend. And what you can see is that the concentrations of the virus pretty much track closely the confirmed new cases. In fact, one of the students that's working on this project, NASA, did an analysis statistically with the data and found that the wastewater SARS-CoV-2 RNA led the new confirmed clinical cases by 3 to 5 days when you do the statistics. So that's very exciting, I think, and it shows how these data could be useful. So how could these data have been used retrospectively? Well, in early June, when the cases started to rise again, someone from the local health department asked me, "We think that the caseload is going up. Do you see the same thing in the wastewater?" And at the time I said, I don't know, because this is a research project. We're not providing real-time data to people or aiming for that right now. So, but if I had the data, I could have said, yes, we see that in the data. It's pretty clear. So that could have been useful for them. These data could have also been used in late April and early May to confirm the decline in the caseload and that it wasn't a testing bias. And another thing that these data could be used for is to look back and learn about infection prevalence. So for example, in the wastewater data, the concentrations of the SARS-CoV-2 targets look just as high in late March as they do in early June, even though the caseload apparently, based on the case data, is lower. And so when I spoke to the epidemiologist in the county about this, she told me that actually they think that the real caseload would have been much higher had they had the testing capabilities in late March that they have now. So it's interesting that these data actually support what the epidemiologists think the reality would have been had testing capabilities been constant. There's also a question of whether data like this can be used to gain insight into the time course of fecal shedding or the infection prevalence. Okay, next slide. So many people are wondering if you can predict prevalence of infection in a sewer shed using these data. And the short answer to that is no, not right now. And the reason is that you need a lot of parameters in a model to link the concentrations that you measure in solids or influent back to an infection prevalence. This includes information on the fraction of subtle solids that are fecal, the amount of virus shed in feces, the fraction of infected people shedding it, the persistence of the virus in the wastewater, and the amount of time it spends in the sewer network, and the tendency of the virus to partition to solids. So we can put ranges on many of these things, but the big unknown, the most important one, is the virus concentration shed in feces. Current estimates that are available are inadequate, and importantly, they do not capture shedding during the pre-symptomatic phase of infection. So anyone who estimates prevalence from wastewater is making a lot of assumptions that may not be accurate. Next slide. I want to acknowledge all of the partnerships and collaborators on this project. I've listed a number of people here, including CDC, and we are working with researchers around the country. There are many, many people working on this. And we've also been working with Verily, which is an industrial lab, to train them on our protocols so that they might be able to help pick up some of the testing if it becomes very useful to do testing of wastewater for public health response in California. Next slide. So I want to briefly just talk about some ideas for using wastewater to understand COVID-19 infections. And these ideas have been developed in collaboration with a large group of researchers, talking with CDC, and some of this information will be available on a CDC website, which I think went live today, providing some guidance to states about how wastewater can be used to inform the COVID-19. So the different ways that sewage surveillance can be used is community surveillance using the POTW, or the wastewater treatment plant. That's like the kind of data I just showed you. The other sort of uses include facility-specific sampling, so downstream, so to speak, in a sewer from universities, prisons, nursing homes, or food processing facilities. And the other use case is to do sub-sewer shed specific sampling, looking for hotspots or high-risk communities. One important question is, how frequently do you need to sample? We have daily samples from San Jose and they look beautiful, but is that realistic and necessary? We plan to do some analysis with our daily data to see when the trends disappear if we pseudo-sampled less frequently. But overall, we think that an adaptive sampling approach is necessary depending on the phase of the pandemic and the response. For example, you could have more frequent sampling after policy changes to keep a really close eye on what's going on. For example, when schools open again, we might want to have really rapid sampling. We also might want to do less frequent sampling during periods of very low prevalence with no policy changes. And it might be true that sampling during very high prevalence periods is unnecessary and not useful. So we need to think through all that. The next question is, does every plant need to be sampled? The answer is no. Sentinel plants are likely needed. Other considerations is perhaps you want to sample plants in under-tested areas or plants serving areas with hotspots. Importantly, we think that public health information must guide sampling, or supply chain issues and costs will be problematic. And supply chain issues are real. It's sometimes hard to even get pipette tips. So we can't think about sampling every single plant in California every day. We really need some leadership from the state, from the public health folks, to tell us what will be useful for them, because there's a lot of interest from wastewater treatment plants to do this sampling and analysis, but it simply can't be done everywhere all the time. We need to have a plan, because the data can be useful, but we need help determining how it will be most useful to the public health people. And then guidelines for sample analysis. There are a lot of different approaches for pre-analytical sample processing. Lots of folks are working on this. and it's not clear if one size will fit all or not. And analytical measurements, including information on recovery, inhibition controls, and normalizing controls, are essential to include in any sort of data reporting. And then we need to think about data analysis and reporting. Who's going to be in charge of collating the data and reporting and helping the public health agencies deliver that information to the public if they want to? And we've started talking with Google X about ideas for doing that in collaboration with potentially Santa Clara County. Next slide. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Claire, who do we have going next?
So up next, we have Dr. Adam Oliveri from EOA Inc. and Dr. Brian Pexon. Let's see, they should be.
Yes, good to see you, Mr. Pexon.
Hi there. Good morning. I think Adam should be joining us as well.
Yeah, because.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good to go, Adam.
Okay, I'll do this really quick and then let Brian jump in. My name's Adam Oliveri. I served as the chair of the State Board Independent Puddle Reuse Expert Panel, and we identified 6 key areas of investigation to help your staff develop California's potable reuse criteria. I'm currently working with WRF and your staff to coordinate and guide 5 of the research projects. Maybe you can go to the next slide. Yeah, there you go. Okay, as you can see on the slide, 3 of them address microbial pathogen topics and 3 address chemical related topics. The WRF on behalf of the state board is managing 5 of the projects while your staff is directly addressing the source control project. All projects, and this is a little background here, all projects are moving along as planned with final results expected in early next year. 2 of the microbial projects overlap into the SARS-CoV-2 space, the pathogen monitoring project and the feasibility of measuring outbreaks. Dr. Pexon is the principal investigator on the pathogen monitoring projects. He's going to provide a brief summary of how working with your staff and DDW from DDW and the Division of Water Quality with some additional funding from WRF, we're able to include monitoring of SARS into the ongoing waterborne pathogen monitoring project. You'll hear more about these projects towards the end of the year as the results are available in combination with Claire and Jing and Randy. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. If you can go to the next slide, I'll get started. I'd like to start by reviewing why pathogens are important in potable reuse. So in this case, we're making potable drinking water using wastewater as our source water. And we know that wastewater has a high concentration of pathogens in it, and that we need to reduce those numbers down if we're going to make the water acceptable for drinking. So what should our treatment goals be? For the last several decades, we've determined acceptable levels in our drinking water based on risk. Namely, we select a level in the finished drinking water that ensures that it leads to no more than 1 in 10,000 infections per person per year. So this is part of our drinking water requirements as well as our potable reuse requirements. The other big piece that we need to know is where we're starting. In other words, understanding what concentrations of those same pathogens exist in raw wastewater, which is our source water here, is a critical piece of information. And why? It's because the way that we're going to ensure that our potable reuse systems are reducing these concentrations down to acceptable drinking water levels is by specifying treatment goals in the form of pathogen reduction targets. And I'm showing that here with this 10 log arrow showing how much reduction is needed. And this is a common practice in drinking water and potable reuse, such as the 12, 10, and 10 log reduction requirements that you're probably familiar with for virus, Giardia, and crypto in California's existing indirect potable reuse regs. Can you go to the next slide? One thing that you can see is that the raw wastewater concentrations directly impact the treatment requirements. So if these concentrations shift upward, the treatment requirements will also increase. And so understanding these concentrations is a critical piece of information for DPR regulatory development, and the reason why this is one of the 6 priority research projects sponsored by the state. Next slide. So the first goal of this project is to develop recommendations for how to collect and analyze pathogen data, because as Allie and Claire both said before, measuring pathogens in raw wastewater is not easy. As we looked through the previous literature, we noted a number of inconsistencies across studies with regard to things like which methods have been used and the level of QA and QC requirements. So the state board wanted this project to develop a single standard operating procedure, or SOP, that provides consistent recommendations for how to do monitoring, not just for this study, but also any additional work in the future. So this topic of method consistency has become a hot one during the age of COVID, as we'll discuss more and hear from Peter later as well. So we put together this SOP. We did an initial study to optimize this method and then made sure that it was useful, could be used across 5 different wastewaters and across 3 different labs. So next slide. The second goal of this project was to collect an extensive set of data on pathogen concentrations in raw wastewater. We're happy to have 5 agencies in California providing us these samples for our full-scale campaign and to develop this robust new data set. To do that, we're collecting 24 samples from each of these facilities over a 14-month period, which allows us to observe variability as a function of different locations across the state, different times of day, different days of the week, and also between seasons. So what I'm showing here are some of the preliminary results collected using the new optimized SOP. And what I'd like to point out is that we're getting very high rates of detection for all of the organisms. So of the 41 samples that we analyzed, we're seeing between 93 and 100% of those are at detectable levels, which is a vast improvement over past studies. We're also seeing that these methods are effective for all 5 of the facilities that we are monitoring at, and that it's reproducible across the 3 labs. Finally, we've included a high degree of QA and QC that includes things like matrix spikes, which allow us to determine how efficiently our methods are at actually retrieving these pathogens from wastewater. So we can use that information to correct the concentrations in our environmental samples, leading to higher quality data. Next slide. So how does SARS-CoV-2 fit into this whole campaign? We've been collecting samples since early fall of last year for our methods development period and started the full-scale campaign in November. And when we started, COVID-19 wasn't really on the radar for sure in the country yet, but we began routinely taking wastewater samples. And so some of these samples we processed with methods like microscopy, and others are using molecular techniques like PCR, as Allie was describing. So we have been taking part of our wastewater samples, concentrating and purifying them, and then pulling out the nucleic acid, so the RNA and the DNA, in order to quantify other organisms that were of original interest, like norovirus. But this nucleic acid extract actually pulls out the nucleic acids of other organisms in the sample as well, whether or not you are looking to do so. So next slide. So in March, when the shelter in place began in California, the state board started mobilizing immediately to see if this project, DPR2, the second DPR research project, could expand its scope to also include SARS-CoV-2 as well. So we had multiple conversations with Claire Wagner and Robert Brownwood, who helped to repurpose funds and allow us to attach this new expanded component to the project. What we knew was particularly interesting was that we had these archived extracts stretching back to November of 2019. So we have both a baseline period before there were overt infections and disease in California up to the present day. One of our questions, however, was whether the SOP that we had optimized for other viruses like norovirus would be compatible with SARS-CoV-2 as well. And so one of the important distinctions here is that this virus is enveloped, as Claire described. It has this lipid membrane around it, which may make it sensitive to some of the steps in our concentration and purification processes. that we know don't impact other non-envelope viruses. Next slide. So to adapt, the State Board asked us to evaluate our methods and modify them to better quantify this virus. So we finished working with the labs to finalize our methods and make sure that we have the same degree of QA/QC that we spent so much time developing for these other organisms. We wanted to make sure that we have the same level of rigor for SARS-CoV-2 as well. And so the Quality Assurance Project Plan, or QAPP, which includes the SOPs, are now publicly available. Next slide. So the scope of this project entails two different efforts. In phase one, we're using the archived RNA samples that we collected with the original SOP to quantify what those virus concentrations were and how they changed during this baseline period up to March, April timeframe. Since April, we've been using the new optimized SOP to better quantify the concentrations and are extending this monitoring for SARS-CoV-2 through the end of our campaign, which will finish it in the beginning of 2021. Next slide. So here's an example of some of our preliminary findings of the virus in raw wastewater. This is still undergoing QA/QC review by the technical work group that's overseeing this project. But what we're looking at here are the concentration of the SARS-CoV-2 numbers. So that's what you're seeing with those orange squares and blue dots on the y-axis. And those two symbols correspond to two different unique attributes, but both of them targeting the same virus. So the same ones I think that Ali showed earlier as well. So we're then plotting these concentrations over the course of about 8 weeks, which you see on the x-axis. And finally, we're overlaying this with the number of new daily confirmed infections per capita in the area feeding this wastewater treatment plant. And what we see so far with this preliminary data is that the concentrations are tracking with incidence. And so this is one of the facilities in our study, but we're also collecting data at 4 other wastewater facilities in the state. And we'll continue to collect these data for the next 6 months at all the facilities. So we have a method that works well to reliably quantify the concentration of the virus in raw wastewater. As with our previous SOP, we included a high degree of QA/QC to make sure that the method provides us accurate, reproducible, and sensitive measurement of the virus in raw wastewater. And one final note I'd like to add is that we're going to compare the methods that we developed to other methods that in a study that's going on right now, which is a nationwide interlaboratory comparison that's being overseen by WRF that I think Peter will talk about more subsequently. Next slide. So as far as next steps go, we're continuing our campaign until January of 2021, both for the original pathogens that we're looking for, as well as the expanded SARS-CoV-2. By early of next year, we're gonna finish up this campaign and then submit our final report. I wanted to note as well that we're working on pre-publications as well with some of these preliminary data, as well as the outcomes of our method development. If you can go to the last slide, just want to highlight why this research is important. First off, we need to develop an expanded and high quality data set to characterize the concentration of pathogens in raw wastewater. This is going to be a key input for regulatory development for direct potable reuse, particularly as it pertains to pathogen treatment requirements. Along those ends, we've developed an optimized SOP for several waterborne pathogens and are using these methods to collect one of the largest and highest quality data sets to date. We've expanded the campaign to stay vigilant on the new SARS-CoV-2 threat, which is excellent. I just wanted to reinforce that all that we know about SARS-CoV-2 suggests that it's not going to drive higher treatment requirements than the ones we currently have for potable reuse. It doesn't appear to be a threat that can bypass the safeguards that currently exist. Instead, we're seeing that it has moderate to low concentrations in raw wastewater, and many of those viruses are already inactivated. Finally, we know it has a higher sensitivity to our disinfection and removal processes than other viruses that we've designed our regulations around. Nevertheless, it's commendable that the State Water Board is staying so vigilant on these new threats and developing the information to confirm that its regulations are going to be protective of public health, even in the face of unprecedented outbreaks like the one we're currently in. And with that, I will turn it to, I think, Karen.
So thank you so much, Dr. Pexon and Dr. Oliveri. Next up, we have Karen Mogus, our Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality, and she'll talk a little bit more about the recent survey that was done and also some initial information that's coming out from a couple of our utilities. So take it away, Ms. Mogus.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. And I'm not sure whether I'm using computer or my phone because I couldn't unmute myself. So if there's an echo, my apologies. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality, and my portion of today's presentation is intended to make the point that while we are certainly working closely with the Stanford researchers, Water Research Foundation, and Dr. Pexon and Oliveri, that's not all of the sewer shed surveillance and monitoring that's happening in the state. And so next slide, please. Recognizing that's the case and in an attempt to understand who is doing what, we included questions in our questionnaire regarding COVID monitoring in a recent survey that we sent to wastewater treatment plants that you heard from Max Gomberg about earlier in the meeting today. And the survey mirrored the one that was sent to drinking water plants and was designed to obtain information about the fiscal and operational impacts that wastewater treatment facilities are experiencing due to the COVID pandemic. But we also asked whether facilities were sampling for SARS-CoV-2 in their waste stream, and if so, at what frequency, in what locations. So for example, in their collection system, their influent, their effluent, or their biosolids, and then which laboratories they're working with to analyze the samples. And then finally, whether the data are being submitted to the local health officials. So we sent the survey out on July 7th, and a month later had received responses from 256 facilities. Looks like we've gotten more responses because I think Max's presentation indicated we had responses from over 270. We heard from 27 of the facilities that responded that they are monitoring for SARS-CoV-2, while 229 reported that they are not. And 25 of the facilities indicated that they are also providing the monitoring information to their local public health department. That's the extent of the analysis that we've so far done on the data we've gotten from the survey. And so we plan on doing some additional analysis. So for example, we don't know whether the 25 facilities that indicated that they're providing data to the local health department, if those are the same 25 that are working with Stanford and how much overlap there may be there. So we'll provide more thorough summary of the survey results, including the response to these questions in future updates to the board, either through the executive director's report or additional information items working with ORPP and Max's group. Next slide, please. These efforts have also revealed the need to obtain reliable electronic maps of sewer systems statewide. As you might imagine, being able to connect up the wastewater information with what's going on in the community requires us to be able to connect our collection system maps with the information that we're getting from the clinical testing. So our water board statewide sanitary sewer system order does require that wastewater facilities maintain maps of their collection system, but doesn't require that they be submitted to us electronically at this point. So we are proposing to the board to include this requirement in the upcoming reissuance of the sanitary sewer system order. So we'll be working on that as we get ready to reissue that order.
And this will help us map the sewer shed surveillance data and align it with the clinical data in the community. It'll also, as ancillary information, help us identify communities that are on septic systems that could be connected to a local collection system in our efforts to improve sanitation as a component of the human right to water as well. Didn't want to miss that ancillary benefit. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to provide a brief summary of the COVID sampling at 2 large wastewater treatment systems in the state, LA County Sanitation District and East Bay Municipal Utilities District, just as examples of facilities that are not only working closely with Stanford to get samples to them, but they are also sampling on their own to answer questions that are not necessarily directly related to connecting up to the clinical testing in the community. So this slide describes what LA County has been doing. They've been collaborating with several groups and academic institutions, including Stanford and EOA, Adam Oliveri's group, and has been sampling since April 14th to address a few key objectives. They want to assess the levels of virus coming into the wastewater treatment plants, determine whether the virus is completely removed by the treatment process, as well as conduct sampling to determine if there's any viable or infective virus in the untreated wastewater, which of course is important to know for the safety of their workers at the treatment plants and those that come into contact with untreated wastewater. LA County has detected viral RNA consistently in the untreated wastewater in 30 samples that they've collected since April from 2 of their treatment plants between April and July. I just got additional data from their facilities just last week, and it's like the data that you've seen already in this presentation. The detections in the influent track closely with the cases identified in the community. LA County has also confirmed that no virus is present in their discharges to surface water, as well as recycled water from 10 water reclamation facilities, and that their water treatment systems effectively remove infective virus and its viral footprint, the RNA that we've been talking about. They're also still waiting for their results to determine if any viable virus was present in the collection system. They've sent those samples to a lab at University of Arizona and are awaiting those results. And ultimately, these data are going to be useful to confirm that the LA County Sanitation District water treatment systems effectively remove the infective virus and the viral footprint, and that these data can be used to inform local trends. But I really want to make the point too that the sampling and analysis plan to answer each of these questions is going to be different from, say, the sampling and analysis plan that you would use to create a model like what Ali is working on. And so it's really important to understand what your questions are so that you can collect data that is appropriate to answer your questions. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to turn to what is going on in the Bay Area. East Bay Municipal Water District has been sampling their sewer shed, which represents about 700,000 residents since late March. And they've been partnering with universities, private companies, and several labs across the country to detect, quantify, locate, and track trends in SARS-CoV-2 RNA in untreated wastewater, similar to what LA County is doing. But they have actually gone up into their sewer shed to collect additional samples upstream in their collection system as well. And they're developing maps and trend data for use by the public health community, who's been very engaged in the project, which, as I'll mention here in a minute, is going to be critical for us to develop focused sampling plans that answer the questions that the public health community really need answered. Next slide, please. So we acknowledge and commend the many entities that are voluntarily conducting similar monitoring in water, wastewater, and biosolids. I emphasize the word voluntarily because as Chair Esquivel indicated at the beginning of this item, all of the work that Claire and her team are doing on this is extra credit.
as is all of the monitoring that many of these facilities are doing. They're not being required to do it. They're doing it because they believe it's important information to protect the public health and ensure that the information is made available to the public. And of course, these data are going to be emerging over the next few months and years. And so we will need to be keeping up on the data as it comes in and analyzing it and making that available to the public, as well as summaries available to public health and you as board members making decisions. And these data are critically important for all of the reasons you've already heard today, but it's also really important for us to be working with the Department of Public Health. In fact, we have a focused meeting with some of the environmental health folks over at Public Health tomorrow afternoon to get into the details of what their use cases are and help to provide guidance to facilities that are conducting this monitoring. It's also critically important to improve the quality and comparability of the data being collected by many agencies across the state. You heard of a number of different analytical techniques just in the presentation today. Rest assured that they are wide-ranging and being used across the state without a whole lot of standardization. And so we have made the standard operating procedures and quality assurance project plans that Dr. Pexon and Oliveri mentioned and developed. We've made those available on our website for anyone's use. We're also working with Cali PA and the other BDOs at Cali PA to send a letter to dischargers and laboratories, letting them know that these resources are available. And this coordination is going to be critical because, as Ali mentioned, there's limited resources in terms of reagents, even supplies for the laboratories for all types of COVID testing. And we need to make sure that it is available where it's needed the most, and that we're not doing sampling that's going to result in unusable data in this process. We also recognize the need to collect and compile the data and make it publicly accessible. And so we're working with the Center for Disease Control, as well as in California, the GovOps agency, to explore potential ways to store these data. There's a lot of data that's being collected that the CDC is not interested in housing. However, we think will be valuable in method development and lessons learned in the future, kind of similar to the way that we have morphed our sampling and analysis in the surface water ambient monitoring program, which, Greg Gearhart is here to answer questions about all things data at the end of the presentation. So that concludes my portion. I will now hand it off to Dr. Peter Gravatt from the Water Research Foundation, who will highlight the research they're leading to further develop the sewer shed surveillance for COVID-19. Dr. Gravatt is CEO of the Water Research Foundation, the world's leading water research cooperative, which oversees research and promotes innovation across all aspects of the water sector. So with that, Dr. Gravatt, it's all yours.
Karen, thank you so much. And Chair Esquivel, great to see you. Thank you so much.
You as well. Yeah, really appreciate you joining us today. Really,
of
really
course,
panel.
of course.
And, it's being hailed up here by one of the more stellar of the participants. So really appreciate it.
Very kind. So, and thanks both to you and the members of the board and the executive team for the invitation to join you today. And it's quite an honor with this esteemed panel. Yeah, they're quite a set of leaders here. If we can go to the next slide. I thought it would be useful to give you just a snapshot for those of you who may be a little bit less familiar with the Water Research Foundation. I'll be brief with this, but I wanted to give you a recent snapshot of where we are and our rough structure. We're, of course, supported, as Karen said, we're a research collaborative supported by our subscribers, which are comprised mostly of utilities, over 1,000 utilities across North America and 6 continents in the globe. Nearly 90 consulting firms and about 40 manufacturers provide resources, along with a number of other entities. Most significantly today, the State Water Board has been very generous in their support of our efforts. We have 53 staff and a large number of folks. And the reason we have so many staff is because we have a tremendous research portfolio that we're overseeing. If you see on the right-hand side of this slide, $132 million of contractually funded research underway today at the Water Research Foundation. That's over 320 projects, many of which are leveraged with other entities, including the State Water Board. So a great deal of work cutting across every aspect of the water sector in an integrated fashion. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see that in terms of California, you are very, very well represented. We have 162 of those, just over 1,000 subscribers located in the great state of California. We have funded research by 81 research entities in the state of California, and we have over nearly 250 projects in the state of California that are currently moving forward. And among those, very importantly, are the projects that are supporting the DPR work from the State Water Board. And 25 projects underway, and so important. And this has been a great opportunity to leverage the work that you heard about today on SARS-CoV-2 and wastewater monitoring. I'll mention too, though you don't see it on this slide, that nearly a fifth of our board of directors are located in the state of California. So you are very well represented in terms of the work that we do. We go to the next slide. This is a snapshot of the current priority research areas for the Water Research Foundation for 2020. These are identified by our Research Advisory Council. A couple things that I want to emphasize here is, as I mentioned a moment ago, how cross-cutting this work is. You see that whether you're thinking about drinking water, wastewater, water reuse, or stormwater, many of the projects touch each of these areas. And you're not surprised when you look at something like resiliency or energy production and efficiency and intelligent water systems and trace contaminants like PFAS. And Chair Esquivel, we had a chance to talk about PFAS when I was so lucky to be able to visit you in California back when I could travel. And I look forward to a return trip, hopefully before too long. But you see, we have very broad engagement across many critical areas in the water sector. You will not see SARS-CoV-2 on this list because we weren't thinking about SARS-CoV-2 when this list was generated. So like for everyone else, this has been extra credit for us as well. But if we go to the next slide, you see here, this is the screenshot of the announcement for our international summit that we did in April of this year, the last week of April. And part of what we saw, as you've heard throughout the presentations today, is that there were so many groups across the globe working in parallel to try and address this problem. We said at the Research Foundation, surely we can make greater progress. We can accelerate our efforts if we can bring people together and share the best ideas and identify the near-term research priorities and also identify the most important areas where we can really have an impact. And there are so many groups that are working on this. It's not just coincidental, right, that people are doing this. It's because of the recognition that wastewater has a story to tell about the health of communities. Wastewater has a story to tell. And you were talking extensively earlier, very important conversation about access to safe drinking water and underserved communities and affordability and all of those issues. And one of the things about the wastewater monitoring and the surveillance for SARS-CoV-2 is that it's an unbiased approach. It doesn't care whether you're a wealthy person or an impoverished family. It doesn't care whether you're born in America or born in another country. It doesn't care what your racial background is. It's gathering information in an integrated way from the entire community. And oftentimes we talk about, even in the two examples, the great examples that Karen provided from LA San and from East Bay Med, both of whom, by the way, are subscribers to the Water Research Foundation, of course, but oftentimes we talk about big systems, big collection systems in cities. But you heard earlier too from Dr. Bohm that these tools can be used also in rural areas and underserved communities for whom access to clinical testing may be very, very limited. And people who can't necessarily leave their job where they're already at tremendous risk, they can't leave their job and stand in line for 6 hours to get a test where they may get results back in a week or a week and a half. You know, that's not something that people can do, and yet these tools can help to indicate what's happening in those communities as well. And in fact, one of our members of our project advisory committee, Erica Gaddis with the state of Utah, has been, along with the state of California, funding this work. And she found in Cache County in Utah, fully a week before the clinical testing came in, an outbreak in the county. She didn't know where it was, but she knew that there was something going on in the county. It turns out just about 6 days later, they started getting testing results in from 2 meatpacking facilities in the county, where ultimately they had over 300 cases. But they saw it in the sewer shed monitoring first. And so in communities where it may be difficult, including underserved communities where it may be difficult to provide clinical testing at the scale that's necessary, these tools can help to be a sentinel to indicate that maybe something's going on. If we go to the next slide. So you saw some of this earlier, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, but the various use cases, when we invited our experts from over 10 countries on the globe together back in April for the summit to talk about, well, how can these tools be used? They said first and foremost, the trends, as you saw just from Dr. Bohm, and you just saw Karen present some of the similar data as Brian Pexon and Adam did. You know, this information can be used to track trends in occurrence in communities now. We're confident that we have the ability to do that. More confident when the curves are increasing than they are on the decrease, because we don't necessarily know how long people continue to shed virus after they have recovered from an infection. And you heard pointed out by Dr. Bohm, there are some important clinical gaps there in terms of the levels of shedding in fecal matter. But we know that we can track trends. Less confidence in terms of assessing the number of infected individuals in community. Similarly, less to be able to define specific to risk utility workers. And then some people have asked questions you've seen in the popular press, I'm sure, people saying, well, we think there's a new strain of the virus that's playing out, say, in Europe or in Asia or something that might be causing different effects. We can't use the tool for that at this time because that requires much more extensive sequencing than we're doing through this tool. But trends are certainly an approach that we can take advantage of now. If we go to the next slide. So what we identified in the summit as important areas to focus on are things that you've heard about today, looking at standardized procedures for collection and storage of the wastewater samples. Like, what's the right way to do this? What are the best tools to identify the genetic signal? And I'll come back to that in just a moment. Recommended approaches for use of the data, you know, how for trends or for informing estimates of prevalence. And then communications, and Chair Esquivel, we've talked about this a lot. I mean, it's one thing to gather the data, but there are so many different parties that need to understand how, you know, what does this data mean? Whether it's a public health official, whether it's the media, whether it's local elected officials or the general public. You know, we said, how do we deal with communications? Because it's so important to be able to do this effectively. If you go to the next slide. Okay, next one after that. There we go. And so what the experts who participated in our summit identified as the most important near-term research areas were comparing the various methods that are being used. You heard a number of them described today. You may have picked up on differences that are used between some of those, even the presenters here in today's session. Sample collection and storage, and then sample design at multiple scales. And I'm going to say a little bit more about that. If we go to the next slide. This shows the projects that we have underway related to this work. And this is in addition to the add-ons that Brian was just discussing to the State Water Board projects on DPR. And he gave a great summary of that work. So the 5 projects that we have underway that are being funded not only by our subscribers and now by the State Water Board, but also since we launched our effort in the first week of April, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation joined us to provide funding for this work. We also have new funding from the National Science Foundation. So there are a lot of people who are really interested in this. And so the first project is the Interlaboratory and Methods Assessment of SARS-CoV-2, the genetic signal in wastewater. And there are many, many different tools, maybe modest differences, but many tools that are being used to analyze the samples right now. And so we launched just a few weeks back with Trussell Technologies as the research partner, launched a study to look at the various methods that laboratories are using currently to identify those that are most reliable and reproducible in terms of the results that they generate. We put out a call for labs that were interested in participating. We heard from over 80 laboratories across the globe. We focused our efforts in North America. We now have around 30 labs, right around 30 labs that are participating, samples being collected this week, in fact. And so we're very excited that we're going to have results back from this study before the end of the summer. And that was very deliberate in terms of trying to be prepared for what we were thinking when we launched the study as a second wave. We wish that we were only looking at the second wave as opposed to still riding the first wave. But this project will be tied up before the end of the summer. So we're very excited about that. The second is understanding the factors that affect the detection and variability of SARS-CoV-2 in wastewater. And this project is one that really drew the interest of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Of course, they're focused on lower and middle income countries and underserved populations. When we first conceived this project, we were thinking about doing it in large urban centers. And they said, well, you know, we're interested in what's going on in, say, a pit latrine in Africa or in Pakistan. Are there ways to use these tools there where we know that clinical testing is simply not available? There's nothing else out there to be able to tell what's going on. And so we've extended this study to include a smaller community, rural communities, and then also we're going to be collecting samples in on-site decentralized systems. We're going to septic systems to collect samples because we think that that's probably the closest corollary to what you might find in a lower middle income country setting. So that's the second project, and that we have received the proposals. We got 11 proposals in response to our RFQ, and we gave them 2 weeks to send something in, and we told them what the Gates Foundation limitations were in terms of the amount of indirect costs they could charge, and they still said we want to be a part of this. Folks are very excited about this. The third is environmental persistence. To protect worker and public safety. This is an add-on project. We were already doing a project in loss of virus and said, you know what? You heard from Dr. Bohm, exactly correct. You heard from Dr. Bohm that based on what we know from other pathogens, we're confident that, and also from Claire Wagner, we're confident that the disinfection procedures and treatment procedures are protective, but we have so little data on SARS-CoV-2. We thought it was important to be able to say, based on the studies on SARS-CoV-2, here's what we can tell you about safety. So we're doing this project, and then also looking at the impact of storage. You collect a sample, you ship it somewhere. Is it on dry ice? Is it chilled in a refrigerated temperature? Is it frozen at -70 degrees? What's the impact on these various storage and preservation tools? And then finally, we're going to be convening a couple of symposia with a network of researchers that are being funded by the National Science Foundation. They have cranked out themselves, I think maybe as many as a dozen grants to support this work very rapidly. So we're really excited about this. Can we go to the next slide? Well, we're going to turn it back over to Claire with that, but that's the work that we have underway. And I wanted to thank you again, both for the opportunity, Chair Esquivel, to join you today. Appreciate the invitation, and then also just for the very tremendous support that you have consistently provided us at the Research Foundation. We're very proud to support your efforts.
We appreciate that, Doctor. This has been incredibly innovative work and fast work, but it's been built on the good relationships and collaborations already existing within the research space, and have really appreciated that this work is building further our engagement and safety around direct potable reuse, but also around pathogen monitoring generally. To my mind, these are the tools and standardization of research and methodologies that will be able to prepare us for the next virus, knowing that the SARS is but a long line of threats that we know are out there, emerging, unknown, but these surveillance tools, if you will become incredibly important. So just thank you so much for the leadership there and this exciting work, and Claire as well. So Claire, I'll let you continue to finish up here, but just thank you again, Doctor.
Great. Yeah, so I'll just provide a few last key considerations and reiterate some of the key messages as we wrap up the presentation. So, sewershed surveillance has a lot of potential, and research scientists, like what you just heard about, they're working rapidly to address the clinical and the sewershed research needs. And this is only going to improve and develop the utility and accuracy of the tool. And as you heard, we can probably start to see some trends in the virus concentration at some locations, but we can't currently use that sewershed monitoring data to accurately predict the prevalence of COVID-19 infections in the population until that additional research is completed. Next slide, please. Now, as people continue to conduct this voluntary monitoring, we want to encourage them to use these standard operating procedures that Dr. Pexon or Dr. Bohm have developed with their colleagues, or a method with equivalent QA/QC measures and performance metrics. And we also want to be sure that they're documenting the metadata, as these are important to understand the data quality and comparability as people start to take a look at the data and try to compare and analyze them. So we'll be eagerly awaiting the results of the Water Research Foundation study led by Dr. Pexon that's going to evaluate the methods. But this is a unique case where we may not want to encourage one standard operating procedure for monitoring, but consider developing the QA/QC metrics, the method performance metrics, and the minimum data standards to ensure that the data are high quality and comparable. But again, it's voluntary investigatory monitoring, so we want to provide that method flexibility primarily to prevent or minimize the supply chain disruption issues, because this has been a significant ongoing issue. Next slide, please. And then similarly, unlike some other emerging contaminants or pathogens that we know pose a potential risk or pose a risk to public health, State Water Board staff is not recommending that we require all wastewater treatment plants or utilities to go out and start conducting monitoring for SARS-CoV-2. And I think you heard a number of reasons, but just to reiterate them, one of the most important ones is that the data needs to meet the needs of the end user. So the monitoring that's been occurring now, in California for the most part, has really been to answer specific research questions, or for utilities to investigate their influent and their treated water to see if there's viable virus, or to potentially detect the genetic fingerprint of the virus, or to document the removal of the virus to the treatment systems. And some of the utilities and researchers are sending these data to local or state health officials, but for the SARS-CoV-2 monitoring data to be used to inform public health or make public health decisions, we would have to develop a statewide sewershed surveillance program where we would work with the California Department of Public Health, the local health departments, the Center for Disease Control, utilities, and academia to develop and implement a statewide study design and a sampling regime. So we've seen other states like Nevada, Oregon, Utah, and Ohio develop those collaborative partnerships to initiate their sewershed surveillance programs. And these collaborations have really been instrumental into the success of those programs. Then another important component to consider is the data quality and data flow. So part of that statewide coordinated effort would be to ensure that the data meets the minimum data standards for submission by the California Department of Public Health to the Center for Disease Control's National Sewage Surveillance Database. And for that, the data would have to be reported within 24 hours of sampling. So our initial conversations with the Center for Disease Control really pushed us to think of this not like our traditional environmental surveillance, but more like clinical data that's being collected through wastewater monitoring. And again, to ensure that the data meets their needs and could actually be used by public health officials for making decisions about public health. And then Greg Gerhardt, the Deputy Director of our Office of Information Management and Analysis, is going to be working with GovOps and California Department of Public Health, because we feel like this statewide data repository and data engagement project for the SARS-CoV-2 monitoring data, these data may not be destined for that national database, but we think they should be publicly available. And that, even though these data may not have been collected or analyzed in a consistent statewide effort, there's still a lot of value in those data, and we think a lot can be learned. So moving forward, we just really want to emphasize the importance of statewide coordination, because it's also going to help us plan to ensure that there's adequate lab capacity, that we can prioritize sampling and analysis, to ensure timely reporting, and then again, minimize or prevent supply chain disruptions so that we can ensure the highest priority COVID-19 work is getting done in the state. Next slide, please. So just a disclaimer, this is what we know now, and our State Water Board staff recommendation may change. This information is rapidly emerging and evolving, but we'll keep the communications line open and our website up to date. And I will say, just so much appreciation and gratitude for our panel members and their presentations today. These are some of the leading researchers in the field right now, and just wanted to thank them so much for taking the time to share their work with us. So with that, I will leave you with these life-saving tips to stop the spread of the virus, and we'll open it up for questions or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claire. Really, really appreciate, and again, echo your thanks of what was an incredible panel of leaders in this field. I just, again, reiterate how fantastic it is that this is really building off of so much of our programmatic work anyway. And insofar as leveraging what were already existing contracts and discussions around pathogen monitoring, figuring out how we can take advantage of this moment to better serve not just our programs, but the interest of the research here and a greater national community in this discussion. To Peter's point, data really can help us see our communities in different ways, in a more holistic way, and break down what are otherwise institutional biases or that may build up. And so, these activities, these very basic data gathering and scientific activities and research activities are so critical to having a better response, having a more informed response, not just in this moment with COVID-19, but when it comes to so many of the other challenges that the board is part of a discussion around. And again, just appreciate that this isn't part of a core regulatory program that, insofar as the resources that went specifically to the project, and instead have really leveraged the partnership and leadership of a lot of wastewater agencies throughout the state, and just appreciate that collaboration. I don't think I have any other real question other than complete thanks again for everyone's participation in what was a very, very needed and an incredible synthesis of the work that we've been able to kind of cull together these last months to meet the moment, I guess, as the governor would say, and just am kind of really just impressed by the entire effort and look forward to its continued benefit to these longer term challenges that we have, again, around detection of other pathogens, but also emerging contaminants of concern as we pursue direct potable reuse regulations that will further need to ensure that we have these sorts of surveillance tools, that we have these protections in place as we further maximize our beneficial uses and break down those silos between wastewater and drinking water for good reason. Okay, other board members, thoughts? And we do have one speaker with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, Mr. Jared, I think it's Voskuhl. We can go to him, or if any board members want to provide comment prior, please feel free to do so. Okay, then we will go to Mr. Voskuhl. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Jared Voskuhl, Manager of Regulatory Affairs on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I wanted to appear briefly before you this morning just to thank you for setting this item on your agenda, and to commend Karen Mogus and Claire Wagner for leading your efforts on sewer shed surveillance and preparing today's briefing on this important resource and tool in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're so appreciative of our members' work whose involvement was highlighted this morning. And we wanted to recognize our research partners for all of their critical support and guidance too in this emerging field. During the prior update on COVID-19 and the survey results, I wanted to acknowledge the dispiriting findings Mr. Gomberg presented about the fiscal impacts to local public agencies. CASA had collaborated with the State Water Board on developing some of the survey questions. And so it was exciting to see results so quickly. And we wanted to see more, though, participants, and we know that's a shared concern. But while the results from today were limited in that sample size, we still think they're valuable and provide pretty critical data to analyze the economic ramifications that agencies are experiencing so that, as you're considering various programs or initiatives in the next months or years ahead, that information is informing those decisions. And so thank you to Diana Messina and the staff at the board who worked on the survey this summer. As we go into the fall and all these numerous efforts on the sewer shed surveillance continue, we'll reach back out to the board for developments on what we're seeing and finding in our work. There's some efforts in other Western states that we're involved in, and we just keep learning more and more every month about different ways that this emergent tool is being used nationally. And we're excited the board's interested in it. So thank you for all this today.
Thank you as well for the incredible collaboration, continued collaboration. I think that was really heartening to see the good, quick response from the wastewater systems. Yes, looking to get more response, but it was a strong response. And I think it's reflective of the good collaborative relationship we've had with the publicly owned wastewater treatment plants in the state. And just thank you for that continued collaborative spirit in this endeavor as well. So thank you. Fellow board members, I know it was a lot, and it was an incredible download. I feel richer for it, certainly. And but any follow-up thoughts, any conclusions and or direction around some of the, again, extra credit project really that we were able to engage in here, thankfully.
I'll just say I found it extremely exciting and I think really important, and really is ways that our work and our staff and our programs and resources can partner with local folks, as well as researchers and public health workers and leaders to try to collectively figure out how we navigate these increasing challenges. But really exciting, really interesting, and I just so appreciate the, I'm still digesting all of the information, but I'm really appreciating the work that's done, that was done thus far and continuing to be done.
Yes, ditto. I just want to really thank staff and everyone, all the stakeholders and academic institutions, everyone for their really good work on this, and want to compliment you especially on digesting it in such a way. I mean, I'm challenged to understand a lot of these issues, but the PowerPoints are really well done, and I imagine you'll be posting them on the website, and am just really grateful for the work you've done, because I think others will be benefiting from this information and helping us to better understand what is possible, what is not possible, and do really also appreciate recommendations as far as going forward in terms of what is possible. So thank you very much.
Yeah, we're happy to do it. So it looks like Dr. Bohm has some final comments or questions perhaps for the board. Dr. Bohm, are you?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hi, and thank you particularly, Dr. Bohm, for what I know has been your incredible leadership at Stanford and here in the state to facilitate a lot of this discussion and our engagement as well. So just want to acknowledge and thank your particular leadership in all of this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So my question is, well, I'm just curious. So we heard today from almost everybody that a lot, like the next step is sort of for the state to sort of decide if and how this can be useful based on the information to date. And so I was just curious, do we know who's going to provide that leadership in public health at the state level?
Yeah, I think what we've been really fortunate to do is incubate this discussion, and we had, again, these existing relationships with our researchers and the community, the wastewater community, importantly. And so now I think it is about the discussion with CDPH, obviously very involved in the immediate COVID crisis, but I think it's a bridge to them, particularly I think around the CDC reporting into their database. It sounds like, if we're going to tap into what is that national effort with CDC as well, our natural ally, and I will say that we have had good conversation with staff at CDPH at the beginning of this project had very high level engagement to make sure they knew that we were embarking on this, and it's been with their blessing. I think if we're to really take this to the next level, it will be about that discussion and understanding how then, beyond, again, there's, I think, the CDC relationship, which requires the CDPH part. I think what you've heard is that when it comes to just any of the data collection activities that we're doing, we're interested in working with GovOps and others to just make sure that that is provided in ways is accessible. But I think to your point and some of the discussion is, as we think of a more statewide program, what are the more appropriate state agencies we should be working with and execute, pulling off that program or discussion. So I think that's where at least my mind goes to quite a bit. But Claire or even to other board members would welcome thought on what is a really good question from Dr. Bohm.
Yeah, so I participated in the virtual summit that Dr. Gravatt talked about, and one of the key things that came up was like there's the technical aspects, but then there's sort of the implementation component. And the clear thing that came out of it was this doesn't land squarely in anybody's shop, and so from our perspective, we engage a lot with the utilities. We have a lot of interactions with the laboratories. But like I said, our conversation with the Center for Disease Control was like, you're not we have a public health aspect to us, but there's a whole department in California plus the national leadership that does this as well. And so, we're like, we just want to help. Like we will do whatever, just let us know how we're can effectively move this forward. And so the research summit, one of the key take home was like, it has to be collaborative. We need leadership and at all components, where it's not too many cooks in the kitchen. Everybody's got plenty to do, but if we each give a little bit of our time, we can really, move this forward. And it has to be done in a coordinated way rather than just us issuing an investigative order that's like, thou, please, or thou shalt monitor. Because, there's the front end of getting the data, making it information, but making it useful. And again, the issue of lab capacity and, reagents and lab supply, those are also critical that in absence of coordination and leadership from our agency working in close coordination with CDPH, we're going to have so many unintended consequences. And so that's where we just want to move forward, strategically, but also quickly, and then, also look forward to all the research that's going to come out. And it looks like we have Mark Gold from the Ocean Protection Council. I don't know if we can.
Yeah, I think Karen Mogus as well is here as well. Karen, did you want to say a few things? And then Mark, yes, please, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mentioned briefly in my part of the presentation, our collaboration with public health. I had a really good conversation with our partners at Cali, PA, who have a regular coordination meeting just last week with folks at environmental health at DPH. And really, they're very interested. We're going to do a deeper dive briefing for them. We've got a team of people that are joining. And I know that Greg Gerhardt has been in contact with some of their data folks over at CDPH. So I'm hopeful that we can get that conversation started more deeply at our meeting tomorrow. And while I don't have a whole lot to share, we have heard that there may be funding coming to California for additional staff resources for public health to take a lead role. And those conversations we're going to continue to be very involved in and working closely with CDPH to make sure that they have the right connections on the wastewater side. So.
Fantastic, thank you. And Mr. Gold, good to see you. Or I should say, Deputy Secretary for Oceans, Gold. Mark, were you looking to make comment?
So Mark, you're unmuted now and you should be able to talk.
Okay.
There you go.
Good to see you, Mark.
Good to see you too. Can everyone hear me okay? Because I'm hearing two things at the same time, so sorry about that. Oh, hold on, Mark, someone told me. I got to shut off the webcast. Hold on.
Yeah, because it's several minutes behind probably where we are right now.
Got it. That'll do it. Okay. Yeah, whoever I am.
See you.
Well, yeah, very briefly. First of all,
We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Good,
Yeah.
good seeing you too. All right, so, oh no.
Oh, you're still here. You're still with us.
Okay. We should be good now. All right, so thank you, Chair Esquivel, for squeezing me in here, and thanks to staff for really putting together, I think, just an incredible presentation. And this issue is just obviously so critical to all of us, and I'm very grateful for the State Water Board jumping into the void here and working with the POTWs to really get going on this research, as well as the research community. I think what Karen Moga said is great, and I think we've had a number of conversations with your staff on really a significant challenge, which is that the expertise on most of this issue actually lies in the State Water Resources Control Board, which is not the norm for the rest of the country with other states. And it's something that I think everybody should be quite proud of, because of the various different issues, and that there are many, many times where the State Water Board is stepped into the void on public health issues. Obviously, beach water quality is one that we all know very, very well, drinking water quality being another. Where standardization of methods has been discussed at length, and guidance has been provided by this agency, how to do sample collection, sample analysis, and the like. And I think, as you've heard from Karen, in these discussions with CDPH have been going on, but it's really been more in a level of being informative, and letting them know that this tool is being developed and the scientific work. But meanwhile, what we've seen is this sort of spread of various different methods being used by various different entities. The longer this goes on without some sort of centralized management, the bigger concern that I have on the comparability of the data that's going to come out of all of these various different studies. And so I really urge the State Water Resources Control Board, and I know this goes way beyond the pale of what your mission is, but I think it's just a need for the state of California, and you guys are uniquely situated to do so, to be more aggressive in exerting that leadership in trying to move forward. I know there's been a lot of communications with CDC. CDC has made it clear that the public health agencies of the state are really the leads on this issue. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's obviously who we want making the risk management decisions to protect public health on a regular basis, especially for this pandemic. But from the standpoint of where the expertise is and getting the data to that point and analyzed and in a centralized place, I really strongly urge the State Water Resources Control Board to be really exert that leadership more. And Chair Esquivel, it may require some of your time to really, push at the highest level of CDPH to really get this to the next level, because we're on the cusp of moving this from research to actually being used for public health management. And, and so really the time is now to get this to the next level. Otherwise, we're going to have 50 wonderful papers in top-rated journals that are going to be out there, but it's not going to be used in a manner that's going to protect public health when we need it so desperately. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate those comments, Mr. Cole. I appreciate the support, and I think I'm certainly interested in seeing how we continue to make sure that this effort is comprehensive and continues to provide, I think, the real benefit that the promise is there around. Although, we're very cautious about where the research is and what it can or can't be used as currently. And to your point, it is, and I am interested. We'll continue to work with CDPH because it's going to be a bridge between us on this effort that is going to make it an actual tool and a worthwhile discussion. And like I said, I feel very fortunate that we've been able to incubate this. To your point, we're fortunate that the board has had the capacity and time to incubate this discussion a bit. And it's at a moment of decision of how we further standardize or codify the work, make it really useful statewide. And again, I think there it really is this bridge in discussion with CDPH, and look forward to and I commit myself to the work of helping facilitate that. So appreciate that, really do.
Hey, thank you, and I'm here to just help. As you know, I'm really doing this just because I'm really interested in the issue. So if there's anything I can do to help, you can always call on me, Chair Esquivel. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Other board members, how are we, feeling? I think, again, to the question of where we go from this very incredible, good set of extra credit work to something a little more comprehensive. I think, to my mind, it is about the discussion with CDPH and building that, and that discussion and figuring out what that right balance is of, our engagement and how we kind of map out, I guess, next month's. To that, I guess interested in hearing other board members' direction as well, but welcome staff continuing to explore that, figuring out what that might look like, that relationship. I'm hearing that CDC may be providing bodies over to CDPH for some of the COVID tracing work in this field or otherwise. And so, yeah, I mean, if I want this to be more from the direction of all of us if we choose so, but trying to better formalize that relationship with CDPH on the project and see if we can take it to whatever next level is to be had. I'm certainly open to. So, but open to thoughts from other board members. I know we have a lot going on, and so this again, it's not as if we necessarily have waiting capacity to engage in if we are talking about a more statewide engagement, would require bodies and resources and actual, if to do it justice, people. So anyway, Board Member McGuire.
Sure, yeah, I'll just add thank you to all the presenters today. What an amazing panel that we had, and staff for putting this together and really spearheading this effort. It really has been a remarkable evolution, and just the amount of information we've learned in the last few months as the pandemic's spread. And, this is really encouraging to know that we have, multiple sources of data to look at now. And I definitely have a finer appreciation for the research that's still needed to really hone in on the methods that are used and the approaches to build better consistency amongst the sector. But still, this is a really encouraging space that we're working in. And so to that, I completely support everything that's been discussed today. Chair Esquivel, like Deputy Secretary Gold, if there's any way I could be of support to you, let me know. This is an area that, we want to support. And I think the discussion as to the next step, it really is getting guidance and interest from California Department of Public Health and others in the administration as to how this information could be useful going forward. I think we can only take it so far, and really it comes down to the public health decision makers. And so I think that's where we are, but I'll leave it at that. I think most of what needs to be said has already been said, but thank you again very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
So before Jonathan chimes in, let me also add my thanks to all the speakers. That was amazing in terms of its innovation and in terms of the comprehensiveness. I actually had no idea before today that we were engaged in such exciting efforts in collaboration with researchers and others. Definitely agree that we do need, and I'm glad the chair volunteered to coordinate with Department of Public Health to see where this might go and how this might be best utilized and be useful. I will interject somewhat a note of realism here. It wasn't so long ago, was it the last board meeting before, I can't remember, where we went through a priorities discussion, and a priority discussion that we've been ongoing for almost a year, and looked at the very comprehensive list of projects that we considered our priorities that staff has been engaged in. Granted, most of that discussion took place before the pandemic, and while things have changed, and we are I think doing much more innovative things, exciting things as a result of this situation. I would say we shouldn't lose sight, however, of the fact that our staff is operating at 10% less capacity, and they are juggling quite a number of priorities currently. And so I'm not opposed to adding new projects, identifying new priorities because of the shifting conditions in which we find ourselves. But to be fair, we should also keep in mind that there are things we have previously designated as priorities that will not be, that would have to be sacrificed, let's put it that way. So I would, caveat that. We will have more discussion about this effort as well as others. And at some point, we might need to give some direction to Ms. Sobek, Mr. Bishop, especially since the Division of Water Quality, where most of these projects are happening, I think is going to be inheriting quite a few more priorities if that turns out to be the case. So, John, maybe that's where you wanted to chime in as well.
Well, that was one half of the points that I wanted to make. Thank you very much, Board Member Dudek. The other part was, I think we need to recognize that that CDBH is in the middle of a pandemic, and that that they have a lot on their plate. And if we want to make sure this goes forward, I think we have to be prepared to do the majority of the work to gather and figure out, get the method standardized, gather the data, put it in the right format, and get it to them so they can submit it to the CDC. I think otherwise it's unrealistic to think that they can devote a lot of effort. There are some opportunities for funding that we can work together with them on through the CDC, but I just want you to recognize what Tam was saying, is that this is not, we have been in an extra credit mode, and we have been helping coordinate, but the next step is a bigger step, and someone has to take the lead. I think Allie was trying to say it nicely. Mark said it a little more forcefully. I'll just be straight up that I think we need to volunteer. If we want this to happen, we need to let CDBH know that we'd be willing to do what it takes to do that. Otherwise, I think they have too many other things on their plate. And I did want to let you know that you have a commenter coming in. I just got an email who would like to speak at the end. Nazar.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. And points well taken, both by Board Member Dudek and you, Mr. Bishop. And it's going to be a real challenge, actually, again, because where from will the staff come if we are going to take that greater leadership role? So more to discuss then. And then Nazar, did you have a comment? Hello. Here, I think you can unmute. 1 second.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Good to see you, Nazar.
Good. I heard pretty much everything. So based on all of that, just shortly, my name is Nazar. I'm a founder of meditation, and here I make some notes here. So I will start this agenda number 3. We're still here, and I'll be straight for ahead, not forward, for ahead. So we're trying to improve English language to American communication. So, and with agenda number 3, very shortly, a couple of minutes only, the more the immune is weak, the more virus is active. It's very obvious. And public health depends on simple foundations, a light foundation, water quality, what all you trying to solve, and proper breathing. So we don't have to be so scary and worry about it. This virus, just breathing through the nose, it's very simple. We need to adapt, not that we need to build up how to breathe properly. It's a breathing through the nose. It's very important. When we build breathing through the nose, that's it. Our mind receiving information how to deal with outside impact. But besides that, most important is light. So we teach how to receive light, and we proposing this to the Department of Education. This is essential, and this is very important for development of individual. So as soon as everyone begins, as soon as the collective consciousness will enhance the strength. And water quality. This is how I started. I started with the water quality. Excuse me, because I'm holding my phone. I started with the water quality, and it still has many issues. The issue is, of course, we all trying to resolve, but we need to identify all streams, all creeks, and all rivers. We need to know all of them. We need to know all of them, what shape and what conditions the running flow, because the conditions are very right now low. When we will increase, we will deliver more quantity, and with support of the rocks, each stream needs to have a support. We will increase the quality, and this is elevate the strength of collective our society here. So we don't have to worry about this COVID-19. We just need to focus how we can build up our strength, our health, and this is already available, and we know the solution. So I will be happy also to help, assist as much as possible. Today we go to the city hall meeting here locally, but we need the help in the state level. So we
thank you, Nazar. I really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, board members. I think we have some direction and thought here, and at this point, we'll take a lunch, a quick 30-minute lunch. It is a late lunch at this point. It is 1 o'clock, and then we will be moving on to the electronic annual report item. So thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long day of good discussion so far, and still yet a few items. Any other consideration from board members before we go off for our 30-minute lunch break here?
Just a quick question. I know from reading the email that our building is going to shut down at 3 p.m. because of the electricity issue. How are we doing in terms of?
Yes,
there's Mr. Lawford.
Yeah, Mr. Lawford and I have been texting. We will be able to, Mr. Lawford can explain, but I think we're okay.
We're working to make sure that the AV folks and folks that need to be in the building can stay in the building. And if they're not, we'll just roll everybody over to the YouTube stream we have up, and we'll make sure to advertise that stream for all the participants that are in the Zoom meeting, including board members, staff, panelists, and public commenters who have already come into the Zoom meeting. They'll be able to continue past 3. But at this point in time, I can almost guarantee we'll be going past 3 o'clock this afternoon based on the number of commenters and the scope of our presentations.
Okay, thank you, everyone. See you here at 1:30. Hello, everyone. It is 1:30, so I think we can begin to bring ourselves back here. Mr. Lawford, any words of wisdom?
I will just let folks know, first of all, Chair Esquivel, as we get close to 3 o'clock, if we could take a break right around that time, that just might allow for a little bit more orderly transition. But we should be able to maintain the Cali PA webcast so that people who have gone through the Cali PA website and have joined that way. Sorry, I think that's the first Zoom bombing I've ever had since I'm normally in Coastal Hearing Room. And if for some reason the main feed goes down, they will have the ability to provide an alternate feed, and the main Cali PA video broadcast landing page will have that link up there. So if folks encounter any problems with their regular webcast, this is applying to folks who are not in our Zoom meeting, just go back to the Cali PA website, the videos broadcast page, and there'll be a link for them to pick back up with the meeting. So we should be good to go.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Loffer. And so yes, around 3 o'clock, we'll take a kind of a transition break. I think we'll need to do so appropriately anyway, and apologize for not providing a morning break, but a lot to discuss today. Thanks everyone for coming back. I hope you had a good break and lunch. Next item on the board's agenda is item number 4, I believe it is, and it is the yearly, the electronic annual report and a discussion therein. And
so at this point, all of the staff on this item have received co-host privileges so they can control their microphones.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Betsy. Still need, oh, there you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good to see you.
Okay. And so Darren was going to do the first introduction. Is Darren online yet?
Mr. Polhemus. He should be. We'll give a moment.
Okay.
Or perhaps he's not.
Perhaps he's not. He may have been dragged away somewhere else. Very busy. Okay. I will go ahead, and if he's able to join later, he can help with some of the wrap-up comments with Max. So good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board, and thank you for allowing us to present on the electronic annual report today. My name is Betsy Lichty, Chief of the Division of Drinking Water's Quality Assurance Section. Joining us today in this presentation are Stephen Burke and David Leslie, also with the Division of Drinking Water. And from our Office of Research Planning and Performance, we have Max Gomberg and Mariel Pinera. Next slide, please. This presentation will describe how the Electronic Annual Report, or EAR, has evolved, the uses of the EAR data, and the EAR redevelopment project that should make it easier for water systems to complete and easier for board staff and the public to access and analyze EAR data. The presentation will also describe the data quality concerns for data that is used to inform the development of the SAFER program and identify proposed and short and long-term solutions to address these concerns. Next slide, please. The original purpose of the annual report to the drinking water program, as it was originally called, was to collect critical water system information intended to assess the status of compliance with specific regulatory requirements, such as source water capacity. It provided updated contact and inventory information, such as population and number of service connections, which affects how regulations are implemented based on the public water system size. Our field staff have used this information to conduct sanitary surveys of public water systems for many years. Our original annual reports were, of course, hard copy, and you can see an example of a scanned copy from sometime in the 90s. We used this hard copy format beginning in the mid-1980s. In the 1990s, when our drinking water program began taking on some of the historic county small water system programs and began direct regulation of the small water systems, we created a separate survey form for large and small water systems. And the questions began to diverge in similarity at that point. The electronic version of the annual report, dubbed the EAR, some call it the EAR, was implemented in 2009 with large water systems first, and then with all public water systems in 2010. Although many LPAs engaged the use of the EAR with their systems, the reporting of an EAR became a requirement under the 2017 amendment to the LPA delegation agreement. The LPA community and non-transient, non-community water systems were required to report in 2018, and transient non-community systems were required to report in 2019. Next slide, please. After DDW joined the Water Board, The EAR was recognized as having broad value in getting information related to public water systems and urban water suppliers, since it was the only platform that extended to all public water systems. The EAR continues to be a core data gathering platform for our field activities, but we've also partnered with ORPP and the Department of Water Resources to gather additional data to inform the programs they are addressing. Most recently, we have provided EAR and CIDWIS data to the Department of Water Resources to assist in the development of risk indicators for the statewide drought risk tool. We have committed to using the EAR to gather water shortage contingency planning information from smaller systems in lieu of requiring these systems to develop a water shortage contingency plan on their own. We have not yet implemented any of those new reporting requirements yet. In 2018, we formed the Advisory Input Forum, following a significant effort by our public water systems to communicate with us on the impact of changes to the EAR on their business practices. This group is made up of public water systems and non-government organization representatives. We've engaged the Input Forum each year since then to present the changes to the EAR and engage their feedback to structure the questions in a way that ensures we get meaningful data. There are currently about 30 public water systems represented on the EAR Input Forum, but only half of these actively participate in our meetings and review of the EAR question set each year. 6 NGOs have actively participated in these conversations as well. In the past year, we've been working with our Division of Information Technology, or DIT, to identify and improve platform and processes for the EAR in order to address problems with the data set and the overall length of the report. We're on a path to having phase 1 of the new EAR go live in 2021 for the 2020 EAR reporting year. There will be more work needed, and I will outline that at the end of this presentation, and this will complete the vision for revamping the EAR. The data needs for our SAFER program are also driving our need to redesign the EAR. Complete and accurate information is essential to inform the Needs Analysis Unit risk evaluations. David will be presenting some of these issues related to the EAR data later in this presentation. These concerns must be addressed through changes to the EAR platform and processes to improve reporting and data accuracy. There are challenges in bringing a new EAR platform online while at the same time making significant revisions to meet the SAFER data needs. Next up, we have Stephen Burke, who will be presenting our overall EAR data concepts, data flows, and how we are making the EAR data available to internal and external users. Stephen?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Perfect. Thank you, Betsy. Hello, board. My name is Stephen Burke. In the last 5 years, while serving Division of Drinking Water, I have served in 3 unique roles involving emergency response in 2015, and then data management beginning in 2017. In my presentation on the EAR data concepts, I'd like to start with an illustration of the hierarchy of data and examples of data users. Early on in the EAR data management, Office of Information Management Analysis, OIMA, shared this concept to support our efforts. On the left pyramid, the data use hierarchy illustrates the journey of data and its transformation into information, knowledge, and eventually wisdom and action. On the right, inverted pyramid, you will see the historical understanding of EAR data uses, including examples of the users or applications. The next 4 slides will discuss the joint effort of DDW and Division of Information Technology, DIT, and the processes developed to bridge data with its data users. Next slide. I guess I have control. Today we have a combined total of 20 survey sections across the 2 survey templates. These sections are used for different reasons. For example, the sanitary survey inspections conducted by district and county LPA field staff actively rely on introduction, contacts, population, connections, sources, water supply, certification, treatment, and distribution. While these 9 sections include key information pertinent to the 8 elements of a sanitary survey, all 20 sections include key information for the California Drinking Water Program. Later in the presentation, we will hear from some of our water board counterparts on the importance of EAR data for technical assistance and legislative analysis. Next slide. In our 6th year of the EAR processes while at the water board, the current data flow can be grouped into 2 phases of development: the front-end design and the back-end design. The dates displayed consider the reporting year build for 2020, next year's survey release. Data collection and data storage are included in the front-end design processes for the reporting year of 2020 because of the change in platforms. It was imperative to test database compatibility between platforms to ensure EAR analysis may be conducted over time. Conversely, the back-end design refers to the handling of data received. Once the water system starts the EAR survey, data is immediately available, complete or not. User access is determined as the completed available data becomes ready to share. Sorry, I'm not familiar with there it is. And here's the first flow chart. The top lane of this flow chart illustrates the reporting year build, including California policy, DDW, ORPP, and DIT. Supported with the EAR committee and charter, our team works in coordination with DIT to log change requests for the new reporting year. The middle lane illustrates the review process between the water system and district or county LPAs. Water systems may have more than one EAR reporter working with the EAR reviewer to meet the completion timeline. As surveys are started, data is collected and stored into the database locally, hosted on the standard query language, or SQL, server. This is operated and maintained by DIT. On the bottom lane, entitled Storage, the DDW administrator is a relatively new role. Provided necessary software and hands-on training, DDW began dynamic or real-time access to stored EAR data. The top lane of this next flowchart mirrors the bottom lane of the last slide to highlight the stored data becoming available. Over the last 3 years, in a joint effort between DDW and DIT, we developed a method for categorizing the available data for a reporting year. Key categorization specifications included single machine readable view, acceptable query processing time, reduction of the number of erroneous errors. Initially, the categorized data by reporting year would serve report building for the Public Record Act, or PRA, requests, pictured on the right of the bottom lane. Moving right to left to the intranet dashboard, the compilation of various reports over time using the live connection to the database allowed me to create the EAR dashboard, centralizing the reports for all available water board employees, especially district field staff. Similarly, pictured below the dashboard, the county LPAs would require shared EAR report tool. Moving again laterally across to the right to water board SQL users, in May of 2020, with support from DIT, a process was created to provide water board employees real-time server connection to access the categorized EAR data. Since then, our water board colleagues, OWEMA and ORPP, have successfully tested this process and its usefulness for software analysis. A successful test meant we were ready to publish. In July 2020, DDW has published 6 years of reporting year data, equivalent to approximately 34 million records. Using the processes established with DIT, DDW anticipates releasing an additional 7 million records once the current EAR collection period is considered complete. The website design incorporates a 3-column design pictured here on the right, organized by reporting year. The vertical design supports future data set expansion, including new data sets at the top. The left column includes the data files, while the middle and right column includes survey templates for corresponding EAR dataset. Under DIT guidance, we identified tab delimited text file to be the best format for the least number of errors. This publication includes the most comprehensive data dictionary developed to date for the EAR. The website URL is displayed at the bottom. Sorry, next slide. Thank you. Moving down in the public EAR webpage, we have provided reference tools for conducting analysis. Like the process piloted with water board employees, data users will be able to relate the EAR results with reporting water system details and question answer specifications. The EAR reference tools include EAR data dictionary, water system inventory file, and as appropriate, the error report. The 4 rounded rectangles at the bottom of the slide are each names of the software tested for analysis using the EAR results and reference files. In fact, our next presenter is the latest tester of the EAR data using the open source software Jupyter. Let us welcome Marielle Pinheiro of ORPP.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm Marielle Pinheiro, Research Data Specialist with the Office of Research Planning and Performance. I've presented to you in the past on the monthly conservation reporting data. And in the next few slides, I'll be presenting a sample of how the board uses the data that we collect. As seen in the previous slides, the data that we collect in the EAR is extensive and highly diverse. This is reflected in the range of regulatory efforts and reports that have been produced using this data. Our first example pertains to affordable drinking water. The Low Income Water Rate Assistance Act, which was established through Assembly Bill 401, directs the board to prepare a plan for implementing a water rate assistance program. To that end, we collect data on water rates and mechanisms to provide financial relief, and the results have been summarized in a report that was submitted to the legislature in February 2020. This data on rates and charges will also help the SAFER program in its work to develop the affordability threshold as directed by Senate Bill 200. Next slide, please. In conjunction with our work on water rates, we have also been assessing statistics on shutoffs, a topic that is particularly relevant since Executive Order N4220 enacted a moratorium on shutoffs. Senate Bill 998 established a number of regulations that increases transparency with regards to shutoff policies. Water systems must provide information on the annual number of shutoffs. Reconnection fees are capped at $50 during business hours and $150 during non-business hours, and shutoff policies must be available in languages spoken by 10% or more of people within the system's service area. Next slide, please. Here is a brief summary of some of the 2019 findings from the rates and shutoff data. An average water bill as reported in the EAR is $58 a month. Many water systems, particularly small systems, are still charging their customers a flat rate structure. These systems have not effectively messaged a water conservation price signal to their customers. Additionally, 5% of small water systems and 47% of large water systems that reported included other charges, such as utilities and city fees, in the water bill, which can make it more difficult to pay the full amount on time. With regards to shutoffs, 8% of large water systems reported 1,000 or more shutoffs for 2019, and 9% of large water systems reported shutoff numbers that are equivalent to 10% or more of their total number of connections, while 2% of small water systems reported shutoff numbers that are equivalent to 10% or more of their total number of connections. Next slide, please. A number of regulatory efforts regarding water conservation in California have been prompted by present and future stresses to the water supply. To that end, we assess data on water production and deliveries to understand how and where water is being used. The chart on the upper left illustrates the proportions of water deliveries as reported in the EAR. Roughly 2/3 of municipal water deliveries are residential, with the remaining third going towards commercial, institutional, industrial, and irrigation purposes. We also use the EAR data on infrastructure and leaks to establish water loss standards. And the EAR data also informs efforts to make water systems more resilient to future impacts from climate change, which include sustained drought and risk from floods and fires. I'm going to hand it over now to David Leslie, who will be providing further insight on the water rates data collection.
Thank you, Marielle. Hello, everyone.
My name is David Leslie, and I'm an environmental scientist with the Needs Analysis Unit within DDW's SAFER section. Earlier this year, we conducted an affordability assessment for the Fund Expenditure Plan, which relied on water rate data from the EAR. Through this work, it became apparent that the data we received had some data completeness and accuracy issues, which I will share with you today. Our unit will continue to rely on this data to conduct our annual needs assessment work, and it is crucial for us to not only understand the limitations of the data we work with, but also identify opportunities to improve it in the future. But before I dig in, I really want to stress that the EAR does rely on self-reporting, and more specifically, the section I'm going to talk about is not required. Next slide, please. So everyone might not be as familiar with the EAR as I am, so I wanted to briefly talk about the water rate sections which we use in our affordability assessment. As you can see in this slide, what we are asking for is a monthly rate at various levels of consumption, which is measured in 100 cubic feet. One quick note here, not all water systems are 1, billed monthly, 2, measure consumption in 100 cubic feet, which both of these factors can require math to complete this portion of the survey. But we need this conversion to happen because it allows us to compare water rates across systems. Next slide, please. We wanted to see if water systems were in fact providing inaccurate data for this section, so we conducted a small data quality audit by reaching out to 47 community water systems to verify their water rates. Of those 47, 14 had reported inaccurate data, which is roughly about 30%. Next slide, please. While data accuracy is very important, we also needed to make sure we have good data coverage for the water systems we're interested in. Therefore, we wanted to look at the completion rates of the water rate section in the 2018 reporting year. The graphic here shows that 60% of the water rates with rates that provided data to us, and 21% did not. Despite those relatively good numbers for a voluntary section, we found that 82% of the water systems who did not submit data were small water systems under 3,300 service connections. And those systems are mission critical for the SAFER program. Next slide, please. In addition to the water rate study, our unit has also been digging into other EAR data fields to determine the completion rates for community water systems. We are focusing on data fields we may utilize in our risk assessment. You can see from the table here, a number of EAR data fields are missing responses from systems with less than 3,300 service connections. Again, this is the demographic the SAFER program is most concerned with. Next slide, please. But it's not all doom and gloom. We are working to address these challenges. Our units with ORPP, DIT, and others are collaborating to improve the EAR user experience in this section, as well as providing greater clarity to existing questions. We are also going to be developing improved guidance materials for staff and water systems. And with that, I'm now going to hand it off to Betsy, who is going to dive in a little bit deeper about current and future progress being made to improve the EAR. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Yes, that slide. You have seen in this presentation how the EAR data is gathered, validated, and published, how we use the data, as well as issues identified with data completeness and accuracy. To ensure a stronger data set for informing our decisions, we've been working with DIT on the EAR redevelopment project described earlier. As part of this project, we have identified short and long-term plans for improving the EAR experience to hopefully improve both completeness and accuracy in reporting and reduce what we call survey fatigue. Our short-term goals will be implemented for the 2020 reporting year EAR, which goes live in February 2021. The aspects that will be addressed for this 2020 reporting year EAR include combining the large and small system EARs into a single survey. This ensures data relationships are retained over time and improves the ability to use the data. The use of skip logic and hide and show will allow the EAR to be tailored to each public water system based on their public water system classification and size. This will simplify the EAR and reduce the number of questions that some water systems need to respond to. There will also be functionality to auto-calculate based on multiple fields to reduce data errors that David mentioned. The long-term plan includes breaking the EAR out into tailored, topic-focused surveys with varied reporting deadlines. For example, the water rates and financial section of the EAR could be a separate survey. This would allow our water systems to focus only on that topic when reporting, not on all 20 sections all at once. It also allows us to vary reporting deadlines if appropriate. These long-term goals will begin with the 2021 reporting year EAR, which is implemented in 2022, and may take several years to fully complete. We will be sharing these short and long-term efforts with the EAR input form at our next meeting scheduled for late August. We're encouraging the board to continue to support this redevelopment project to implement the changes to the EAR needed to improve both data reporting and data quality for informing decision-making. There is significant concern about our ability to achieve the short-term goals and address the changes needed for SAFER while still meeting our EAR go-live date of February 2021. Right now then, Max and Darren will have some wrap-up comments. Thank you.
So just quickly from my standpoint, the EAR is a really critical part of what we do. You saw how much it does. In fact, I even learned from that pie chart when the staff put the presentation together, all the different pieces, which is pretty amazing. We are working hard with the community that does fill this out for us to make sure that we come up with ways to improve it and make it more user-friendly and more flexible so that we can adjust quicker on the fly with things like questions earlier today with the ability to check possibly financial data associated with shutoffs and stuff, which we're unable to put in quickly now. So that's it for me, unless you had questions.
And Max, were you gonna say a few words?
Oh, am I unmuted now?
You are now.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Yeah, so just really briefly as a wrap up, you know, as Darren said, this is really incredibly important data for so much of the work we do. And I also want to link it to the next item on this agenda, which is racial equity. So much of the work we do, not only in collecting this data, but also in the presentations we heard earlier this morning, whether it's on the localized impact of wastewater to understand clusters of COVID cases, which we know are disproportionately affecting Black and Brown low-income communities, whether it's on the household and water system, financial impacts from COVID. This is all part of the human right to water, which is part and parcel of our external facing racial equity work. And so, you know, as we think about making changes as an organization to really do our part to advance these causes of racial equity in society and try to right some of the inequities that are historical and structural and ongoing. It's really important to recognize some of the work we do have going on and the need to strengthen it as time goes on the data collection, so we can demonstrate in a data-driven way how our programs and how our policies are advancing the cause of racial equity and the human right to water generally. So I just wanted to wrap on that, particularly as we transition into the next item. Thanks.
Thanks, Max. As you know, that next item is of critical importance to so many of us on the board, but as an agency. And so I appreciate the bridge to some of the discussion here on the EAR. When it comes to the EAR, it is one of our central opportunities to collect what is base background information from our drinking water systems. And candidly, we're often times a bit challenged when it comes to our resources on the data systems that we use. And I think that some of the frustration that we may sometimes sense from the water user community, the fatigue, is sometimes maybe on the lack of features that are relatively sort of standard in the private sector, and some of the forms or services that entities may be used to engaging, bank accounts, otherwise. You know, we are in a very concerted discussion now at the boards about how to modernize our systems, and the EAR is one of those central systems. You know, where the data goes, how it's collected, the ease of its collection, but then the usage of it for really critical, mission critical decisions this board makes at any time. And so, you know, it is, for me at least, this whole space, this data space, if you will, it's come up, you know, a couple of times in our discussions here. And I think part of the criticality is the trust in us as an institution to engage in what is sophisticated data science work. We have an incredible foundation already, and it is about how are we going to take it to this next level, you know, really modernize our approaches, the platforms we use, and then really continue to focus on the outcomes that they're all amounting and about, and help us as a board to make these better informed decisions, and help really all of us as a state to make these better informed decisions. It is you know, with over 7,000 systems to report into the EAR, it's not a small task. And again, we're looking to continue to make sure we do our part in ensuring the resources are there to improve and do better by, and make easier for the regulated community, the public water agencies out there, knowing that such a large part of our non-responses are those systems under 3,000 connections. And so there's something in that space. So just thanks, appreciate everyone's good work in this, and the opportunity to more thoroughly engage with the public here on this discussion. We have a number, I think we have about 7 folks or so lined up for public comment, but open up to other of the board members for any comment.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation, and obviously the electronic annual report is a huge amount of work, and a lot of careful thought is being put into the refresh of it. And so I kind of zeroed in on that piece, and just thinking about how many different components it now has with, you know, affordability, shutoffs, water conservation. It's really broadening its scope of the different types of questions and information we're asking, and perhaps rightly so. So, you know, the word survey fatigue has come up a few times. And at the same time, there was also a mention that you might be breaking up the survey into different sub-surveys with different deadlines. And so, you know, I'm cognizant of all the different reporting that water agencies have to do already. Just thinking about urban water management plans, you know, water and supply demand assessments, you know, the monthly reporting we just recently adopted. You know, there's a long list of reporting they already have to do. So my question to staff is really, you know, how are you factoring that in? The streamlining of the reporting, kind of, how are you building that into this update cycle? You know, thinking about how we
that, and that doesn't change every year, and so why make them fill it out over and over again? So one of the ways we're looking at, and why we're talking about breaking it up into different time cycles, is there could be some that are they can do as the change happens, and that would save them from having to do it. Of course, we would flash in front of them what it was in case, to remind them of what it is in case it does need to change. And then other instances where there's different departments that do different parts of it. The financial and water right group is different from different parts of the survey. And so having it separate and different time schedules, the agencies we've talked to have been clear that that might help them a ton, especially the bigger ones that are multiple departments, in addressing it, where now it's kind of a big push to time everybody and get everybody linked together. And and coordinate their departments to pull that off. So that's kind of a short answer to one of the reasons. We're definitely going to work with them to make sure that we coordinate with how best to do it in their lives.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from or questions from fellow board members? It looks like Max would like to add additional comment here. Max?
Had to get unmuted again. Just really briefly, in response to that, Board Member McGuire, because a number of the items you mentioned sort of relate to the conservation space for large urban agencies. You know, we're cognizant of that. We have a statutory mandate to work on data streamlining. And I would just say we are looking at options for example, pre-populating the EAR report with the monthly production reports that the board recently adopted. So there are a number of examples of places where we are trying to streamline and just make it easier so that there isn't so much repetition of information submission.
Yeah, that's helpful. And just being mindful that if, you know, Department of Water Resources, for example, is asking for similar water supply, kind of drought resiliency types of questions, and it's somewhat redundant with what we're already asking, to find a way to maybe ask the question once amongst agencies and get that populated. Ultimately, you know, that should be our ultimate goal. I know it's easier said than done, but I'm sure you'll have that in mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'll just flag though that I know that there are specific projects with the Water Data Consortium as it's being stood up, and as we implement AB 1755, the Open Water Data Act, with our sister agencies, that we're thinking around just that. And you know, I think the board member, to your point, will need to continue to be mindful about what that ultimate solution kind of looks like, or how we are able to cross-pollinate when there's data, or agree which entity is most appropriate to collect it to begin with. You know, all that sort of streamlining and discussion, I think, is certainly the space and ability. I will flag, as I understand it, when it comes to the drought asks that are in the EAR, that was already coordinated through the drought task force, I believe, that was, or you know, the resiliency task force that was going on at the Department of Water Resources. And so perhaps maybe that's actually an example of that, doing just that, finding opportunities within each other's products to ensure we're getting the data we need. But
fair enough. I think there's some differences between large water systems and what they have to do in small water systems.
Definitely.
But you definitely make a good point. Thank you.
Yeah, well, and definitely that, you know, when Darren talks about multiple departments handling different parts of the EAR, the smaller down you go, the less likely that is to be. And the entire EAR falls on maybe just a few people filling it out. And so I think, yeah, it's important that we figure out how best we continue to get the outcomes we need from it, and the responses particularly. And streamlining is critical to that. So I appreciate that, board member. Any other comments or thoughts before we go to the 7 or so folks we have lined up? Maybe 5. Okay, hearing none. We can move to Sonali Abraham with the Pacific Institute as our first commenter. And for those of you here on the platform, you can see the scroll there has folks that are coming up next as to help to prepare. Hello, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon.
Hi, thanks for having me. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I am here representing both Pacific Institute and the NRDC since Tracy had to drop off. So I just want to start off by thanking staff for that great presentation. That was really insightful, and I'm excited to see all those efforts being made to redesign the EAR. I would also note that this is the primary source of drinking water data collected by the state, and we should be taking the accuracy and timely submittal of this data very seriously. As some of you may know, both the Pacific Institute and NRDC are avid users of the data, and the EAR really helps the policy and research community bridge the gap between anecdote and general patterns. Overall, we strongly support the continued implementation of the EAR and these efforts to ensure it includes the right data points we need to ensure safe, reliable, and affordable water. A second quick point, really appreciate the work that the staff has done to improve data entry already for water suppliers and for users. We would encourage that we continue these efforts to improve accuracy, as well as sort of ensuring consistency across various state data sets and reducing redundancies. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just want to reiterate that it's a valuable data set for anyone looking for informed urban water policy. And thanks to staff for all their work on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your comments. Next, we have Debbie Orrs with the Community Water Center.
Hi. Hello again, everybody. Thank you for providing the time to speak. I just wanted to make a quick comment on as the state moves increasingly towards drought conditions yet again, we're hoping that the State Water Board will move forward with implementation of the EAR drought recommendations from the CDAG report this year and not wait further. However, if the board does feel waiting is necessary, we just would like to get a better understanding of why that's necessary so we can explain and update the communities that we work with who both want and need to see more action on drought preparedness. So that's it for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sorry, I'll just jump in on that topic because I think it's an important question. I mean, my understanding is that the final recommendations haven't yet been finalized through DWR's process. And so, you know, I think we want to respect that process to finalize recommendations since there's a robust stakeholder process around that. But I also think that it's a good example of how, you know, of exactly what Board Member McGuire, you were raising and the chair was discussing, which is, you know, between DWR and our agencies, counties, local water providers, there's different ways that we can work together towards trying to get adequate data and have, you know, ensure that we're preparing for things like drought adequately. And, you know, with small systems and rural communities, it's not, you know, it's certainly not required and it's not as realistic to have like a, you know, a consultant-led or engineer-led report on like an urban water management plan, which is really expensive and comprehensive. And I think instead part of the discussion with that collaborative group has been, you know, can we just streamline and say, you know, report, do you have these basic things that folks need to have in order to be more emergency resilient, including drought resilient, and then figure out the most efficient way of collecting that, which includes this EAR. So I think this is a really important tool. And I also think it's a good example of the types of collaborative discussions that I am hoping we can continue or increasingly have across our agencies and across not just agencies at the state level, but also with the stakeholders that are, you know, having to fill this out and dealing with different state agencies and data collection and reporting requirements.
Thank you, board member. Really appreciate that. And I think that there's definitely tremendous opportunity in the time ahead to have that better just understanding between ourselves, the water agencies that are reporting data, and the state agency side, and look forward to further discussion for helping however I can in that discussion. We do have one last speaker, Nathalie Escobedo Garcia, with the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability.
And while she was on the feed until a few moments ago, it appears that she has dropped off and we've not seen her come back on.
Okay. If you're watching on the live stream, by all means, jump back on and we'll try to get you quickly in here if you would like to still provide comment. And sorry, it has been a bit of a long day, but appreciate everyone's comments. I don't have too much more to add to what has been a good comment from the board members here. again, I think we all agree that the ear is important. We need to better streamline it, better understand how we facilitate trust in, doing well on our part and making it easy to update, not making it an onerous exercise, and continuing to increase the response rates and seeing it as one of the core data points that we as a state collect on a yearly basis in a really critical way that informs our policy and work. And so just thank everyone's comments, but open to if there's also additional comment, I don't know, Board Member Doduk or Vice Chair.
And I was just going to add a couple of things because I think just overall, I think, I've also seen the frustration firsthand from water agencies that are having to spend hours filling out this report and feeling like they're reporting the same information to multiple agencies, and it's extremely frustrating. And I also just really appreciate staff's, efforts in figuring out how to improve on the technical side, our ability to streamline information gathering and to, to Chair Escobar's point, like there's a lot of work we are doing, and I think have coming up on improving those systems so that we can be better partners. I think in addition to those technical improvements or sort of system improvements, which we went through, there's a key component of how we are collaborating with stakeholders to continue to improve how we ask questions so that we're getting more complete and accurate information into our system. And I think that goes to the work the staff have already been developing in the last few years around the input forum. I would really encourage us to kind of think about formalizing and expanding that a little bit more than what we've been able to do thus far, so that we have really regular forums and ongoing relationships with the water agencies that are having to fill this out, the technical assistance providers and groups that are trying to work with, especially small agencies, the other agencies that we, like DWR and others that rely on the data that we get from this to include in their reports and analysis. So really trying to figure out what is that kind of user stakeholder group, how can we create more regular, ongoing and intentional spaces to get feedback and clarity on what the information is that we're trying to get and how to ask it in a way where we're going to get accurate and more complete results. And I guess finally on this, I do think that at the end of the day, this kind of reporting on an annual basis is fundamentally critical for us as a regulatory agency to implement and do our work. It's also one that other agencies utilize for required reporting as well. And through data sharing or uploading our data. So I do think we need to really relook again with this broader advisory group around ensuring that we are clarifying what is mandatory and looking at, can we make can we have a clearer universe of what we are requiring on an annual basis? And then if there are additional extracurricular research efforts, then that's great. And we want to be able to figure out how to support that. But I also think, we need to focus on how we're getting the fundamental mission critical data we need to, meet our responsibilities. And I think that means some expansion of some of the topics that are under requirement, and also some paring back and focused efforts to maybe streamline and reduce the number of questions and burden of data reporting.
Thank you, board member. Any other thoughts from my colleagues? Okay, well, thank you. Do we want to take a quick break before we get to our last item, or shall we move into, well, we still have board member reports afterwards, and so we can either, let's just keep moving. How's that? All right. Sorry to be thinking out loud a little too much. Well, that brings us to what I would say is certainly one of our most important discussions of the day, easily, and have appreciated that in a number of ways it has come up, been alluded to. We're at an incredible moment, all of us as government entities and institutions. A couple months back, and here and there throughout discussion, as you've seen here at this board, we've reflected on what it is that we need to be doing insofar as really committing ourselves to an effort and a project and a discussion. It's been a slow sort of bubble internally of selecting a steering committee. And there I want to thank and welcome Hope Smythe and Greg Gearhart, and also thank Adriana Renteria. And good to see you, Adriana, who, what really started as, again, a real, I think, just clear acknowledgement up and down our organization up through Cali, PA, that we need to have a racial equity discussion. We need to talk about race in this moment because of the obviousness of what we've seen with the passing of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and other injustices, incredible injustices when it comes to police use, force, and brutality, but more connected to a real history, an incredible history and discussion around race, racism, racial tensions that have existed in this country for centuries and decades. And that 50 years ago, with the passing of the Civil Rights Act, the passing of the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, an incredible time in this country, we as a nation decided something different. And it's not lost on me either that today is the 100th anniversary of suffrage, of women beginning to achieve equality and starting with suffrage, but equal protection under the Constitution after 100 years, we know there too. We have a lot to do and a lot to focus on as a society. And so it's not easy to sometimes talk about race, racial injustice. I come to this discussion with my own biases, my own lessons, and my own work to do on a personal level. And so I think we all come to the discussion with that sort of humility. It's then really about how that starts at this personal level, but what it means to us as an institution. And as I said, about 50 years ago, there was an incredible moment where this nation forcefully and through law, through action, through consciousness raising, really embraced what sort of communities we wanted to create for ourselves. And so here we are 50 years on from that incredible moment, and we have progress to show, but we also have a lot to still yet do. And so this moment, I feel incredibly, is not about myself or any of us as board members or any one of the boards or regional boards. This is a water boards discussion. It's a very personal one. It's one that will, as you'll hear, and again, incredible thanks to the steering committee who has started to create a framework for further discussion and work that will happen internally for us to look at our own compositions, to ask ourselves if we reflect the incredible diversity of this state, and recognize that by doing so, we become better decision makers. We become able to make better decisions and outcomes because we're infused by, supported by, and understand the experiences, the knowledge, the lives that so many of the communities lead, but particularly those communities of color who are disproportionately impacted by the pollution that this board is called to prevent on the watershed scale, in taps and homes and drinking water. And so, I come from a moment of thanks for this item to be here, excited that we're here to have an open discussion as to what it is that we're embarking on. What is this project? What are, and it is about the short-term actions that we're going to commit ourselves to, the longer-term actions, and ultimately, as you'll hear, a resolution that the water boards, again, a water boards discussion about how we're going to participate and recommit ourselves to this project of racial equity that we as a society have all committed ourselves, but in particularly we as government institutions, representatives, and instruments and tools of a democratic society continue to reinforce and recommit ourselves to. And so I just want to thank the leadership of all my fellow colleagues on this board, and importantly, our colleagues in the program who have spent time, have given thought, and know that actually this discussion isn't just starting at the board. We have a years-long history of incredible passion and engagement around racial equity and government accountability around racial equity. The Government Alliance for Racial Equity, I believe, GARE, is a program that was historically participated in. So we come to this discussion with a foundation, and not starting from a zero spot, but really looking to formalize this through discussions at the regional boards here, now starting at the state board, and on through the next months. And so I'll stop there. I've said enough already, but just can't express my incredible gratitude. And so we'll turn it over to Eileen and others to further talk about the work, what we're proposing, and get some good discussion. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. We really look forward to this presentation and the kickoff of the public discussion. And I wanted to make sure that you and the other board members know that I did send out an invitation, an all-hands invitation, letting all of the state and regional water board employees know that this item was coming before the state board today, and inviting them to tune in either in person, although that's hard because it's really hard to predict when these items will come up, but also giving them the link they can listen to later. I think it's great that there's a huge amount of internal enthusiasm and interest, and questions about what this is going to look like. There's going to be a lot of listening. This whole effort is going to entail both an internal effort, us looking at the composition of the water boards and whether we reflect the racial diversity of our community and how we can correct the racial inequities within our own organization, but also externally, how are we relating to all of California, especially racially diverse parts of California, and how our programs have impacted either fairly or unfairly in the past and going forward those communities. It is the beginning of a long conversation. I think it's really important to get guidance from you and the regional boards to really make sure that all of your staff know that this is vitally important and that they are empowered to have these conversations and to ask hard questions and to make hard comments in a space that is often uncomfortable to us, but that's how we move forward and make progress. So we're going to make a very short presentation, sort of along the lines you already outlined, sort of what is the sort of overall history of some patterns of racial inequity. What have we done? What baby steps have we taken at the board already? What kind of process do we envision going forward? And then just kicking it off for discussion. And again, the water boards, there are 10 water boards, 9 of them are our regional water boards. Those are our boots on the ground. Not exclusively, the state water board has boots on the ground too. We all know the Division of Drinking Water has offices out in their districts, but for many of our really important programs, it's the regional boards that are the interface on a daily basis with our communities. And so it's really important to make sure that all of our regional boards, regional executive officers, and staffs are fully involved in this process. So with that, I'm going to kick it off to the team that's going to present. And we really look forward to your comments, your guidance, input from the public. It's the beginning of a very long process, and there will be a lot of conversations to come.
Great. Thank you, Chair Escobar and Eileen, for kicking off this effort for us. Adriana, Greg, and myself, we will be doing a tag team presentation this afternoon. And we definitely welcome the opportunity to discuss the proposed racial equity framework with you and to hear your comments and to hear comments back from the public as well. We are under no delusions that this is not going to be an easy process. I think Eileen and Chair said it well. It's going to be a lot of uncomfortable discussions, but I think that this is the time and this is the place to do this. So I'm the executive officer of the Santa Ana Water Board. I've been at the Water Board for about 30 years, starting as a student assistant. And when I first started with the water boards back in the day, there were not many women or people of color in supervisory management or exec positions. And while the racial diversity numbers have increased in the past 30 years, I still do think that the water boards still have more work to do in this regard. We've seen the brutal images that Chair Esquivel mentioned from the past few months and recognize that those images really do paint an ugly picture of race relations in this country. And while I think it's an important backdrop to the racial inequity discussion that we're embarking on, I also think it's important that we don't dwell on the past and the inequities that have been occurring in this country for many, many years, decades. And also in California as well. Instead, I think as one of the team members, we want to focus on the future and how the proposed plan that is before you for your input today can kickstart meaningful and real discussions to both develop a more racially diverse workforce at all levels, and also to ensure that our water quality protection programs are equitably implemented in the communities that we serve throughout California. So if I get the next slide, please. So in a nutshell, this is our vision statement, our goal statement for the effort that we're embarking on. It's just in simple terms, we want to evaluate, modify as appropriate internal and external practices, actions, and outcomes to work to eliminate systemic, institutional, and individual racism throughout the whole organization and the communities in California that we serve. So this is a very lofty goal, but I think it really frames how we intend to embark on this effort. We want to take a hard look at our internal racial workforce issues from both a recruitment and retention basis, since both are equally important. In addition, we also believe that it's important to work on providing advancement opportunities to people of color within the water boards at all levels and at all classifications, for all classifications. At the same time, we realize that it's critical that we do work with internal and external partners to ensure that we equitably use our regulatory tools to address environmental issues that affect communities of color. We want to work toward ensuring that our water quality programs protect public health, continue to protect public health and the environment equitably across racial, social, and economic divides. All communities deserve to have equal access to our agency's programs, funding sources, and our expertise. So just to comment on the relationship between communities of color and the water board's workforce. I firmly believe that addressing racial equality in our workforce will assist in reaching out to underdeserved communities. I ask, how is something for you to ponder, how as an organization can we make inroads in ensuring that communities of color's water quality needs are addressed if, as an organization, we do not have a workforce that actually reflects the communities that we serve? Communities of color have to see that our organization has and has a commitment to embrace a diverse workforce. Otherwise, you know, I ask, why would they trust or believe that the water boards have their interest in mind? It's a matter of trust, and it's a matter of appearances, if you will. So with those opening statements, I'll turn it over to Greg, who's going to provide an overview of some of the activities that he has been involved with Cal EPA over the past couple of years.
Thank you, Hope. Next slide, please. So the role that I'm going to play in today's presentation is to provide some historical context for not just the topic of systemic racism and racial inequity in our California landscapes, but also to a certain extent the practices and the work that the Water Board and Cali PA has done for the last 1.5 to 3 years. So I'm starting with this slide that shows essentially the fundamental differences and the scaling up of systems, if you will. If you go back in history in your head and you think about the times in the last century, at the middle of the century, 1940s, right after the war, somewhere around the 1950s and 60s, things started to change. But at that time, there were lots of systems that were being put into place under white supremacist ideology, essentially. So whether they're educational systems, health systems, mortgage preference and mortgage insurance systems, as well as just housing and land use practice systems that were put into place. These systems tended to work together for a similar purpose. And although they were stopped, these were examples of institutions, just to use this model a little bit. So the individual ideals might have been driving institutions to establish some of these systems and policies and practices. There were laws overturned. There were plenty of constitutional challenges, and eventually many of those, if not all of those systems, have been deemed unconstitutional and illegal today. But as recent as the late 60s, when I was born, in fact, there was an effort in California to overturn some of those federal systems that were meant to protect equal race and equal standing. So this is not an ancient history topic, and those systems are still in place. So then we get to the final level of the gear model, and structural racism is essentially a combination of different systems, many different systems. And I like to sort of describe this as a geospatial driver, if you will. So most of these systems that were put into place had to do with controlling where people had access to housing. And once they're limited to areas that have the only access to housing and financial gain associated with housing, equity, appreciation, and all those other facets that the white communities had a preference towards, once they had that standing, they were put into that place for a long period of time. So now we have generations of communities that, even though the laws have changed and the policies are illegal, the systems are still driving it. So that gets to the concept of structural racism. And the other kind of component that I want to lay out with structural racism is that it is a combination of services. It is not easy to pull apart one type of government service from another. As much as the media tries with things like law enforcement and health inequities, these really do add up. They're systemic in that very nature that government services like those all add up. So lack of access to transportation, lack of access to effective education, lack of access to water services, all of this is part of that same systemic or structural racism picture that's in place today still. Okay, so next slide, please. Joaquin Esquivel mentioned that the Government Alliance on Race and Equity is a project that we've been involved in. The tenets of that approach have been in place for a long time, but the project itself kicked off about 5 years ago. It's a network of governments. It's a government-focused effort. It sort of teaches this principle that government put most of these systems into place, and so government has a role to undo some of those systems or put new systems in place that deliver better services. So the government focus is really important. The network is large. The commitment across California state agencies is large and amazing, and I was able to be part of this for the last almost 2 years now. I co-led with Deldy Reyes, and who works for Yana, whose face you see on the screen there. Amazing supporters, amazing leaders on the topic, and an incredible opportunity and an honor, really, for me to be a part of this project for the last almost 2 years. That project had started a year prior, so if you add it all up, there have been about 60 folks across all the Cali PA boards, departments, and offices that have participated in one year or the other of that cohort up until today. we now have a group that easily doubles that amount that wants to be part of this project. That training is intense, so the members get a lot of exposure to the concepts, the history. The Color of Law is a great book. The movie Segregated by Design is based on The Color of Law. There's also some free videos out there on Race, the Power of Illusion that are fantastic. We will try to make some of these resources available to people on a public-facing website, but most of it is already public-facing, just not collected at the water boards yet. One of the things that the group did is they worked on a plan to achieve racial equity. That plan at the time was built on the philosophy that capacity change and transformation through the sort of change model that they have of normalizing, operationalizing, and institutionalizing these change elements. That was first based on normalizing. So we had a lot of internal facing things. We did work on training, language accessibility, and then workforce equity itself, which has to do with the hiring practices, the promotion, retention, the interventions that you do to try to promote that. So that whole effort is now in sort of year 3 of being implemented. And we're actually very well positioned to do the next phase of external facing, choosing some focus areas to do really great external facing work. We also have the benefit of being part of this membership. We conducted a racial equity survey this year, and we expect to see those results in the coming weeks. That will be a very informative baseline, and then we will do that every 2 years to measure progress, as well as to inform decisions on how to continue with this important work going forward. I am going to take the opportunity here to pass it over to Adriana Renteria, and I just want to say it has been an absolute honor to work with Hope and Adriana and Eileen and others on this team. The collaborative nature of this project has fed me. It's been the hardest and best part of my career. So Adriana, take over, please.
Oh, sorry, Adriana, we can't, I don't think we can hear you.
I'll say next slide for you though.
Adriana, try pulling out your microphone from your headset. It could be that it's got the wrong source within the Zoom, or if need be, in the lower left corner where it says join audio, there's a little up arrow. You might be able to select between your computer speaker or the headset you're wearing. How about now? We'll unmute you.
Thank you. I think my computer, my internet connection is not too good, so I was trying to connect via phone. But if you can hear me, that's great. And if I hop off, I'll hop on via phone. I think we actually wanted to play the Cali PA Garrett video to provide more background. Michael, is that something that we could do?
Margie should be able to hit play for you now, and it may take a second for it to stream up and spool, but here we go. And Margie, can you make sure the sound is up on the device you're playing from? All right, well, this is when best laid plans go awry, because it worked in the test run yesterday.
Okay, we may have to forgo then.
Okay, I tell you what, Adriana, why don't you go ahead and move on to the next slide, and maybe we'll do one more test run at the end of your presentation before we begin the board member discussion, and we can come back to Jana's presentation or Jana's video.
Awesome, thank you, Michael. And I actually think that the next slide is actually Hope. So if we can please move on to the next one, and then I'm going to pass the mic to Hope, and I'll take the last 2.
That sounds good, Adriana. Thank you. And I just have to echo what Greg indicated. Working with Greg and Adriana in the past month has just been exceptional. They're both highly motivated, and their expertise is inspiring. And Eileen as well. It's been a great process. So, I'm going to give you the highlights of the proposed framework that we have for tackling this effort. And what we envision are two committees or groups, if you will. The first one is the steering committee, who will oversee implementation of the overall framework and ensure that the work gets done. The steering committee will be made up of decision makers across the organization, the water board organization, and they will be responsible for developing and identifying key priorities for the working group. And also they will be responsible for reporting of program outcomes to the state board at future board meetings and also to the regional boards. Adriana will discuss a little bit later in more detail another responsibility of the steering committee to develop a racial equity resolution for the state board's consideration and an action plan as well. And finally, the steering committee, it's important to realize to say that the steering committee will also work with the regional water boards as they develop their own racial equity programs and resolutions as they see fit. So the proposed working group will be, as the name implies, they are going to be the workhorses of this effort. They will have a lot of work before them. They will be responsible for developing both short-term and long-term action plans for the water boards. And they will be charged with coordinating and working with all the water board organizations to solicit ideas, hear feedback, provide updates as needed. This working group, as well as the steering committee, will both interact with external partners, and in particular, those external communities of color partnerships that we look forward to formulating and working with. So I do want to mention that, you know, one of the things that we've discussed as we've kind of put this framework together is, you know, how these two groups, what we're looking for as membership of these groups. And, you know, it's really important that all the members of both the steering committee and the working group really commit to advancing racial equity, both in our organization and outside of our organization. They look for new solutions, open to new ideas. They definitely have to be committed to listening to their peers, receiving that input, and being accountable to the stakeholders, both internally and externally. And I think that's all I want to say on this. I'll turn it over to Adriana now, who will summarize the next steps for us.
Thank you, Hope. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, great. So I just want to recap and walk through our process. So like Hope mentioned, the way we're envisioning this is to having the steering committee really oversee and guide and facilitate this process. We're proposing that the first step of this effort be to have the steering committee convene and review past racial equity efforts to date in order to begin narrowing down the proposed focus area, with the ultimate end goal of developing a draft racial equity resolution. The steering committee would then convene the racial equity working group and establish the group's role. And together, the steering committee and the working group would work to facilitate and engage in a series of listening and learning sessions with internal and external stakeholders. We're envisioning that we would like to gather feedback from state and regional water board members, all water board staff, community members, tribal representatives, state agencies, and other partners. And once the working group has been able to consolidate feedback that has been gathered, the steering committee would then bring a draft resolution to the board for consideration and adoption. The next step of that process would then be to have the working group develop the short and long-term action plans and work with other state water board staff or water board staff to implement the recommended changes and actions. So because this is an ongoing process, we also envision the steering committee providing regular updates to board members and staff on the progress of this work. And this can either take place quarterly or at whatever frequency is appropriate. So if we move on to the next slide, please. So lastly, we just wanted to review proposed timelines and contextualize sort of the framework that we've talked about so far. So like we've mentioned, the first steps of this proposed process would be to convene the steering committee and the working group, which we're envisioning taking place in August and September. September and October, the working group would work on identifying those key focus areas. October through December is when we would be engaging in those listening and learning sessions with stakeholders, gathering feedback and recommendation. And then it's our goal to bring a draft racial equity resolution for consideration to boards in December. January and onward is when we would have the working group work on developing work plans and begin implementing those changes. So once again, this is just a structure that we're proposing in order to develop and implement a racial equity framework that is sustainable and long lasting. We recognize that addressing the current and historic impacts of racism really requires us to maintain an active and sustained commitment. We want to make sure that we're intentional with our discussions and that we're providing platforms for a collaborative and iterative process. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and your recommendations. And we're also happy to answer any questions that you may have. So once again, thanks again for your time and for your consideration on this topic.
Thank you so much, Adriana and Greg and Hope. Really appreciate the covering the framework as it's being proposed now, and the really incredible collaboration and work that again has gotten us to this point in the discussion. So just really, my incredible thanks for all of that. I'll flag that I'll need to be transitioning regrettably within the next few minutes to a congressional hearing that I'll be providing some testimony for, and then we'll be coming back. So hate to have that it's landing in the middle of this discussion, but just a flag. Other board members, thoughts? I think I've said enough certainly at the beginning. And did we want to try once more for Jana's video, or?
Yeah, we're prepared to try from 3 different devices. So I think Margie's ready to go, making one subtle difference from what she did initially. So Margie, you want to cue it up and go?
Yes, I have the mic on now, so let me go ahead and try.
Hi, I'm Yana Garcia. Today, I want to tell you about our agency's efforts to ensure a clean and safe environment for all Californians by confronting racial inequity. In 1987, a report called Toxic Waste and Race established that the racial composition of a community was the strongest indicator in determining the location of a toxic waste facility. Since then, more research has demonstrated that the color of one's skin continues to predict whether they are born in a community burdened with pollution or not. CalEnviroscreen is a tool that we use at CalEPA to map pollution and health burdens as well as vulnerabilities across the state. CalEnviroscreen data affirms the relationship that toxic waste and race showed us decades ago. CalEnviroscreen shows that the top 10% of least polluted neighborhoods are 72% white, whereas the top 10% of most polluted neighborhoods are comprised of 89% people of color.
We will not allow one county to become a dump site.
We know that structural racism and segregated planning over time have contributed to this disproportionate pollution in communities of color. Now, it's our shared responsibility to take intentional action to counter these injustices.
Hopefully, as you're building your strategy, you're implementing your racial equity action plan, you're finding ways to lift up others to support that work as well.
CalEPA is a proud member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, or GARE network. Being a member of this network presents a unique opportunity to affect organizational change from within by building the capacity of its participants to address persistent racial inequities through a collaborative agency process.
Working on racial equity issues is important and exciting because it matters. It's something that will hopefully have a lasting impact for generations to come, and we are continuing to progress and move the needle forward.
GARE has given us some very, very important tools. It's been a very, very effective way for us to bring our staff forward and to lead them into thinking about their role in addressing racial issues and issues of equity.
It should be stuff that's discussed almost on a daily basis, because every decision that CalEPA makes in some way is going to affect different races and different backgrounds differently.
Our workforce should represent the experiences and diversity of the communities we serve. That's why one of CaliPA's central racial equity goals is focused on workforce equity. CaliPA will develop a suite of recommendations to improve equity across the entire spectrum of recruitment, hiring, retention, and promotion. Trainings and capacity building are two other key methods to integrate racial equity at CaliPA. Racial equity trainings for staff and supervisors will ensure that our employees have the skills and resources they need to be successful and to deliver benefits to all California residents. Capacity building will include staff-level programming to increase awareness and normalize conversations around race. Californians with limited English proficiency have a right to access the same services and information as anyone else.
If we're not communicating in languages that are meaningful to people, if we're not reaching people who are linguistically isolated.
CaliPA will be evaluating the language access practices of the boards, departments, and offices within the agency to ensure information is provided in the languages Californians can understand. This includes developing a standardized language access policy for all boards and departments.
When we start having conversations, we can see where our differences lie and start honing in on kind of our commonalities.
5 years from now, what I hope to see as a result of the racial equity work that CaliPA is doing today is that there's a trust that is built between the communities and the CaliPA staff, and that we're able to go in and help address those environmental burdens that were placed on those communities through historical government actions.
We can't do this work without you. Please, get involved and visit our internal CaliPA website where you can learn more about upcoming opportunities to join the dialogue and participate in strategies to advance racial equity across our agency. Help us all move CaliPA forward and make one California for all.
Okay, I just want to announce Chair Esquivel indicated that he earlier indicated that he would need to leave, and he has done so so that he can participate in a panel, in a congressional panel. So I'll be taking over from here. And before going to public comment, I'd like to see if my colleagues have any questions or comments at this time. Okay, all right. I believe our first commenter is Debbie Orrs with the Community Water Center.
Good afternoon again. Just wanted to say that we're really excited that this framework is moving forward. This is such an important new piece of information and new framework for the State Water Board to be pushing through, especially in the current climate. But really excited to see what this what comes out of this. We do just ask that this is as it's being developed to keep in mind the workforce development framework that's also in the works, and also that this is connected to the community capacity plan that was included in the October Basin Plan Amendment resolution, just to continue working towards racial equity and that people are able to participate in State Water Board programs and other regulatory programs that the State Water Board oversees or that the regional boards oversee. So thank you so much, and really looking forward to seeing this process move forward.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Orrs. All right, next we have Mary Ann Warmerdam from Rural County Representatives of California.
Vice Chair Diadamo and members, thank you for a few moments to share with you some of our thoughts. First of all, having been through this kind of a discussion in both the public and private sector, I know how incredibly difficult it is. So I want to congratulate you on taking up the issues, and not only in this particular item, but in the earlier items today. It's all sort of embedded one into the other. Secondly, I'd like to encourage you, based on the experience in rural California, that one of the aspects of addressing racial inequity is economic equity. and how the economic situation of the communities in rural California may effectively hinder achieving some of the things that you're trying to do as an organization, because these communities tend to be isolated due to connectivity issues. They tend to have limited economic opportunities, which always constrains their view of the world. And I'd also like to just point out that, at least in our experience, the legal status of these communities, or large portions of these communities, has an implication with respect to how they view the reach out of counties. At least that's been our experience. I expect that also translate to state agencies. So I wanted to just point those out as a couple of the experiences that we have had coming from a rural perspective. Another area that we would encourage you to think about and weave into this larger conversation relates to the effect or the implications of rulemaking upon these communities. Because they're economically more distressed, the implications of anything from SGMA to 401 certification can have profound implications for these communities to move up in terms of their economic situation, which affects everything. This all ladders up as we think about how we bring these communities and the populations that live in these communities into a more equitable position. Finally, I want to take if the vice chair will allow me just a little bit of discretion, I wanted to acknowledge and express my appreciation for a number of the board members articulating the challenges that counties and local water agencies have. Kind of relates back to the whole economic situation of the communities that we serve as rural counties. But I just wanted to thank you formally for raising those items in earlier areas of the conversation today. With that, Madam Vice Chair, thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak. We look forward to collaborating with the water boards and the other Cal EPA BDOs in trying to affect some positive changes in this area.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Warmerdam. All right, next we have Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalia Escobedo Garcia. I'm a water policy coordinator for Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We are very supportive of the development of a racial justice framework and look forward to reviewing draft language and engaging in the process. We appreciate the staff's commitment to addressing racial issues, and our primary comment is that the working group and the steering committee must call for specific, measurable, and ambitious actions. Regarding the process, the actions of the working group and steering committee must be meaningfully informed by and include Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Specific metrics must be developed to assess progress in implementing this racial justice framework and to identify areas that need continued improvement. We are optimistic about the prospect of progress towards racial justice and offer our support in the development of this framework and its implementation. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Clary with the Clean Water Action.
And Vice Chair D'Adamo, Ms. Clary was unable to stick around, so we would move on to our next commenter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Loeffler. Nazar Pankiv. Let's see if he has access.
So Nazar, if I can hear us, or if you can hear us, I have, it looks like you've come in via phone this time and you've been invited to unmute your phone. And it doesn't appear that he's unmuting, Vice Chair D'Adamo, so if you want to proceed, I think that's it for the public commenters we have for this item.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Loeffler. So now I'll turn it over to my fellow board members to wrap things up and provide any additional thoughts or comments or questions. Board Member Firestone.
Sure. Yeah, and I appreciate, I know Chair Esquivel has really been a leader within this space, so I know he's frustrated to not be able to be here for a lot of this, but you know, he will continue to be a leader in this beyond this information item. Let's see, I want to say I really appreciate the thought that's gone into this and the process. I think that the process that is laid out is really intentional, is building in space to reflect and listen and discuss hard things, and to look both about how we're doing our work internally and how our work is impacting communities. I think I have faith that this will, you know, help us develop a meaningful set of actions, but also not just kind of a short-term limited scope, you know, pilot or something, but looking more fundamentally at how we are addressing this more comprehensively and systematically, in addition to be really, really actionable. And that's a hard balance to reach. So I appreciate the, you know, the thought that's gone into that. I also feel like the, you know, the folks that have put this together have been really thoughtful about how we build in staff throughout the organization, how we have real ownership and buy-in and leadership in taking responsibility for this, from all the way from board members and executive management, regional boards, but also you know, individual employees throughout the organization. So I really appreciate that vision and structure. I think that is also challenging. So, but I think that's the way that we need to do it. I think there's a couple things I thought I would share as we develop. You know, I think there's a lot of reflection points in here, but just as since we have this space as board members and in this public forum, a few things that I am hoping to see come out of this. And I think these are contemplated in what's being developed. I think one thing is helping us understand as individuals, as both as decision makers, as you know, implementers of government actions, as well as, you know, individuals and staff and sort of colleagues, how we can really play a role in advancing racial equity, not perpetuating the kind of racial injustices and structures of discrimination that have been in place and continue to be in place. And also just make sure that this, you know, whether it's internally with colleagues or how we interact with the external stakeholders that we work with, that everyone feels ultimately safe and supported and empowered and accountable for this. I think it's, you know, really the responsibility of all of us at the end of the day. It shouldn't just fall on, you know, employees or communities of color to really take responsibility for this whole effort and ensure that we're meeting these goals. I think that that part of this needs to be both quantitative. I appreciate Greg, you know, Greg's always such a leader and visionary around data. I think this does need, in order for us to, you know, understand and track and ensure the effectiveness of any of these efforts, we need to look at quantitative data and make sure that we're actually collecting data that helps us make good decisions. And understand impacts, understand the situation that we're in and how we can change it. And also qualitative, like asking people and the type of scoping that I think is being built into this. So I think listening, asking, creating space to listen, but also ensuring that we're acting proactively to collect data that helps us understand and address racial biases and sort of exclusionary practices that are going on. I think I would like to see and hear, and I think this was brought up, a even more intentional analysis and strategy around ensuring meaningful access to participation and engagement within our programs across the board. I think I'm really excited about the, Adriana's leadership and the Office of Public Participation has, much more resources than it used to, but really, I think it goes to looking at how we can look at what processes we're using, what resources, how we're supporting, folks to be able to really engage meaningfully and participate to help us do our work as an agency. And then my last two thoughts are, I do think, there's a, I've seen in the past efforts where they're kind of almost a pilot project or like, an intentional area that we're going to look at, maybe this one community or this one geographic area or this one program. And, for example, I think SAFER is a space that we're really doing great work in to, impact and address a lot of the, institutional and structural racism and racial equity issues. I also think that our work across the board, that we need to be looking comprehensively beyond just individual programs and looking at how, throughout our work as a board, we can bring this in. And I think that's what I saw with this, this proposal. We are, we're regulators, we're funders, we, adjudicate and allocate water rights, we do planning, we order cleanups. There's so many ways that the water board takes action. And I think really making sure that we have the space to think about how we bring this into all of those areas of work is I think what I'm excited about, that's beyond maybe what we've been able to do in the past. And lastly, I just really appreciate the intentionality around reporting and continuing to check in on progress. There's so many priorities, as we've heard today at the board meeting. Like, we always think of new priorities and new work and, have a lot on our plate. And so I think, maintaining some real consistency and structure and how we continue to reflect on this and maintain committed to this is a piece I also really appreciate within it. So thanks so much for staff, and the leaders that have put this together. And, I think I'm really excited to see how this evolves and be part of it.
Very good. Thank you for your comments, Board Member Firestone, and thank you for your work on this. Anyone else?
If I could. Thank you, Board Member Firestone, for those comments, and thank you to the chair for, I know, his commitment and engagement on this issue. Just a couple of comments. One, I really appreciate that the working group plans on holding listening and learning sessions very early in the process in order to, and start developing concepts for the resolution as well as eventual work plan. I think it is so important to hear from the communities, hear from stakeholders, internal as well as external, before anything is put down in writing. So I really appreciate that in the framework. The other thing that I would mention, and Board Member Firestone and I have been discussing community capacity building and looking at the framework goal statement. I think there is definitely some synergy there. And I know that we will be meeting with Adriana and discussing how, possibly that might be some integration there, because helping a community develop the capacity to meaningfully engage in our programs and activities will help achieve the goal that is specified for this racial equity initiative that we have. So more on that to come. And then finally, I'm glad you're back, Executive Director Sobek, because I have a question for you. I think you've heard from the chair, myself, and the other board members that obviously we support this effort very much and think it is very important. And we have a very ambitious timeline for the committee as well as staff in order to get this done. From your perspective, in terms of reassigning resources and staff to work on this, what does that mean for you in terms of staff redirection? And what does that mean in terms of what might be things that may get slipped in terms of our various priorities and timelines in order to work on this admittedly very important effort?
Thank you, Board Member Dodek. And my internet connection is unstable now, so if it goes, I'm just going to turn off my video and keep my audio on. But that's an excellent question, and I think we're going to have to ask ourselves that. We're going to have to sit down and figure out, when we put together the working group, and sort of see where they're pulled from, and see how we can keep working on our other priority items, but maybe do a little bit less work on some other lower priority items. And I think that is something that is being affected by lots of things going on these days. The work on COVID, the work on the time reduction that state employees are taking. So there's no doubt in my mind that some more routine work is likely to slip. That's one thing that we'll be sitting down with Mr. Gerhardt in his other OEMA hat and going through our goals and for next year, that we do office by office, region by region. And I think at that point, we'll try to figure out who's going to be involved in this effort and whether we have to adjust any goals. I did want to also just make it clear, I think everybody understands this, but I think it's worth spelling out that as Board Member Firestone said, this is not a short-term effort. We're only going to make a difference if this is a sustained effort. I think the board resolutions are not the end point. They're sort of the beginning point. They're sort of the beginning point of the actual implementation work plan. Obviously, if there are some things that we can do between now and then, we will, and we are doing some things. Just for instance, we did establish this last year, a group of people within our HR group that are devoted to recruitment, which we didn't have those dedicated resources before. 4 people are not going to change the entire water boards and our entire mission, but it's at least a commitment that we made in the last year. So I do want to make it clear that when we get to the resolutions, that it's somewhat akin to the human right to water resolution, where it kind of sets out for us the visions and the expectations of our boards, and we will go forward and implement and come back and report to you all and take direction from you based on the back and forth of where we are. But I do look forward to reporting back to you when we talk about what we've heard and what we plan to do, about how it will, if we are going to go in that direction, how it will affect our ability to do other things. I am hoping that for some of this, it will not be, especially once we get out through this first few months where we're listening and planning, that in implementation, it will be perhaps a reallocation of resources or a different intentionality on how we make certain decisions. Maybe maybe the exercise will lead us to think through some different factors that we take into account when we're considering permits, or so we won't be needing additional resources. We'll just be making sure that we're thinking through the full complement of implications for our programs. But I will be happy to report back. I do think it would be the responsible thing if we come to you with recommendations to tell you what the effect on the existing workload in the board would be.
Anything else, Board Member Dodick? Okay. Board Member McGuire?
Yeah, I just want to thank the steering committee for the presentation today, and I really appreciate all the effort and the intentionality that's being put behind addressing these racial equity issues. I know for me, I'm squarely in the learning mode, and I'm coming from a background as having been a manager at the State Water Board as staff, hired staff, retained staff. My eyes have been opened as to the importance of addressing implicit bias issues in the workplace. And, I can see that, I can understand it. And so I'm so thankful that we're taking focused steps to address the internal challenges that we've faced in legacy, historically, and then also externally. I know these are long-term efforts and we're not going to be able to change things overnight, but we are dealing with real-time issues, and we've discussed so many of them today as it relates to, COVID impacts and affordability, water shutoffs, safe and affordable drinking water. And tomorrow we have a workshop on the Salton Sea and issues that have been experienced there by communities due to a variety of challenges. And so, for me, over these next few months, I look forward to the resolution. I look forward to hearing how the listening sessions go and really learning and, taking it all in, and looking forward to finding ways that I can best engage in this conversation, over the coming months. And, again, thank you for taking this on and leading the charge here. So really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'll just take a few moments to thank our chair and the entire team, Ms. Sobek, Ms. Smythe, Ms. Renteria, and Mr. Gerhardt for your work on this. And I think that the way it's been structured, for me personally, I'm really looking forward to hearing from folks, because like Board Member McGuire, I think my eyes have been open and I'm more in listening and learning mode, and do appreciate your thoughtfulness and how you're approaching this. I just have a few comments. What's going to be very important for me is I think we've got the right structure to look at things internally, and of course want to hear from folks about how we can improve that, but reaching out beyond regional boards and local entities, permit holders, but communities, and directly with communities, and learning more about those that are directly engaged in those communities. And what comes to mind for me is my own say evolution on issues of racial inequity. My eyes have been opened through the years with my work in the San Joaquin Valley, when I've actually been in communities where disadvantaged communities that are predominantly people of color, and seeing firsthand the impact in terms of racial inequity and environmental justice issues. But I also see this added dimension, and that is what was raised by Ms. Warmerdam, and that is the economic disparities as well. And so of course we're seeing it, and I really appreciate how much it's been highlighted with COVID, with the disparity in these disadvantaged communities, with all of the different indices, whether it's educational indices, health indices, but economic indices as well, and the impact that high unemployment has on these communities. And also witnessing it in times of drought, whether it's drought because of not enough water, or because we haven't really tracked and followed these issues with shallow domestic wells, and really doing a better job now, but also our regulatory decisions and the impacts that our regulatory decisions can have on sort of an added layer. And so I know these are, I appreciate how this issue was framed earlier by Chair Esquivel, that, that these conversations can be, uncomfortable. And I'll just say, you know, what I'm adding to the conversation here on economic equality, economic justice, what it's not is looking for a two-tiered standard, looking for reduced economic impact in communities of color, you know, having different standards for drinking water, water quality. That is absolutely not what I'm looking for, but really the layered effect and having some ability to better analyze impact and see if there are things that can be done to mitigate those impacts, and for us to be, from a regulatory perspective, open to that analysis and any other options that might be available to us. And so, you know, just looking for the broad suite of analysis. And then probably the one specific issue that I'm particularly interested in, and I appreciate it, Board Member Dodek, about community engagement and reaching out, but that is the challenge that we continue to see, especially with the emergency we're in right now, and that is lack of broadband access. And so, you know, we've all seen it in the reports, you know, people that don't have laptops, don't have computers, and even if they do, they oftentimes don't have access to broadband. And so picture in this COVID emergency and heat wave emergency, having to get into a car and drive to a library or a Starbucks in order to, and wait all day for us to have this conversation at 3:30 in the afternoon. So, you know, that's of, you know, utmost importance to me, and, you know, just want to continue to flag that, and for us to be mindful of how we can address those issues. You know, we don't have a budget for broadband, but we certainly, as I've talked with our management, you know, about ways for us to engage in those agencies that are more in the driver's seat on these issues, and just for us to be thinking about, you know, should we have scheduled this item earlier in the day so that there wouldn't be, you know, those additional impacts for those that are trying to tune in at this hour of the day. You know, just one thought, but I'm sure those that are closer to these issues would have, you know, better ideas than I. So if there's nothing else, we will.
Could I just, that's an excellent point, and we will, to the extent we can, try to coordinate with other, with the communities, as you suggest. That's clearly paramount, but also with some of the other regulatory agencies, so that we can see whether we can leverage some of our, you know, some of our priorities. And I just wanted to say, I think you guys all were alluding to it, that I think one of the things that's really can be inspiring here is, instead of with sort of what we've been doing of environmental justice in the past, trying to figure out how to undo something terrible that's affected a community in an inequitable way, think through, front load our decisions, where we think through what sort of the implications are, and whether they are or aren't unfairly impacting communities of color more than others, because avoiding harm and promoting equity at the beginning of a decision and an implementation process, and a process that's going to have an effect on a community, is so much easier than trying to fix it decades later. And I think that, you know, being part of that, trying to get back into a more affirmative mode is something that we should all be inspired by. So thank you for your support. We'll take all your suggestions into account, and please get in touch with any of us on the steering committee. We are working closely with Yana Garcia and Cali PA to make sure that we are appropriately nesting at the department level as well. So thank you for your support.
Well said. Thank you so much, Ms. Sobek. Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 6.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Could we take a short break, if you don't mind?
Certainly. 10-minute break? Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Nazar, this is Michael Loffer. The board is on a break right now, but I see you have your hand up, and I've invited you to unmute your phone if you wanted to try to communicate. I will say anything you say that is going to be broadcast out over the internet. And calling in from a phone, it's normally, I think, *9 to unmute when you're using Zoom. Correction, Nazir, go ahead and try *6 to unmute from your phone. And Vice Chair Diadamo, since the next item is an action item, you do have a quorum, but you may want to wait a few moments for Ms. Firestone to join because I know she had a particular interest in this item. And you may still be muted, Vice Chair Diadamo.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so ready to move on to item 6. Item 6 will be taken up and voted on unless there is a request for it to be removed from the uncontested item calendar.
Yeah, I wanted to, I wanted to go ahead and take it off. And I don't know that there needs to be a full staff presentation, but I did want to take it off for discussion.
And board members, I will note there are at least 3 public commenters on this item, so it may be worth a very brief, I'm sensitive to everyone's time, but a very brief staff presentation to set the table a little bit. And I think Ms. Tosny was going to lead that presentation today.
All right. And I should just say item 6 is consideration of a proposed resolution to delegate authorities related to the Proposition 68 Groundwater Treatment and Remediation Grant Program. All right, Ms. Tosny, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Diadamo and members of the board. My name is Megan Tosny. I'm a supervising engineer in the Division of Financial Assistance. This item proposes new authorities to allow DFA to fully utilize remaining Proposition 68 Groundwater Treatment and Remediation Grant Program funds. Also available today are Robert Reeves, Nicole Morgan, and Leslie Loudon from the Division of Financial Assistance, and as well as Jean Fung and Ann Hartridge from the Office of Chief Counsel. So I'll start with some brief background. Chapter 11.1, oh, next slide, please. Of Proposition 68 allocated about $74 million in grant funds for treatment and remediation activities. 16 million of that is set aside for severely disadvantaged communities. The board adopted the program guidelines in August of 2019, targeting funding toward operation and maintenance of existing treatment and remediation systems that prevent or reduce contamination of groundwater that serves as a source of drinking water. Consistent with the guidelines, DFA planned to award all funding through a single solicitation, except applications for the SDAC set-aside, which can be accepted continuously. Based on the results of a general solicitation and a subsequent targeted solicitation for SDACs, there's not adequate demand to utilize all the funds. Therefore, we are proposing new authorities to fully utilize the remaining funds. First, DFA is proposing to waive the maximum funding award per applicant, which is currently $20 million. In particular, the San Gabriel Basin Water Quality Authority has an extensive groundwater cleanup program, which includes coordinating the cleanup of a large Superfund site in the main San Gabriel Valley groundwater basin. The Water Quality Authority submitted approximately $35 million in eligible funding needs. Therefore, given the relatively limited demand from other agencies, DFA is recommending to authorize the Deputy Director of DFA to award funds in excess of the existing $20 million cap. Thereafter, it is estimated that approximately $35 million in uncommitted funds would remain, which DFA is proposing to utilize for drinking water projects that treat contaminated groundwater for direct potable use. Funding would focus on projects that are consistent with the Prop 1 Groundwater Grant Program guidelines or the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund expenditure plan. This could include, for example, planning or technical assistance, interim treatment, pilot projects, or capital projects. Finally, the resolution provides that contingent on budget authority, any funds remaining unencumbered at the end of 2022 may also be utilized to extend funding for existing Proposition 68 operation and maintenance projects beyond the current June 2023 appropriation end date. And that's all we have today as far as the presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
I can ask questions, but I also just wonder, well, maybe I'll ask questions and then first, because I think I can kind of tease out a little bit. Megan, some of the the questions I have and then, you know, hear from commenters. But I've been, and I apologize, this is, you know, late in the process for trying to approve this. This is definitely something I think is a priority to ensure we're using these funds. All the projects that are contemplated in this resolution are priorities and good projects that deserve funding. One of the things I wanted us to think about, though, as we, you know, move to expend the rest of the funding, essentially from Prop 68, is how we are, how we're looking at whether some of these funds can be used for addressing whether it's septic to sewer, or, you know, connections to households that don't have adequate wastewater treatment systems, like failing septics, or sanitary sewer systems that are serving disadvantaged communities, where there are water quality impacts to groundwater that's used as a source of drinking water, and how we might identify whether some of those projects could fit into the statutory constraints that we have with Prop 68. One of the really real opportunities with Prop 68 is that there's, you know, more the flexibility around operations and maintenance. That's really what it's looking at, is ongoing treatment costs in many ways. And so that's something that we don't find very often, you know, and that in combination with other, whether it's Prop 1 groundwater funding, the small community wastewater grants, and the clean water SRF, I think fit into different niches. But we do have a long list of already completed applications, and also a lot of communities that don't have adequate wastewater treatment, where there is impact to drinking water sources, that I think we should be looking at how we can expand, to the extent appropriate, the availability of this funding to help both develop those projects and implement them. So that wasn't really a question. I think my actual question is, you know, is that something that is currently contemplated or available through this version of the resolution, or is this something that staff has already been able to analyze?
So let me jump in first, Megan, then you can correct me where I'm wrong. Is that my understanding is it's not currently anticipated with this, and that there would be that we would need to come back with a modification to the resolution to specifically allow for a deviation from the guidelines that we have in the Prop 68, similar to what we have here. We would also need to analyze, of those list of existing wastewater projects in disadvantaged communities, which, if any of those, would satisfy the criteria. Really what this is about is cleaning up groundwater. I think you can make the argument that if you have a wastewater treatment discharge that is contaminating a drinking water supply in the groundwater, then you might be able to say that addressing that is equivalent to treating the groundwater before it gets impacted. But there'd have to be a clear nexus to a drinking water supply to make that work. And staff would have to actually go through those projects and see if any of them could fit that before we could make those kind of determinations and bring something back to you.
And
Megan, did I say something wrong?
Sorry, can I ask a follow up on that? Sorry, Megan, I know I want to let you talk, but just a follow up on that for Jonathan is, and maybe you'll have the answer to this, Megan, but So within this, and there's other funding sources out there. We have a lot that we manage, but we have the list of existing applications that we could go through, of completed applications. But I also think, given that this is a relatively new opportunity, and so in some ways, and a lot of the communities that may be most likely to have a need for wastewater treatment projects where there is an impact on drinking water are often those that haven't had project development resources. I guess I wanted to know whether, even within this resolution and our existing guidelines, if there's the ability to use some of this funding for technical assistance for project development, around some of this to fit within, whether it's this funding or related proposition funding, so that we can get some of those projects teed up, even if they're not already.
So I guess I'll start with kind of answering the first part too, which is that we do have a list of, projects that are in the queue. We already are always actively looking at those to figure out which are eligible septic to sewer projects, because we do already have the ability to fund those through the Prop 1 groundwater program. And we have at this point about 100 million left in the set asides that can be used for that purpose. This idea of looking at wastewater treatment projects to see which could be considered consistent with the Prop 68 statute is actually something newer that we need some time to analyze, but that we will do. And so, we're committed to doing that. And if we find that there's a connection, we can always come back to ask the board to make a modification to the authorities that we've hopefully, that we presented today. So then let's see, as far as the technical assistance question, I think it may be possible. We just need to be a little bit careful that we don't go too broadly where we're assisting communities that really don't have any kind of nexus with the statute and the things we've already been talking about. We were already considering trying to use some of the Prop 68 groundwater money for drinking water technical assistance. And so, we can discuss whether it makes sense to consider doing that for wastewater as well. Also taking in consideration what other technical assistance is already committed to that and if we have additional need or not.
I'd actually,
go ahead.
If I could, this is the first I've heard of this idea, and it's an interesting one. And I hadn't really thought about the opportunity for septic to sewer project support through this funding program. However, at the same time, I'm trying to balance that with what I perceive to be the overwhelming need for safe drinking water projects, and thinking about the resolution already recognizes the SAFER program and Proposition 1 funding. And I know the needs assessment is underway, but I also know there's already a really long list of projects, and we barely even scratched the surface of what the need is from an O&M perspective. And so I still look at this as a really exciting opportunity to leverage some of this funding where the opportunity presents itself for drinking water projects. And so I'm not opposed to this idea, but at the same time, I'm a little bit concerned about diluting it to the point where, if the demand is really high for wastewater projects, it takes away from some really urgent drinking water projects. It's a tough balance. But anyway, I just wanted to flag my personal initial reaction to this idea.
And I think that from our perspective, specifically when it comes to septic to sewer capital improvement needs, because of that, we would definitely go to Prop 1 groundwater first, because there's $100 million available there that we can use for that purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just add, because I really appreciate those comments. In my mind, it's the questions I have for staff around this aren't analyzing every wastewater need out there. I think we have a huge wastewater need, and there's also a lot of funding sources specific to that. And you know, I think that this is what I'm interested in asking staff to kind of assess is whether there are particular areas where we have, you know, disadvantaged communities that may have projects or be able to develop projects that address the drinking water sources that disadvantaged communities rely on. So I think that would be sort of a narrowing, but you know, with any of these things, there's a lot of weighing. And I guess I also just really appreciate staff. I mean, I really feel like DFA is excellent at already trying to analyze, are there other pots of funding that are a better fit, and how do we make, you know, funding go as far as we can. And so this doesn't necessarily, this may not be the right place, but I also, just given that it's, you know, we're authorizing spending it down, I appreciate looking into whether this might be something to expand use for.
Sure, I understand. Thank you.
All right, should we go to public comment? I'm pulling up the list here. Mr. Loeffler, if you have it before you, if you could.
Sure. So our first commenter is Mr. Bob Gore, and Mr. Gore, and this will be true for each of the speakers as we go through, as we call your name, we will give you the opportunity to share your camera and also the opportunity to share your microphone.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair and Board, on behalf of the Water Quality Authority of San Gabriel Valley, this is a well-designed, inclusive solution at scale. The main San Gabriel Valley Basin Aquifer is a primary regional source of drinking water for 1.4 million residents of the valley, including several DACs. It provides 90% of the water supply. It has a long historical legacy of contamination that's being cleaned up. It also has active migrating plumes, which this helps address. This is not abstract for me. As an LA Times reporter in the 1980s, I covered these blue-collar communities and can personally attest to the severe impact, heartbreak that groundwater pollution and these plumes cause, the constant threat. WQA has more than 20 high-priority groundwater treatment facilities that are now removing and controlling these toxins. It has a team of community stakeholders and administrators with significant records of success for Southeast Los Angeles County and the whole state. In fact, they've treated more than 1.5 million acre-feet of groundwater and removed more than 80 tons of contaminants. What this does is free up aquifer recharge and storage. What it does is reduces dependency on the Colorado River. I'm tempted to call it a stream now, and moving water through the Delta. The governance is in place. It's an adjudicated basin. And we seek your approval today, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Next, Jesse Snyder with Self-Help Enterprises.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, board members. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to weigh in and reinforce the notion of investigating to figure out whether there may be some nexus between these funds that, as Board Member Firestone mentioned, you're trying to spend down between these funds and protecting groundwater quality based on septic to sewer projects. We certainly are aware of lots of disadvantaged communities that rely on septic tanks for their wastewater treatment that are not functioning well. We know that there's 112 million in completed wastewater applications in the pending list of projects in the current intended use plan. We just really encourage you to take a hard look and appreciate staff's commitment to take a hard look at whether or not some of these funds could possibly be directed to septic to sewer projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Natalie Escobedo Garcia with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability.
Good afternoon, everyone again. Upon reviewing the Proposition 68 grant application guidelines, we were concerned over what projects would qualify for the grant, and the funding set aside for severely disadvantaged communities would not be used to directly benefit those communities. We sent over a letter of concerns and recommendations to DFA staff outlining comments and concerns on the guidelines. Based on follow-up conversations with DFA staff, we believe this resolution addresses most of our major concerns. In support of this item, we asked the State Water Board take advantage of the flexibility this resolution would give to the Prop 68 grant program in order to maximize benefits to residents of disadvantaged communities. And we also would like to thank DFA staff for making themselves available to discuss our concerns and identify solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And then last is Randy Scholerman with the San Gabriel Basin Water Quality Authority.
Yes, thank you very much on taking this moment. I just would defer to what Mr. Gore said earlier, and I want to take the opportunity also to thank staff for their recommendation and the work they've done on this, and thank the board for their consideration of this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question, Ms. Tosny. So if you're able to come back here, there we go. Could you speak to the issue of flexibility in the resolution? And I know you had indicated earlier that perhaps after further investigation of some of these projects and needs that you might need to come back. So could you draw the distinction between the flexibility that exists within the resolution versus when you might have to come back specifically on the projects that some of the stakeholders and board member Firestone outlined?
Sure. So the existing resolution, the new flexibility that it gives us is to fund drinking water projects that are consistent with our Prop 1 groundwater grant program guidelines, which would essentially be that treat contaminated groundwater. And then also we can use the money now, per the proposed authorities, we would be able to use the money for projects that are consistent with the Safe Drinking Water Fund expenditure plan. So that could include things like interim treatment or, planning or technical assistance, those other kind of non-capital needs. So if we go back and evaluate and determine that there's significant need for wastewater treatment projects that we would like to be able to utilize Prop 68 groundwater money for, we would have to come back and ask for a different type of authority. It would likely be to say that we can fund projects that are consistent with our Clean Water State Revolving Fund intended use plan, specifically for projects that are consistent with this groundwater statute as well, so that they would be treating treatment activities that would prevent or reduce contamination to groundwater that serves as a source of drinking water, which would be a subset of our, wastewater project queue, if we can find some that meet that bar. And I guess the other thing that was brought up in the comments was a need for funding for septic to sewer projects, which, as I mentioned, we already are actively coordinating with the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions to identify those projects because they are fundable per our current Prop 1 groundwater guidelines.
Okay, so flexibility there as well. Okay, board member Firestone, did you have any follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I apologize that I hadn't identified this earlier with staff and be able to do this analysis earlier. And I also appreciate how, important the scope of actions that are in the resolution are. So I'm very supportive of what's in the resolution. I would like to ask staff to, go ahead and do, assuming we adopt today this resolution, is do that analysis as quickly as possible just to see what additional scope might be appropriate to bring back to us, to make sure that we can bring back what's possible within the guidelines, narrowly tailored to disadvantaged communities and serving drinking water sources of disadvantaged communities, because I think otherwise it can be really big. And then, bring that analysis and some options back for us if there's additional flexibility amendments that we might need to make. And so, my proposal would be to go ahead and do that, to go ahead and adopt, and then ask staff to come back fairly quickly. And I would be interested to know from staff how quickly they estimate that to be.
So before staff answers that, I just want to make clear, what we would do is look at the language, look at what we would need to do to amend the resolution. We would look at what kinds of projects would fit in that, and then we would come back and talk to the board members prior to drafting a new staff report and to make sure that this is something that is amenable to the board. I don't want to set us down a path that either it's a minor ability or there isn't a lot of support for it. So just setting expectations. I do think that we won't be able to come back next month because that just process takes some time, and then we need to do some of our normal, set up some briefings, talk to the board members about the different options prior to putting it onto an agenda. So it's just setting some expectations.
Yeah, and so does that mean you think, and I'm not holding you to this in a too strict a way, but do you think you could circle back at least with board members for some of those internal analysis and recommendations, so we can give some feedback to staff on how much to pursue this within the next month or so, month and a half?
Well, I'll ask staff what they think. That I'll commit that we'll come back to you as soon as we've been able to do that, taking into account that these are the same people that are doing many of the things that we've been talking about over the last few months in terms of getting money out for SAFER, getting money out for SRF, and making sure that we're addressing a lot of our issues about providing safe and affordable water. But I'll look to Leslie and Megan to give you an idea of what, how long they think it'll take to take a look at that, those two parts.
So this is Leslie, and I'll chime in here. So staff are looking at it right now. When you brought up the issue to us, we started looking at our list. And I think, as Megan indicated, we think it's probably a fairly small number of projects that could potentially meet the criteria that we have. And for a lot of these projects, we just don't have the data to show, that they are impacting the drinking water sources. So in some cases, we're going to need to work with the regional boards to see whether there is monitoring data. So, we'll do our initial cut of the existing projects to look at projects that are treatment, because it has to be a treatment project first. So that's going to eliminate a lot of the existing projects that we talked about. So we can narrow it down right away to those treatment projects and then try to see whether they may potentially fit the criteria, probably reach out to the regional board. So, but I think that, we'll be able to at least make an initial first cut pretty soon and see whether, there really are very many, and, how much effort it would be to do that type of analysis.
Great.
Okay, well, that sounds like a good game plan. And Board Member Firestone, I appreciate you and others raising this issue. It'd be useful to have, more information before changing course. So with that, I'd be happy to entertain a motion on the item.
I can go ahead and make a motion to adopt.
I'll second.
Okay, and that's with the direction to staff to develop further information and then proceed with further briefings before us. Okay, Ms. Townsend, could you call the roll?
Michael, if you're speaking, you're on mute. Still on mute.
Can we all just say what we...
Did Mr. Bishop call the roll?
Sure. I guess I'll call the roll. We'll start with Member Firestone.
Aye.
Member Dodak.
Aye.
Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Vice Chair Diadama.
Aye.
Man, I've been promoted.
The motion, the motion carries. Good, thank you. And thank you all to staff for your work on this. Okay, now at this time we will.
The chair is back.
Great. We're on informational items. Item 7, board member report. Chair Esquivel. We can't hear you, you're on mute. Okay, we're having some technical difficulties. Okay.
There we are. Sorry, I can be unmuted now. Sorry, it's because I left and then I came back and so I wasn't co-host, so I couldn't unmute myself.
Okay.
But I've been unmuted. And so thank you, Vice Chair, and for conducting while I was gone, and appreciate that I stayed back. I didn't want to vote. It was unfair for me to try to come and vote here at the last moment, but appreciate that the item is passed and that there was good discussion, and I'll tune in, check in with staff, but also tune in to see what I missed. So that only leaves us to board informational items, or board member reports rather, and then the executive director's report. So we're now moving on to agenda item number 7. I can start off. I just came back from providing some congressional testimony at a hearing of the subcommittee for Water and Power, House Natural Resources Subcommittee, that is. Congressman Huffman chaired the meeting, and it was regarding Klamath Dam removal, and was invited to speak on behalf of the state. Fellow colleagues will recall that we recently finalized an environmental impact report under CEQA for the project. We're the CEQA project leads for that, where we reviewed the science and the information and the benefits ultimately of dam removal to water quality and salmonids and the habitat. And so I'm fortunate to have joined and provide the state's testimony in regard to that really critical project that impacts, as we know, algal blooms in the watershed, has huge water quality impacts, and so just did that. Additionally, let me quickly pull up, I apologize, my calendar. That kind of caps it for this week. Last week, so the week of August 10th, was actually my birthday on August 11th. So it was a relatively low-key, except for I was fortunate to have participated in a keynote actually on that day for the enforcement staff training that was going on. It was a nice opportunity to check in with enforcement staff and provide some thought. Additionally, it looks like, yes, on that day, I was very fortunate to have participated in a brown bag lunch along with Undersecretary McElwain around what is at the EPA federal level, an affinity special emphasis group creation that the Undersecretary had undertaken we invited our colleagues from Region EPA Region 9 to talk about the affinity groups. Here is particularly for the development of LGBTQ, Latino, African American, other groups to provide the space to have a space, safe and inclusive culture. And so it was a really great brown bag, was fortunate to participate. We will be at the Cali PA level looking to replicate some of those affinity groups. And I've been asked if I would be the executive sponsor for the LGBTQ plus affinity group and have decided to easily become executive sponsor for that. So it was part of a brown bag for staff around that and appreciated it. The only other engagement I would flag, I think that's about it. Actually looking through, it's been a number of briefings, a lot of Zoom participation, and so leave it to other board members for any addition to board member reports.
I'll do two short ones. First one is a kudos to FEES staff. I watched via webcast the 3 or was it 4? I can't remember now. There were so many of them. FEES stakeholder meetings that staff conducted. Those decisions will be coming up to us shortly. I think it's in September. It will not be easy, and I appreciate staff reaching out to stakeholders, outlining the situation, presenting some alternatives, and requesting feedback. I thought they did an excellent job. And then I also attended the I watched via Zoom the Central Valley Regional Water Board meeting. And the one thing that I would highlight is Executive Officer Palupa, at the end of each state fiscal year, present an annual assessment to his board in terms of what were the priorities and targets for the year, what was accomplished, and what will be the priorities and targets for the following year. I thought that was, it's something that I look forward to every year at the regional board. And this year, I will just highlight one thing because I think it's a great deal of interest to all of us. There was a discussion about CV salts that we're very familiar with, and the management zones that is being developed through CV salts, and how that should interact with the GSA being developed under SGMA. And the regional board, I think rightly so, was concerned about how that effort would go forth and how those two entities might leverage and work with each other. And there wasn't obviously a lot of solutions offered, but there was a recognition that there has to be some coordination and some collaboration between those two efforts. So I thought that was important to flag for especially our staff who are working with DWR on SGMA, on the GSA, and I'm sure they're have already been engaged. If they haven't, they should engage with the Central Valley Regional Board staff who are also working on these management zones. I'm there.
So I'll jump in. I spoke to Aqua's board of directors about a week and a half ago, and it was a good opportunity to discuss the many things that are going on that their members would be interested in, the monthly reporting, the detect level change on PERC, Chrome 6, the economic analysis, SGMA, Bay Delta. It's a really good discussion, and I appreciate the opportunity to spend some time with them. And then I've been spending a lot of time on the 401 cert issues, and just want to use this as an opportunity to maybe share some thoughts with my colleagues, and also make a suggestion about process issues going forward. So, and this is both regarding some of the most recent 401 certs that have been issued, and then with the change going forward with the HOOPA decision and the 1-year time frame, and challenges with CEQA, also looking at the process going forward. And so just looking at a couple of the certs that were recently adopted, just calling out Yuba and Merced. I felt like I had challenges figuring out what was going on. And in Merced's case, there was a draft that was released and they were provided public comment. Request was made for by Merced Irrigation District to extend public comment. That request was denied. And then with respect to Yuba, public comment period was not provided. And so for me, just kind of wanting to better understand the distinction and what's going on with one cert and the process there compared to others. And I want to say from the outset that I do recognize that because of all of the changes with the HOOPA decision and also the strategy that we have and that the administration has with respect to how to appropriately, maintain our authority in this space. And so I absolutely recognize that and understand that there is this strategy, but at the same time, I think that we need to be really mindful of public process. For me as a board member to kind of be confused as to what's going on. I know at one point, I couldn't even find the Yuba draft that had been released. It wasn't posted. And so if it's challenging for some of us as board members, it just really makes me concerned for communities that are directly impacted by these decisions and how they're able to access information and to engage in the process. And then speaking of process, because we have now this authority to issue decisions before CEQA is complete, that just raises a whole nother set of issues. So when we issue a decision on an application that is not, officially before us because the application, was past the 1-year period, but then we issue a decision where CEQA hasn't been done, what sort of a decision is that has a lot of reopeners? And then how do we as board members engage and kind of go through, what normally would be more robust information because of having CEQA, as opposed to information that may be in the FERC record that we may or may not have access to, or information before us in order to determine at the stage before CEQA what sort of impacts, whether there would be, community impacts, water supply impacts, power impacts. And so I think these are all issues that are, we're all grappling with. We're in a period of transition. And so because this is under delegated authority, I just think this is an appropriate time for us to be exercising some oversight. And that could be receiving briefings and recommendations going forward, maybe some guidance documents, FAQs, or a workshop. And so, I'm open to any and all approaches. And I think that our process and our decision-making will be better served if we kind of get a better handle on this process going forward.
Just a quick comment on that, Vice Chair. You and I have talked about this, and I agree that we need to have a moment, given the fast-moving nature this last year or so, year plus, since the HOOPA decision, movement and issues before FERC, the esoteric nature, I think, of 401 water quality certifications for most of the public and others, many of our stakeholders as well. And so let's think about how best we convey what is the general status currently of the landscape we find ourselves. How does the recent legislation that was passed help us? Why haven't project proponents completed CEQA, given that it is such a critical component of many of the projects that are out there? And where isn't the flexibility still yet in the process? I think having a lot of clarity and certainty around all that can be helpful. But would caution as well that it is a relatively complex landscape and fast moving. So what we might brief on in a month here, as you know, will change likely in another month. And so I think it's going to be a combination of continued briefings that I know have been happening with board members on the individual level, along with the appropriate level of discussion externally facing to kind of cement in and make sure everybody just understands. because I think there is a tremendous amount of misinformation from either the applicants at the projects or even external stakeholders. And it really would benefit us all if we just had a really a little more of a clear understanding of what it is we're talking about, what has been precluded, or where are we insofar as the immediacy of the impacts of whatever might be included or considered within the 401 water quality certifications that the board issues through delegation. And rightfully so, given the many years of what the actual process was before FERC. And I think that, again, there's a lot to discuss, probably not most appropriate in this item, but appreciate the flag. And I think we can, I agree with you about having something more of a more certain discussion for folks, for everyone's benefit, so that we can all be talking about the same issue to begin with.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. And I'll just add, I've also talked with Executive Director Sobek about this, and I think she's already starting the process of, kind of coming up with some ideas. And one other thing I should flag is the issue of ex parte communications. And so that's also an area that I think we could use some guidance on, and particularly because, I'm talking process here, but I'm also concerned about, the substantive issues as well. And I find that, the more I as a board member can interact with the public, I find that I'm able to make better decisions as a board member or provide better input. And so to the extent that we have some leeway there on ex parte communications, would just appreciate that. And also just, guidance as to when there are prohibitions versus when they've been lifted, and appreciate the most recent decision that came out from Office of Chief Counsel and Mr. Loeffler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other board member reports?
I don't have anything to add this time. Thank you, though.
I just have a quick note. Well, and also just thank both the vice chair and the chair for that discussion. I think on 401 search, there's a really changed landscape, just as you said, in the past year and a half. And I think I appreciate there's just, some working through and discussion. It's helpful to have, and it's a challenge because we can't all talk together all the time on this. So I actually really appreciate bringing it up and at least flagging within board reports, and then we'll figure out how we have a more comprehensive conversation around that. I just wanted to raise one thing, which was I participated in the Region 9 regional board meeting, and one of the issues, I've raised this to the chair and staff, but one of the questions that the board had was around the water resiliency portfolio that was finalized and released, and whether there is a process that might help us and regional boards, water boards in general, think about how we're now prioritizing and moving forward on those. It's a huge menu of recommendations and actions across everything, and I think it can feel overwhelming. And so I think it was just a question that I'm sure folks are thinking about, and whether that fits into WQCC or some ongoing other planning process. I don't think we need more processes than we already have, but I thought that was a good question, and just it's exciting that portfolio has been finalized, and I think making sure we can now follow through and implement it, even despite much, the resource limitations that we're now in, that, when we first started that process, it was a different context. That's it.
I appreciate that, board member. I'll make a comment there again, just because I did appreciate the flag, and I feel really embodies the value of the liaison positions and these ability to all those separate regional board discussions add up to some better planning and discussion. And so I did have a chat with my fellow chairs of the regional boards on our, we had a mid-month chairs call because there was quite a bit going on actually just yesterday. And so we're thinking of how best to do that. I think first it's really amazing that we had the contributions we did from the regional water quality control boards. And so there's a lot of ownership around particularly the water quality and different aspects of the water resiliency portfolio. I think about 60 of the actions refer to the water boards writ large. And so I think it is going to be helpful to continue to figure out how we talk about the various projects in there, prioritize them, and did give some thought about WQCC maybe being that forum. I think we're going to pull in, sorry to use an acronym, the Water Quality Coordinating Committee is a yearly meeting of all the regional water quality control boards. Just flag that this year it will definitely be on a virtual platform. And so looking forward to actually having an attendance from all the regional water boards members that can do so, and knowing that we have reduced barriers and wanting to really use that as an opportunity to engage them. This could very well be one of those items. I think there'll be a draft agenda going out to the regional board members, state board, and chairs here within a week or two. I think the chairs are still synthesizing what their first take is, and then we'll continue to work with folks and finalize. So all that being said, I appreciate that flag, and definitely we'll look to those opportunities and how we kind of build it into already, as you said, existing kind of processes and discussions. But it's great to really have that final document, and thank you for bringing that up. I think that just leaves Board Member Dodek if there's anything you'd like to add. And then otherwise, we can move on to, no, you're good. Okay, thanks. And then that means Executive Director report before 5 o'clock.
Yeah, just on the last item, the resiliency portfolio, just really want to acknowledge that Eric Ekdahl kind of took a leading role in being the liaison along with Kristen Peer with Cali PA and representing the water board and in gathering and synthesizing the comments and doing public outreach and coming up with the portfolio. And that we're now sort of going to let Eric do his day job, and we're transitioning kind of oversight and coordination of the portfolio to ORPP, which is probably maybe where it should have lived in the first place, but you know, this is the evolution. I will say that I don't actually think it's going to be as hard maybe as we think to kind of integrate the two, because we were one of the leading agencies, and we reflected our own priorities in the document. Obviously, there's some tweaking, and I think that I think that we'll want to make sure that we follow our progress and are going to be able to report it both to you and the public and the governor's office and our sister agencies. But I think that we're going to be able to pretty easily identify and follow the threads of what we're doing, what we're doing, how it's reflected in either the regional board's strategic plans or work plans and our own strategic work plan. I do think that what has sort of changed between the draft and the final was sort of when it was first being put together, thinking that there was going to be a large economic stimulus piece that was going to help implement some of the top priorities, and that has, obviously not as robust, not going to be as robust as planned. And so I think in some ways it's sort of having some hard discussions within ourselves, sort of what can we accomplish within our existing resources versus what some resources that we thought might come to the table. So I think there's going to be a lot to discuss there. I apologize, after I think a few months of really doing a lot better getting you guys the executive director's report earlier before the board meeting. I completely stumbled and didn't get it out to you till yesterday. So apologies on that. Completely slipped through the cracks. But obviously, if you have any questions about anything, please contact me or the staff, or you can ask me now.
Thank you, Eileen. Any questions on the report? And then otherwise, Board Member Dodek.
Not on the report, but just to follow up on my question from the last board meeting regarding the American River Parkway and our stewardship of that mile.
So far, hopefully folks can hear me this time.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. All right. So far, they have not resumed the regular activities. So I have established contact, and once we are able to get back out there and get scheduled into their queue, we will have stewardship over our mile reaches.
Thank you. I will try not to feel guilty in the meantime.
Well, and my understanding is our mile really could use some cleanup right now.
Looking forward to, and thanks again, Board Member Dota, for your leadership in ensuring our engagement, and looking forward to actually following through with our commitment there. And I really appreciate that. And yes, yeah, you know, at least not guilty about this. Plenty to always feel guilty about, at least for me. I don't know, but anyway. Board Member Firestone.
I appreciate the report, and I do read it because I'm excited to get all the information in it. I just wanted to highlight one piece that I learned in that I think is, you know, just want to raise attention to, which is that there's now been lead sampling in 8,027 schools around the state, and 371 had at least one exceedance of the action level. So there's really good data that wasn't available before on this, and I'm really, you know, I think there's a great website and interactive map to get a lot of this data, which I really appreciate. But I thought that was important, that I wanted to highlight it, because I think it's important data as we're among the many important programs that were highlighted in the executive director report. Thanks.
Really appreciate you calling attention to that and that highlight. It is, I mean, particularly now as we talk about, you know, what does a school return look like, all these things, you know, there are a lot of challenges. And so thank you for the flag, really appreciate that. Any other thoughts, questions? I think that ends that item, and that may actually end before 5 o'clock today's meeting. It was a thorough and long meeting, but an incredible one. I feel in gratitude to everyone on all the items that I know it takes, you know, days and weeks of preparation for everything you see. I mean, the COVID item was months in the making, insofar as, you know, small work that added up to a pretty incredible presentation and discussion for us here. So just incredible thanks to everyone on all the items, and the really criticality of just the day. And I feel fortunate for it. We have a workshop tomorrow where we will continue on then our next item, a really critical workshop on the Salton Sea, which was delayed from March, back when we thought we were gonna have an in-person workshop in Imperial County. And so look forward to, I'm gonna be a full day, certainly, because we have an evening component to help facilitate community discussion. The first time it was part of our proposal for our workshop in March, and glad to carry it on into this platform and this forum for the workshop, and see it as an important step to recognizing that not everyone can spend the entire day here with us. There are people at work, and an evening session can be really helpful to ensure that we get the community engagement and participation that's required for success of our programs. And so look forward to the workshop tomorrow. I guess we recess until we go into the workshop tomorrow. I'm not officially ending our meeting here, but anything else I am missing, Mr. Loffer, Chief Counsel Loffer, before we break?
The only item that I wanted to point out for tomorrow is for members of the public. As you indicated, we're going to have the two sessions at 9:30 in the morning and at 6. And for folks who will be following, well, as usual, for folks who wish to comment and participate, they'll need to fill out the online form, and Ms. Townsend will send off to them the credentials so they can join the meeting at either one of those times. This was the first board meeting where we deployed the ability to actually use a multilingual form, so people can choose between the English or Spanish form to fill out. And then we will have live translation throughout both sessions tomorrow. And for folks who will be watching on the web, there will actually be 4 discrete links for the board meeting or for the board workshop. There will be an English and Spanish link for the morning session, and then an English and Spanish link for the evening session. And then for folks participating in the Zoom meeting, they will have to pick which language feed they would like to join. So unless any of you are going to be practicing your Spanish tomorrow, you'll want to make sure when you join that you select the English language feed.
Perfect. And I could actually do with quite a bit of practice on my Spanish. My mother would attest to. But thank you for that, Mr. Loffer. Really appreciate it, and thank you to the Office of Public Participation from the start here, who have really helped infuse this workshop with so many of the lessons that we've been learning from the SAFER program and otherwise on good engagement process, and includes the translation services we'll be having tomorrow, which we need to be, as in part of our racial equity discussion, continuing to do more of, and ensuring all communities have access to the discussions here before the board, given their importance. So thank you everyone for an incredible day. Thank you colleagues on the board for incredible leadership and discussion today. And we'll see everyone at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So have a good evening and see you then.